Our guy here jolted awake in a full-blown panic. I mean, just a second ago, he was getting a spear shoved clean through his heart by an enemy, and yet, now he was hearing these totally unfamiliar voices right next to his ear. Ha ha ha, our little boy is so good not crying at all. Laughter filled with undeniable joy rang in his ears. Slowly, the scene in front of him started to come into focus. He could see a young couple beaming with happiness, holding his tiny little hand. Oh my gosh, why are his eyes so bright and beautiful? This child is truly a gift from the heavens. Wait, what Lee Ki thought he was hearing? Things. Did they just call him a child? But hello, he was a full-grown man. In his confusion, he started to struggle instinctively, but then he realized he couldn't even roll over. Suddenly, the young man in front of him scooped Lee Ki up, looking at him with eyes brimming. With pride, he declared that his son would grow up to be an amazing kid and follow in his footsteps as a great spearman. Hey, and my boy, you're going to be a talented spear wielder, just like your old man, your dad. His dad. Lee Ki didn't even have time to memorize the face of the guy holding him before he was whisked away into the arms of the woman beside them. What are you talking about, honey? Hey, An is going to be an amazing assassin. Oh, come on, Lily. How could you let our youngest become an assassin? That's horrible. A real man wields a spear. Lee Ki's head was spinning, and his ears were ringing as the couple immediately started bickering. His internal monologue was just, whoa, whoa, I think I'm the one who should be saying, come on here, says to. Although it was a tough pill to swallow after a while, he finally pieced it together. He had been reborn as a baby named Heir into the Sileshisi family. The kicker, this was some straight-up Manhwa plot twist because he'd been reincarnated in the Antian Empire, the very nation that was his mortal enemy in his past life. His father in this life is Asilesi, a wealthy count and also, model, a ridiculously talented spearman. His mother was Lily Sogress, a woman who was as beautiful as she was deadly. From the very first moment he opened his eyes in this brand new body, his dad and Lily were already arguing over whether their son would grow up to be a spearmaster or an assassin. This little debate happened pretty much every single day. Not that Rick found it hard to understand. It seemed that being the last-born child meant they were extra determined for him to follow in their footsteps. Today, Count and Countess Sogress were finally taking their youngest son home to their castle after her postnatal care. At the hospital, staring at the majestic estate before him, Rick, even in his tiny baby form, couldn't help but let out a delighted laugh. Oh my, it seems Den is thrilled to be home, isn't he? Look at him laughing so happily, Lily gushed. You bet he was happy, because this time it looked like he'd hit the reincarnation jackpot. If this palace was his new home, then it would be even easier for the latent military genius hiding inside him to finally come out and play. 2 months later, just as Rick was getting comfortable in his new role, as Den Gress, he started babbling and learning to talk. He was slowly getting used to his new name, Den. What a weird and fascinating experience this was. This whole isekai manhwa life was wild. Thanks to all his time spent wandering battlefields, in his past life he'd had very little contact with children. The few kids he had met were all heavily bandaged and crying their eyes out because they had nowhere else to go. Many were also weeping for their lost parents. Eventually they would all starve and pass on, leaving no trace of their existence in this world. Compared to that hellish war zone, his new life as the real Den was a dream. And the Sogress clan was fabulously wealthy and warm. Even after 2 months every single time, he thought about how he'd never have to worry about food or clothes in this family. He felt unbelievably lucky. While Lily was squealing with joy over her son's first baby babbles, his father suddenly barged into the room with a toy spear. Looks like the old man still hasn't given up on his dream of raising his son to be a grand spearmaster. And you can't really blame him since Srez is the strongest rank 6 spearman in the entire empire. Sure, he acts like a complete goofball and gets chewed out by his wife 24/7. But Aiken is a bona fide hero of, and famously known as the Green Gale. Lily plonks her son right back into his crib, then immediately launches into her usual husband scolding routine. "Hey, how could you possibly bring something so sharp and pointy into our son's room? I just wanted to show little Dung the spear, that's all." And I said, "No, what part of no don't you get? Aiken might have a legendary reputation, but he's still terrified of his wife. That's because Lily's background is no joke either. In her younger days, she was the #1 assassin in the entire kingdom. We're talking about two people at the absolute peak of their respective fields. So naturally, they both want their youngest son to carry on their legacy. This little debate happens pretty much every single day, so yeah, little Dung is already quite used to this harmonious family atmosphere. He also gets why his parents are so ridiculously obsessed with his future career. It's all because the two older Shree's sisters chose paths that have absolutely nothing to do with spearmanship or assassination, which means now our boy is the one and only hope for carrying on the family business. Speaking of which, his two older sisters absolutely adore their baby brother. The eldest is Arabella Srez, who was a natural-born magic prodigy, so of course she grew up to become a mage. By the tender age of 12, she was already a rank 3 mage. Given that the highest rank a mage can achieve is 9, Arabella basically became a living legend, the kind you read about in a manhwa, for clearing the rookie levels at such a young age. As for Dung's second sister, Grease, she walked the path of a summoner. She's also a shining star in her field, having mastered summoning arts at the ripe old age of 7. These days she can already command 2 summoned beasts at the same time. At first, Dung actually thought Grease didn't like, but at the end of the day, she was still just a kid. And that feeling was probably just a tiny bit of jealousy. The kind you get when you're suddenly not the baby of the family anymore. 2 months had already passed since Den came home to the castle. And after all that time together, Ji had definitely started to warm up to him. She even wanted to be the one to teach Den how to summon just like her. Seriously, this family was something else. Every single one of them was dying to teach Den their special talents. You had the father, a level 6 master spearman. The mother, a retired assassin who once tried to take out the king. Then there's the oldest sister, a bona fide genius archmage. And the second sister, a genius summoner in her own right. The house of Count Soz was for all intents and purposes the perfect noble family. The kind of ideal family that he had desperately longed for in his past life. Now as Den, he had everything he had ever craved, which ironically raised a rather awkward question for him. What's the point of revenge in this life anymore? Sure, his death in the past was beyond tragic, but it happened on a battlefield. And the idea of getting revenge on the guys who simply defeated you in a war felt kinda pathetic. Now that he was Den, every single day was just pure happiness. And the thought of taking revenge on his old enemies seemed utterly ridiculous now. An assassin, a mage, and a summoner, their daily life was absolute glorious chaos. But all that noise just helped Den believe that he finally truly had a real home. So Den just quietly soaked in those peaceful days. Incredibly loud, but incredibly happy. Before long, the first major milestone in Den So's life arrived. The So's family has a special ritual called the choosing ceremony. When a child in the family turns exactly 1 year old, they become the star of this very important show. A whole spread of different objects is laid out in front of the baby. People then try to predict the child's future based on what they pick. It's a classic manhwa trope, and boy did they prepare a selection. A real sword, a book of magic, a crystal ball, and even a giant pile of gold. The first person to hold Den was his oldest sister. She placed him right in front of the magic book, cooing at him in the sweetest voice. Den, sweetie, pick this one. Big sis will teach you all the most amazing magic spells. Next up was sister number 2. She plonked Den down right in front of a summoning orb. Say, Den honey, come over here to me. Summoning is way more fun than boring old magic. Based on the item they chose during the ritual. Dion has just turned 1 and today is his big birthday bash. Everyone in the city is on the edge of their seats, dying to see what their little young master is going to choose. I mean, with his 2 older sisters already making waves as a powerful mage and a summoner, the pressure is on. The buzz of excited chatter fills every nook and cranny of the city as everyone eagerly awaits the selection ceremony. Inside the castle of Count Sai, a massive table draped in fine white silk dominates the great hall. On it, an array of items representing every profession imaginable is laid out. Mage, assassin, swordsman. You name it, it's there. The place is packed to the gills with dukes and nobles, all of them desperate to witness the moment the youngest master of the Sai clan chooses his future. Now, if this were any normal kid, they'd probably just see a noisy fun party. But Dion, he's a different story. He might be in a toddler's body, but his soul is that of a hardened warrior who's seen countless battles, and even bit the dust once already. So under the hopeful gaze of the entire crowd, Dion is just feeling the crushing weight of expectation. His father presents him with a spear named Long Wei. This thing is crafted from some seriously rare material. The moment you channel mana into it, it becomes impossibly heavy and wickedly sharp. It's also the very spear that his father Ao has carried his entire life, and he's practically praying his son will choose it and follow in his footsteps. Meanwhile, his mother Lily brings out a dagger named Nan. The material used to forge this blade contains all the elements in existence. It's got this unique ability to absorb and combine with all sorts of poisons to amplify its deadliness. The two daughters of House Sai have also thrown their hats into the ring, trying to recruit Dian for their own professions. This family drama is better than any manhwa. So Arabella offers up a dimensional pocket, a fancy little pouch that can only be used by a mage or someone with a natural talent for magic. Not to be outdone, Clea presents a summoning seal, the very artifact that summoners use to call forth their powerful beasts. It's the essential tool for calling upon their familiars. Hei's eyes darted around frantically. Oh man, the tension in this room was getting thick. He felt like he had a psychic hotline plugged directly into his family's brains. Seriously, this whole situation was a massive pain. But as the young master of the Shress family, he couldn't exactly crawl away from it. With everyone staring holes into him, Hei started to crawl forward. He was completely stumped on what to choose, so he figured he'd just have to read his family's expressions for clues. But then the weirdest thing happened. As Hei got closer, all four of the items reacted, exploding in a blinding golden light. The nobles and aristocrats in the hall immediately started whispering amongst themselves. The consensus was clear: young Master Shress must be some kind of ridiculously talented prodigy. Why else would he have a connection with every single one of the items? Hei, for his part, was absolutely ecstatic about this shocking development. In his previous life, he was already a certified legend on the battlefield. But it seemed like in this life his talent had been cranked up to a whole new epic level. Father, what? What do we do now? Has something like this ever happened before? Heir asked, his voice shaking with anxiety. An shook his head. He had never in his life witnessed such a thing. An looked at his wife, and Lee stared right back at him. In that instant, in a rare moment of perfect sync, the couple came to a single unspoken decision. All right then, we're going to teach the boy all four of these skills. Arabella and Claire both let out a jaw-dropping, "Ha!" Meanwhile, one-year-old Hei was grinning from ear to ear. Yep, this was exactly the answer he'd been hoping for from his parents. And just like that, Hei grew up carrying the immense expectations of the entire Shress clan. True to the promise made on his first birthday, all four of them taught him the absolute best skills from their respective fields. Take today, for example, with An and his son busy with some intense spear training in the practice yard. Hei's raw talent from his past life was still there, but now it was blossoming even more spectacularly than before. This kid was basically a real-life manhwa protagonist. Looked at him. In that instant, in a rare moment of perfect sync, the couple came to a single unspoken decision. All right then, we're going to teach the boy all four of these skills. Arabella and Claire both let out a jaw-dropping, "Huh!" Meanwhile, one-year-old Hei was grinning from ear to ear. Yep, this was exactly the answer he'd been hoping for from his parents. And just like that, Hei grew up carrying the immense expectations of the entire Shress clan. True to the promise made on his first birthday, all four of them taught him the absolute best skills from their respective fields. Take today, for example, with An and his son busy with some intense spear training in the practice yard. Hei's raw talent from his past life was still there, but now it was blossoming even more spectacularly than before. All of them taught him the absolute best skills from their own respective fields. Take today, for example, with An and his son busy with some intense spear training in the practice yard. Hei's raw talent from his past life was still there, but now it was blossoming even more spectacularly than before. It was even blossoming more spectacularly than when he... The proof was that after just a few years, you've already mastered every single spear technique I've taught you. Count Sogres looked pretty darn pleased with his son. The kind of talent Den had completely blew other 7-year-olds out of the water. Heck, he could probably school kids twice his age. Just as the two finished their sparring session, Aiken and Heeman's subordinates walked over carrying a seriously wicked-looking spear. This was the birthday present for his son's 7th birthday that Count Aiken had painstakingly commissioned 2 whole years ago from a legendary artisan in the capital. Now he was supposed to give it to him during the official birthday bash, but thanks to his petty rivalry with his wife Akin, just had to one-up Lily by giving it to his son first. Happy early birthday, my boy Den. Aiken's smile was overflowing with pride and pure adoration, even after 7 years in this new body. Moments like these made Den silently thank the heavens for giving him such an unbelievably lucky life. What a premium Manhwa protagonist experience. He immediately dropped the dinky training spear in his hand and took the gift. Thank you, father. I'll make great use of it. And man, the quality of this new spear was something you could see from a mile away. The shaft was a solid jet black, perfectly complemented by a wickedly sharp silver tip. It was also incredibly lightweight, making it that much easier to master. It was obvious this weapon had been specially forged with his own son's physique in mind. Den was so thrilled he started swinging the spear all over the place, his eyes smiling so much they practically disappeared. Den, do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword? Akin asked suddenly before walking over to grab his own dragon-tail spear from the rack. Den pretended to think for a few seconds, but in reality he remembered everything his dad had ever taught him. A spear's length allows the user to keep an opponent from getting close to them. Its surface area for contact is also small. To boost your attack effectiveness, Count and nodded sagely, taking in his son's words. But up until now, I've only taught you about the spear's advantages. Once you reach a certain level, this weapon becomes leagues harder to master than a sword. Dian, my boy, that's the fundamental drawback of the spear. To land a hit on your opponent, you're forced to maintain a minimum distance. But don't you worry, every weapon has its own unique pros and cons. Even the sword, the so-called perfect weapon, is at a disadvantage. In certain situations, you know. Yes, sir, I'll remember that. Dian was absolutely buzzing with excitement. For years, his parents had taught him so many things, compared to his past life of struggling to learn everything on his own, paying for every scrap of experience with blood and broken bones. Dian much preferred this feeling of being cared for and guided by his elders. Ajin gave the Longwei spear a mighty twirl in his hand. He was a firm believer in learning theory hand in hand with practice. So right after gifting Dian the brand new spear, Ajin wanted to demonstrate something really interesting for him. With every one of Ajin's spins, the Longwei spear radiated an oppressive, almost suffocating magical energy. Dian knew this wasn't even his father's full strength, but it was more than enough to overwhelm any opponent. After gathering all the necessary mana, he took a powerful step forward and thrust the spear straight ahead. It was clearly just a jab into thin air, but Ajin somehow created a ground-shaking explosion. Dian's jaw completely hit the floor in astonishment. Holy smokes, this was the true power of a level 6 spear master. The reason space itself just warped is because I released the mana from my body and thrust the spear at the exact same moment. It's a technique that optimizes the properties of the mana core, concentrating all that energy into a single point. Dian had actually heard his 2 older sisters talk about this before, the idea that humans could shatter their physical limitations, and as the number of cores you possess increases, those limits get pushed further and further back. Back in his past life as Aiken, he was already a beast with a whopping 4 mana cores. And since his dad, Ao, is currently rocking 6 cores, Hei couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for his past self. If he hadn't gotten himself shish kebabbed back then, he'd probably be on Ao's level by now. While our boy Hei was zoning out lost in his past life angst, Ao suddenly came over and gripped him firmly by the shoulder. Son, why don't you give that new spear in your hands a try? Relax your mind, forget about whatever's weighing you down, and just thrust the spear forward. To Hei, his father standing before him was like an unshakable fortress. Spurred on by his dad's encouragement, he tightened his grip on the spear. You see, in his previous life, Akin had actually used a spear before, but the moment he discovered his own insane talent for swordsmanship, he completely lost interest in this particular weapon. It was basically just a spare tire collecting dust in the back. But after being reborn, it was Ao himself who rekindled that passion and made him fall in love with the spear all over again. Hei took a deep breath, gripping the spear with both hands. He closed his eyes and widened his stance. The form he struck was so on point that it brought a satisfied smile to Ao's face. Honestly, Ao wasn't expecting his son to nail it on the very first attempt. I mean, even if the kid had aptitude, a certified genius like Ao had to grind for 7 long years to successfully pull off that technique. And yet a miracle happened. This is the kind of power-up you only see in a manhwa. The very technique that Ao had painstakingly honed for 7 years was flawlessly executed by Hei on his first try. His father's jaw hit the floor, a perfect mix of shock and unadulterated joy. Hey, how in the world did you do that? I'm absolutely stunned. Father, as I thrusted the spear, I focused all my mana into a single point, and then channeled it into the tip. Right when the mana reached the very end, I just cut off the flow. The more Ao listened, the more flabbergasted he became. And just like that, a miracle unfolded before his very eyes. The technique that took Ao 7 long years of blood, sweat, and tears to perfect, Hei managed to pull off on his very first try. His dad was absolutely gobsmacked, a cocktail of pure astonishment and sheer joy. Hey, how in the world did you do that? That was seriously impressive. Well, father, when I made the thrust, I focused my mana down to a single point, that then funneled it right into the tip of the spear. Just as the mana was about to burst out, I cut the flow. Ao's eyes just kept getting wider the more he heard. You cut the flow. The more Ao listened, the more agitated he became. Wait a second, He channeled his mana into the spear, then cut the flow. What, son, you've already formed a mana core? Yan had actually formed his mana core a long time ago, but he couldn't exactly tell his dear old dad that he knew the trick because he'd already died and been reincarnated once before, so Yan could only say that he was just messing around after reading a book on how to open a mana core, and whoops, luckily succeeded on his very first try, and bless his heart, bought it hook, line, and sinker and was naturally over the moon. Creating a mana core just from reading a book, my goodness, it looked like he had truly fathered a prodigy. A real-life manhwa protagonist ever since Yan was a little kid and had placed immense hope in his youngest son. But now he was absolutely certain that in the future his boy was destined to become an extraordinary warrior. On the day of Yan's official birthday, Swoj Castle was an absolute madhouse. All the dukes, counts, and high and mighty nobles gathered early, raising their glasses to celebrate the 7th birthday of the Swoj family's resident genius. And this time the party had an unexpected guest, someone Yan never ever wanted to see again. It was Duke Butte, the very man who sent him to his grave in his past life. The relationship between Count Swoj and Duke Butte appeared to be quite chummy. After exchanging pleasantries, An called his son over to properly greet the Duke. The moment Yan laid eyes on that man, the memories of his past life came rushing back, as vividly as if it had all happened just yesterday. So this is the son you're always bragging about, is he? Butte stroked his beard, giving Yan a serious top-to-bottom inspection. My name is Yan Swoj. It is an honor to meet you, your grace, Duke Butte. Yan replied with perfect etiquette, but on the inside, a volcano of rage was ready to blow. Yan's obedient act, however, pleased Butte greatly. And then, as if on cue, another headache appeared. Yan spotted a head of shimmering pink hair approaching. It was Lila, the youngest daughter of the Tumen family. After making the kids say hello, the two dads went right back to their conversation. huddled in a corner for a heart-to-heart. Turns out Lady Thormian has been under the weather lately, and this has Duke Butte worried sick. All our guy can do is offer a few words of comfort. Feeling pretty helpless about the whole thing, after a few pleasantries, Duke Butte suddenly realizes that Dane has completely vanished, and he had a whole speech prepared, some words of wisdom to share as a hexagon-level knight of the Ankian Empire. Because let's be real, he can practically smell the raw talent wafting off that kid. But it's not just Dane who's gone AWOL now that he thinks about it. His own daughter Layla is also nowhere to be found. The two dads immediately go into panic mode, scanning the entire venue only to spot the two little escape artists chilling in the garden out back. Looks like someone got tired of the noisy, stuffy party scene. Out in the garden, Layla can't wipe the happy grin off her face just from getting to hang out with Dane. Honestly, I usually hate being dragged to these things with my father, she admits. But tonight, I'm actually really glad I came. She was this close to telling Dane he looked even more handsome in the moonlight, but a girl's gotta play it cool. So she keeps that little tidbit to herself. Dane, ever the gentleman, just gives a polite response. After a bit of small talk, Layla gets wistful, wishing for a peaceful life like Dane's over at Stress Castle. It's nothing like her Thormian family home, which is basically Grand Central Station for nobles dropping by. To see Duke Butte and sometimes even the royal family every time Layla has to get all dolled up in a fancy dress just to say hello. All for the sake of etiquette, but what she really wants is to throw on some simple clothes and hit the training grounds. For some sword practice, Dane lets out a little, "Oh, so this seemingly delicate girl is actually a sword-wielding badass." Interesting. Eager to keep the conversation going, Layla asks Dane what he likes to do for fun. Well, he replies, "I guess I always look forward to my spear training the most." A spear. At first, Layla's a bit surprised that he's been training with such a massive weapon since he was a kid, but then the light bulb goes off. She remembers that his father, Count Sres, is a legendary spearman, a 6th-level master no less. It's a classic Manhwa plot about family legacies being passed down to the kids. Model. Besides, it's just how things are. Anyway, you're practicing with that spear so diligently. Is it all just to get into the academy? No, that's not why I'm training. Dung shook his head. What? Why not isn't training your butt off? To get into the academy, the most obvious thing in the world, Lala asked, confused. Well, I'm just training now so that when I do get in, I'll be able to perform even better. Deng answered with the supreme confidence of someone who knew he was a shoo-in. Lala started rambling on, clearly impressed by Deng's sheer self-assurance. Deng also gave off the vibe that he was the kind of person who lives by the motto, failure is the mother of success. This only made Lala admire him more, especially since in her Shermian clan, failure was considered a mark of absolute shame, and she was terrified of that word ever being attached to her name. Deng just thought this little girl was a real chatterbox. He also couldn't quite wrap his head around why the daughter of Duke Bu, who seemingly had everything, was so incredibly insecure. Suddenly, Lala was struck with an idea and wanted to show him her swordsmanship. Even though it was getting super late, Dung still reluctantly dragged her to the training grounds. In the castle, what caught him by surprise was that Lala's sword skills were actually pretty solid, at least from the perspective of Arg, who spent his entire past life mastering the blade. Her attacks and defense were both incredibly fluid, and her timing was spot on. The only problem was, after a short while, her rhythm started to completely fall apart. While Dung was busy analyzing this, Lala had already finished her little performance. The girl looked at Dung with eyes full of hopeful expectation. So what do you think? It was great. A real treat for the eyes, Dung replied. Really, Lala chirped, her eyes sparkling like a classic Manhwa heroine. Now, Dung wasn't usually a man of many words, but for some reason, he felt a sudden urge to give her some sincere constructive criticism. And so Dung began to list every single one of Lala's weaknesses that he'd just observed. He started from the top. But on the third move, she was off by half a step, which threw the rhythm of the entire sequence into utter chaos. Lala's expression changed. In a flash, her cheerful vibe replaced by obvious awkwardness. Diane thought he'd somehow upset her, but to his surprise, she just picked her sword right back up and once again ran through the exact same set of moves. This time it seemed like she'd finally nailed it. Lala was so ecstatic she practically tackled Diane with a hug, thanking him over and over because he helped her finally spot a flaw she'd been stuck on for ages. "Hey, you're suffocating me. And can you please put that sword away?" Diane quickly pushed Lala off him. I mean, even though they were just kids, it's always better for boys and girls to keep a respectable distance. Just then, servants were scouring the entire castle trying to find the two of them. Diane had to get back to the main hall. It was time for the gift-giving ceremony for the man of the hour, his 7th birthday. This year was even more epic because it also marked the day he awakened his very first mana core. Aiken and Li presented Dian with a fancy wooden box. He popped it open, and inside was the family crest pin, the very one his two older sisters were always showing off. "Keep it safe, Dian. This pin will be proof of your honor and status." The second Li finished speaking, the room erupted with countless cheers and congratulations. It was the first time he'd ever received such a massive ovation. Even though he hadn't really done anything special yet, Mandian was really starting to dig this new life of his. It's what every great manhwa protagonist deserves, as everyone was soaking in the good vibes. A deafening boom suddenly ripped through the air. The ceiling began to shake, sending the guests into a full-blown panic. They were worried an intruder had broken in, or that someone wanted to use the young master's birthday party as a stage for a terrorist attack. That tremor lasted for a solid 10 seconds, and even Diane started to look around nervously. But his father, the Count, looked completely unfazed. He probably thought he'd get one day. "Settle down now. Any idea who that could be?" Dian's father asked, acting as if he knew exactly who the troublemaker was. Every guest in the room craned their necks to stare at the ceiling. From the skylight above, a figure came shooting down. A gorgeous woman with flowing golden hair. She landed with the grace of a cat, instantly stopping all the tremors in the room. "Check the time, little bro. Your big sis isn't late." Is she? Turns out it was the eldest daughter, Arabella, and that earth-shattering entrance she just made. That was all thanks to teleportation magic. We're talking about a spell that only mages level 5 or higher can even dream of using. Just like that, Arabella had successfully stolen the spotlight at her own little brother's party, as guests immediately started fawning over her, calling her a true genius. As for Diane, he was already used to his big sister's flair for the dramatic, so the fact that she was the author of all that chaos didn't exactly come as a shock to him. The room had barely been peaceful for a few seconds when a new wave of panic erupted. Through the window they could see a freaking wyvern appearing in the sky, a massive, dragon-like beast with incredibly powerful wings. This time, however, the guests immediately recognized the newcomer. It was the second daughter, Ji. "Hope I'm not too late," Ji declared, flinging the grand hall doors open as she strode in. The attention of the guests immediately swiveled from Arabella to Ji. They'd all heard she was a genius summoner, but to tame a wyvern at such a young age, honestly, that was just astounding. Talk about a crazy manhwa plot. With both of Dian's older sisters now present, they stood before their little brother, and in perfect unison, they chimed, "Dian, happy birthday." Naturally, they didn't just come with well wishes. Each of them produced a massive gift and demanded that Dian open it on the spot. Seeing this, their father felt a pang of self-pity. He couldn't help but remember that on his last few birthdays, his two daughters had only bothered to give him a single letter. Dian opened his eldest sister's gift first. Inside was the ring. "Sis, is this a space pouch?" Chen was absolutely floored. "You bet it is, a la Bela," chirped, practically bouncing with excitement. She had designed this thing herself and then got her professor to use the absolute highest level space magic to forge it. Chen was genuinely moved. He knew just how ridiculously difficult it was to cram space magic into a physical object. And yet his sister had specially prepared this ring for him imbued with top-tier magic. Come on, give me your hand, let your big sis put it on for you. Alabela happily slipped the ring onto Chen's thumb. She had even woven her little brother's genetic code into the item, which meant that besides him, absolutely no one else could ever use it. The face of the ring was a top-grade magic stone that pulsed with a soft, gentle wave of mana. Even his mom, Li couldn't help but gasp at the insane gift her eldest daughter had given her little brother. From now on, he just had to channel a tiny bit of mana into the ring, and it would open up a personal subspace. He would never have to waste time fumbling with his inventory bag again. This thing was seriously priceless. It was the kind of S-tier item that only the mega rich could afford to use on the battlefield, like noble commanders or archmages. Chen never ever dreamed he'd get his hands on one of these, not in his past life and certainly not in this one. But now, thanks to having a certified genius mage for an older sister, he was the proud owner of one. Better yet, this ring would automatically resize itself as he grew up, so Chen could literally use it for the rest of his life. He eagerly channeled his mana into the ring, and the attempt created a small magical burst. His dad, Mama Li, his two older sisters, and the Shimian family, who were all standing nearby, were totally blown away by Chen's little stunt. Whoa, you opened the subspace even faster than I did. Are you sure you're not the real genius here? Chen Alabela squealed with excitement. After unwrapping his big sister's gift, Chen moved on to the present from G. Inside was an egg, and on top of it, a giant question mark practically pops up over his head. Clea leans into Diane's ear and explains that this isn't just any old egg, it's a familiar's egg. Apparently, she'd been trying to summon a Dekaren, and during one of her attempts, this little thing appeared instead. She has no idea what kind of summoned beast will be born. But one thing's for sure, everyone knows exactly how valuable it is. Diane cradles the egg in his hands, not even daring to breathe too hard. Of course he's heard about these things before. Familiars are a whole different league from summoned beasts, though they have a few similarities. They are two completely different entities. Once a familiar is summoned, it can exist in this world forever. That's the single biggest difference between it and a regular summoned beast. This is some classic Manhwa protagonist luck. Nobody else knows about it, Diane. It's just you. So please keep it a secret until it hatches, okay? Yes, absolutely. Diane nods his head so fast it's a blur. The truth is, even Clea has no idea when this thing is going to hatch. She can only remind Diane to channel his mana into the egg every single day, once in the morning and once in the evening, so it will recognize him as its master. Hey, what are you two whispering about for so long? Arabella finally yells, her patience completely gone. Only then does Clea stop whispering secrets into her little brother's ear. These two were supposed to be studying at the academy, but they ditched their precious time to come back for their brother's birthday, and they even prepared these super elaborate gifts. Those two things alone are enough to show you just what an important place their baby brother holds in their hearts. Again, seeing that both of his daughter's attention was completely focused on Diane, feels a little bit slighted. He clears his throat a few times and says reproachfully, "All right, my two princesses, I'm very happy that you've returned, even though you said you didn't have the time. But don't you think you two should at least say hello to your parents?" At that, Arabella, "Whoops, I just realized I was so wrapped up in my little brother that I basically treated my own father like he was invisible." She quickly flashed a charming smile to smooth things over. But Count Sogres was a total softie when it came to his kids, so he wasn't about to hold a grudge. The family of five's reunion was a picture-perfect, happy-go-lucky scene. Amidst all the cheerful chaos, Dean suddenly noticed Layla trying to blend into the background. For some odd reason, in that moment, Dean felt a strange wave of loneliness coming from her. In any case, Dean's birthday bash wrapped up without a hitch. The Thurman father-son duo decided to crash at the Sogres castle for a while. The next morning, Duke Thurman was up at the crack of dawn taking a stroll around the estate. Arabella's dazzling appearance the night before had him tossing and turning all night, his mind racing With possibilities, she was even more brilliant than he had dared to hope. Arabella was without a doubt worthy of her title as the Academy's top mage, and for that very reason Thurman had already stamped approved on her as his future daughter-in-law. After all, his own eldest son was the Academy's most outstanding young swordsman. A perfect match, wouldn't you say? If House Thurman and House Sawgrass were to unite in marriage, they would forge a power block so unshakable that even the royal family would have to think twice before messing with them. Then no one would ever dare to pull any funny business with the Thurman heirs again. That was the future Duke Thurman envisioned, and so he decided he would bring up this little marriage proposal to Aaron during their chat today. Just then, Duke Thurman heard a commotion coming from the direction of the training hall. Curious to see which overachiever was training. At this ungodly hour, he headed straight for the noise. Inside the training hall, Dean was practicing with his spear like his life depended on it, his shirt completely drenched in sweat. Ever since he successfully unlocked his mana core, a classic development in any good manhwa, his attack power had absolutely skyrocketed. Couple that with Aaron's hands-on training since childhood, and it was obvious Dean was rapidly mastering the art of the spear, and Thurman, well, he saw everything. Peeking from behind the door like a total creeper was Duke Boo, watching Dean train with an intensity that was frankly a little scary. And to say he was surprised would be the understatement of the century. Because everything about this kid, from his movements to his laser-like focus, screamed not your average 7-year-old. I mean, even his most basic spear thrusts were executed with a terrifying level of mastery. The kind of perfection that seasoned, battle-hardened soldiers could only dream of achieving. Now Duke Boo had heard the gossip, of course. Whispers that Count Sogress's youngest son was some kind of child prodigy, showing off his insane skills at the ripe old age of 1. But come on, he'd always brushed it off as the kind of ridiculous exaggeration you'd find in a manhwa. He never actually believed it. But seeing this with his own 2 eyes, Duke Boo had to admit the rumors weren't just true, they were underselling it. Diane continued his relentless training completely in the zone, while Duke Boo was still glued to the spot analyzing the kid's every move. Suddenly it hit him and he froze. He realized the kid's stance and footwork looked suspiciously like those of a master swordsman. More importantly, those specific movements were incredibly familiar, but for the life of him, Duke Boo couldn't place where he'd seen them before. Wait a minute, don't tell me this kid has already mastered swordsmanship at his age, no way, right? As the Duke muttered to himself, Diane's movements finally came to a halt. His back was still turned, not once having glanced in the Duke's direction. But it was crystal clear he'd known someone was there the whole time. I don't know who you are, but you'd be wise to show yourself, instead of lurking in the shadows like a coward. Getting called out by a 7-year-old with that kind of tone had Duke Boo sweating bullets. Busted. Whoops, my bad, Diane, I swear I wasn't trying to spy on you. Oh, it's you, your grace. Diane immediately put his spear away and trotted over like an excited puppy. And while he looked every bit the innocent child right now, Duke Boo couldn't shake the feeling. This kid was anything but ordinary. Especially those eyes of his, they were chillingly sharp, telling a story of a soul far older than 7. As the Duke stared, lost in thought, he finally noticed it, a faint cold aura radiating from the boy. I was so captivated by your spectacular training session this morning that I completely forgot to greet you properly. Can you forgive this old man? Bita asked. Sure, I'll forgive you. Dong replied, cool as a cucumber. Bita let out a chuckle, thinking this little guy had some serious nerve. But then his attention was drawn to something else. Deng had been training for an incredibly long time, at a ridiculously high intensity, and yet his body wasn't shaking one bit. Even his breathing was perfectly calm and steady. Thinking back when Bita himself was 7 years old like this kid, he hadn't even managed to awaken his mana core yet. That last thrust you performed was absolutely outstanding. You've definitely inherited A Chang's amazing talent. That's right, that spear you're holding. Yes, sir, I was told that my father went to great lengths to have this new spear prepared for me. I'm very grateful that you've recognized it. Deng answered with a polite bow. A satisfied smile spread across Bita's face. It wasn't just his martial arts skills, which were already on another level. Deng's etiquette and composure were also leagues beyond what you'd expect from any other 7-year-old. His stats were something you'd only see in a manhwa. The Duke was completely sold on this kid. In the back of his mind, the gears started turning, plotting another marriage alliance between the two families. The candidates Deng and his youngest daughter Lila. And so Bite smoothly brought up Lila in conversation, mentioning to Deng that she was also practicing her swordsmanship, and that once they both joined the academy, the two of them could become the best of friends. Yes, Your Grace, I'll be sure to treat her well, Deng replied with a radiant smile. Bite found himself liking this kid's straightforward personality more and more. Realizing the conversation had gone on long enough, he was just about to take his leave and let the boy continue his training. But just as he turned to go, Bite couldn't fight off a nagging curiosity and turned back to ask one more question. Say Deng, I was just wondering, have you by any chance ever trained with a sword? Bite's voice was casual, neither heavy nor light, but it hit Deng like a ton of bricks. Don't tell me. He saw through my old habits. At the ones I had back when I was the swordsman Rick Yep. It was a little shocking that the guy recognized him with just a single glance. But our boy wasn't sweating it. I mean, how could Bai possibly think that the man who died by his sword would be reincarnated as some little kid? Right? Nope, he answered with a straight face. I've only read a few books about basic sword fighting, but I've never actually practiced. I see. Bai didn't get the feeling that Heir was lying, but if that was the case, then things were getting weird, because he could have sworn he had sensed something like a pure unadulterated battle aura in every single one of the kid's movements, like something out of a manhwa. But in the end, B decided to just shove that thought aside. To him, Heir was, after all, just a little squirt. With that, the two actually said their goodbyes. B also got ready to leave Shrest Castle and head back to his own home in the capital. Before he left, Bai made sure to tell Heir that if he ever came to the capital, he absolutely had to look him up. This wasn't just some empty, polite offer. It was because the old man had genuinely taken a liking to him. As B's figure faded into the distance, Heir cracked a very peculiar grin. This feeling was exhilarating. He wasn't sure if B even remembered the swordsman named Rick who fell by his hand. But it didn't matter, he had just found his new life's purpose. His new purpose to take down the very man who had once ended his life. Just the thought of it was enough to get his blood pumping. If Heir started preparing, now taking it one step at a time, he was absolutely certain that one day he would make Bai kneel before his blade. Heir went back to his training, completely losing track of time, right up until his personal attendant Hem came to get him. Young master, it's time to go home. Huh, have you been waiting for me this whole time? It is my duty to silently see to all of your needs, sir. Hem said, handing Heir a towel to wipe his sweat. Heir felt that this guy, with his attitude, was way more suited to be a butler than a simple servant. A better assassin than I am. I've been waiting here for you this whole time, and you didn't even have a clue. Hyman went on to explain that everyone back at the castle, especially ZC, was running around like a headless chicken. That's because the castle was about to host, you guessed it, the next banquet, which was still part of the never-ending party marathon celebrating Chen turning the ripe old age of 7. And of course, the nobles had already gathered at the castle, in droves. As for his two older sisters, well, they had midterms breathing down their necks, so they just ripped open a portal and zipped back to the academy without so much as a proper goodbye for Chen. The poor kid obediently followed Hyman back to his room, where he washed up and squeezed into a fancy schmancy outfit. After that, Chen had to trail after his parents to greet all the guests. And let me tell you, even though it wasn't nearly as much work as spear training, it left Chen feeling 100 times more exhausted. His social schedule was absolutely brutal. It was packed tighter than usual, all because of this birthday bash. The second he got a sliver of free time, Chen would pull a disappearing act and escape to the garden just to get some peace and quiet. While admiring the flowers, he suddenly remembered something. It was a little tidbit Arabella had told him a while back, that in nature even flowers are brimming with a whole lot of mana. And since he finally had a moment to himself, he plopped down to try and analyze the mana flowing through the rose bushes in front of him. Chen closed his eyes, focusing his mind and just feeling it out. Lately on top of his spear practice, he'd been dabbling in both magic and summoning arts, but without making any real headway. It's a classic Manhwa protagonist problem, which is why Chen was still kinda stuck, not sure which path he should really commit to. Having too many talents is a real headache sometimes. Shaking off that little existential crisis. Chen went back to sensing the mana in the roses, and wow was he surprised. Who knew a tiny little flower could contain a current of mana so powerful and wild? Chen remembered Arabella mentioning that if a person could actually sense the mana in nature and make it their own, then the converted mana would become even more potent. Too bad for Chen he wasn't quite there yet. He could sense it, sure, but actually absorbing it, nope, not happening. It'll settle inside his body and form a brand new layer of magic. Dian wasn't just feeling the mana from the rose garden anymore. His body was practically vacuuming it up on autopilot. This was probably a massive breakthrough in Dian's magical studies. Before he could only vaguely sense mana, but now it was becoming crystal clear. Everything was going swimmingly. But suddenly the mana stream flowing from the garden into Dian's body just cut off. It felt like missing a step on the stairs, super jarring and unpleasant. Before Dian could even figure out what was going on, he heard a couple of kids' voices pipe up. Ugh, this is so boring. We just got here and Dad's already off schmoozing with the other nobles. He totally ditched us. Once we've shown our faces, let's just sneak back to the lounge like we always do. Are you sure that's a good idea, bro? It's not like it's our birthday party, who's even gonna notice? You think the young master of the Xi family is gonna give a damn about this? So it turns out the mana flow got cut off, because two little brats from who knows what family were trampling all over the rose garden. Looks like they were completely lost. After wandering around in circles, the two of them spotted Dian standing alone among the flowers. Hey, you! The older brother barked. Judging by those clothes, you must be a servant, right? Whatever. I don't care who you are, just show us the way out. Now. The kid was radiating pure, unadulterated arrogance like a villain straight out of a manhwa. The moment Dian saw them, he rushed over, yelling at them to get the hell out of the rose garden. But these two little tyrants actually got mad, furious that he dared to yell at them for crushing a few measly flowers. You're a tiny little thing with a big mouth, aren't you? Do you have any idea who I am? Dian couldn't care less which fancy family these brats crawled out of. All he cared about was that these two morons had a perfectly good path to walk on, but chose to stomp all over the rose garden instead. But these two got ticked off just because he had the audacity to shout at them for stomping on a couple of flowers. Got a big mouth for someone so small, don't you? Do you even know who you're talking to? Dian didn't give a damn whose kids they were. His only concern was why these two lunatics weren't using the perfectly wide path, and were instead trampling all over his rose garden. It seems they really were lost, making it a point to stomp all over the garden's pristine rose bushes. Our boy An walked with his chest puffed out, looking ridiculously proud of himself despite being way smaller than the two brats in front of him. The older brother, clearly operating on one brain cell, assumed An was just some lowly servant. So huffing and puffing like a little steam engine, he grabbed An by the collar and started with the threats. He proudly declared that he was the son of Count Tyron, a very important guest at the castle today. Now that name Tyron actually made him pause for a second. That guy was the very same schmuck and had personally captured in his past life, after he got his butt handed to him on the battlefield. Count Tyron wasn't exactly winning any popularity contests back then, mostly because he was a world-class jerk. And now meeting his son An had to admit one thing. Yeah, the apple didn't fall far from the rotten tree. Even a country bumpkin from the south like you has to have heard of the great house Tyron, right? The kid sneered. We're a pretty big deal in the capital, you know. My family could make a nobody like you disappear without a single trace, so you'd better watch your mouth. The little punk tightened his grip on Anne's collar and raised a fist, and it was clear he wasn't just bluffing. Seeing that this moron wanted to get physical, and realized that a civilized conversation was completely off the table. Well, if they couldn't talk it out, then there was only one option left: brute force. But Anne was the smaller one here, so he had to get a little creative. Anne leaned his head back, building up momentum. and then bam, he launched his forehead straight into the other kid's face. The headbutt was so powerful that the bully staggered backward, tripped over his own feet, and landed flat on his back, blood gushing from his nose. His little brother was absolutely stunned. In their minds, Zen was just the help. Who could have possibly predicted that a mere servant would pull a move straight out of a battle manhwa like this? "I'm gonna kill you, you filthy servant!" the bully shrieked. But to Anne, this was all just comedy gold. "Oh, really? You're gonna kill me, please, model. My life, you say? All right, then give it your best shot." Even though the other guy's nose was still leaking like a faulty faucet, Dian's threat had clearly lit a fire under him, so he charged forward anyway. Too bad for him. He had no idea he'd just kicked a hornet's nest. Because even though Dian was small, his movements were incredibly nimble. Plus, the soul inside him belonged to a seasoned swordsman with tons of real-world combat experience. Naturally, he wasn't about to get shown up by some rookie who'd never seen a real fight. Just by looking at his opponent's footwork, Dian could easily tell this guy wasn't a weapons specialist. That meant he was probably a mage or a summoner, so on one side we had a relentless assault, and on the other, a graceful defense. Dian's speed was like something out of a manhwa, quick as a squirrel, making it utterly impossible for his opponent to keep up with his movements. As for Dian, after dodging a dozen punches from this moron, he was starting to get a little bored of just playing defense. Dian remembered the flow of magic he'd sensed from the flower garden earlier. He wondered if he could control that magic with his will. Could he possibly convert it into a physical form with that thought? Dian immediately decided to run an experiment. The palm of his left hand began to glow. That was it. The unmistakable power of mana. Dian raised his hand and threw a palm strike into the air. But that strike, packed with potent mana, slammed right into his opponent's chest, sending the guy flying nearly 10 meters away. His younger brother saw his big bro go airborne and rushed over, but Dian couldn't have cared less about the guy's injuries. After all, he brought this on himself. Dian was just bummed that the beautiful rose garden had been completely trashed in the process. The eldest son of the Tyran family struggled to push himself up from the ground. The rage inside him absolutely exploded. "You bastard," he roared, screaming at the top of his lungs. "You can use magic, just what the hell are you seeing that things were getting out of hand?" His little brother quickly tried to intervene. Our boy Yan was just trying to keep a lid on things so they wouldn't get any worse. But the eldest son of House Tai Lun was a carbon copy of his insufferable father. Still stinging from the beatdown Yan delivered, he couldn't take the shame and staggered back to his feet. "Get out of my way, I'm going to end this bastard." With that, he threw his head back and bellowed at the sky, "Hear my call." And that's when one thing became crystal clear to Yan. The eldest son of Count Tai Lun was a summoner. Answering his dramatic cry, a ferocious wolf appeared from thin air. The wolf's vicious growl was perfectly accompanied by the man's cackling laughter. "How about that? This is Zhuan Feng, the beast I summoned. You'll regret the day you ever crossed me, D Gun Tai Lun. Shen Feng, tear him to shreds for me." Yan just kinda nodded. "So his name's D Gun, huh?" If the guy hadn't introduced himself, Yan would have just had to keep calling him that idiot forever. The creature Daigun summoned was just a run-of-the-mill wolf, and he had the nerve to try and act tough in the home of the certified genius Qing. You know, the girl who summoned a literal dragon when she was only 16. The wolf threw its head back and let out a long, menacing howl, then launched itself straight at Yan. Our boy stood his ground, cool as you like. It wasn't because he was clueless. Nah, he'd already worked out a counter-strategy. But in a classic manhwa twist, before Yan could even lift a finger, the wolf suddenly slammed on the brakes. Then it slowly started to creep towards him, and started wagging its tail. The three people at the scene could only stare, completely dumbfounded. The wolf was totally ignoring Daigun's commands now, and was instead trying its absolute best to suck up to Yan. Yan cautiously reached out and gave its head a little pat, and Zhuan Feng looked like it was having the time of its life. Yan swore he hadn't done a single thing, but now that he thought about it, it seemed that all the summoned beasts his sister Qing had ever called were pretty friendly with him too. At the time, he just figured it was simple, really. It was because they shared the same bloodline. But in this situation, what possible connection could he have with this D-gun dude? But now that he thought about it, it seemed that all the summoned beasts his sister Ching had ever called were pretty friendly with him too. Back then he just chalked it up to them sharing the same bloodline. But in this situation, what possible connection could he have with this Dai-gun dude? What in the world did he have to do with that Dai-gun guy? Where'd that punchable punk Dai-gun go? Heian figured it was probably because his own affinity score was so high. Or maybe, just maybe, the Tilan family's kid had an affinity score in the negatives. That's why the summoned beast pulled a 180 and betrayed its master. Dai-gun, of course, couldn't stomach this reality. But now with his summoned beast gone, there was literally nothing he could do. Besides, his little brother had already peed his pants out of sheer terror. A situation far too humiliating for a so-called noble. Dai-gun couldn't just pretend he didn't see that, and then keep charging in for another round. Heian said, "Listen up, the bathroom is on the first floor of the main building. You should probably get going." Hearing that D-gun grabbed his brother D-na by the hand and started dragging him away. All the while he was still muttering under his breath, threatening that he'd be back to settle the score. Heian just stood there. For a moment he had no idea what to do with this ridiculous new furball. After that completely unnecessary brawl, he'd pretty much figured out how to bond with a summoned beast. The process was actually way simpler than he'd thought. Just like Claire had once taught him, Heian mused. He took the faint connection between D-gun and Genpu, and carefully used his own magic to overwrite their master-servant bond. And just like that, Genpu quickly bonded with him instead. This was definitely not part of Heian's plan. It's a twist worthy of a manhwa. I mean, he had zero connection to the art of summoning. And yet just because he had a high affinity score, he could just get a summoned beast, while Heian was still basking in the feeling of his new unexpected role as a summoner. He heard the voice of a middle-aged man. "Is that the little brat who was bullying you, my son?" Heian turned his head, and just as threatened, Dai-gun was back to settle the score. Except this time he went full tattletale. He'd brought Count Tilan with him. The man was just as portly and crude as ever. Exactly like Heian remembered. This absolute moron just had to escalate things, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, D-gun was rambling on and on, pointing the finger at Heian, even though he was clearly the one who started the fight, and he still had the nerve to go crying to his daddy. The absolute shamelessness. Earlier, only to run to his father, claiming that I was the one who bullied him and his brother, Dena. On top of that, he claimed I forcibly severed the connection between him and his summoned Genbu. And as for Count Tyron, well, the man's a complete oaf. In a situation like this, he couldn't tell right from wrong, if his life depended on it, so of course he only listened to his son's one-sided sob story. "My name is Mogat Tyron, head of the Great Ducal Tyron family. Are you the little punk who did this to my son's face and forcibly stole his summoned beast?" "That's right," Den replied, completely unfazed. In truth, he was a bit distracted mostly, marveling at the other man's absolutely massive frame. Looking closer, Den realized Tyren was even fatter than when he'd been taken prisoner. Seems like all these years of peace have made him disgustingly comfortable. Mogat stomped forward, rudely jabbing a finger in Den's face. "As a guest, I was planning on letting this slide. But this is something I simply can't ignore. Why is a little brat like you, all alone in a place like this, start talking?" "Who are you?" Den sighed. He really didn't want to show off, but since the guy was pushing so hard, it was time for a little status flex to put the fear of God in them. "I am Den, so youngest son of Akenshres the Southern Lord and the current head of the ducal family of Sogres." At that one sentence, the Tyren father-son duo started trembling. Dai-gun especially was horrified. How could he have possibly imagined that the kid he'd just been beating up and bad-mouthing was none other than the young master of this very castle, the heirs? Practically froze solid as the tables officially turned. Den planned to seize this chance to put the squeeze on the Tyren family and use it as a pretext to demand mining rights. But in a classic manhwa villain move, Mogat completely misinterpreted his firm demeanor as pure arrogance. He silently ground his teeth. "Arrogant little punk." He clenched his jaw thinking to himself, this isn't over. To this southern backwater just to wish you a happy birthday, you know? And even though I'm absolutely terrified of messing up the relationship between our two families, there was no way in hell he was going to bow down to a 7-year-old brat like Chen, so Moge yanked his eldest son over and demanded an explanation for why Chen had the audacity to injure him, a distinguished guest at his own birthday party, and to top it all off, steal his summoned beast. I'll be having a word with Count Shui and demand he takes responsibility for this, Moge threatened, but of the course Chen wasn't scared in the slightest, especially since Mogi was just some loser he'd personally flattened in his past life. I need an apology, Chen said calmly. What an apology, don't be ridiculous. Moge looked like he'd just heard the joke of the century. Chen didn't deny that he had roughed up Digong and left him injured, but his actions were purely justified self-defense. What a classic manhwa protagonist. Besides, Chen hadn't stolen his summoned beast. It was painfully obvious that Jen and Pu had followed him willingly. Moge fell silent. He just remembered that the daughter of the Zui family was a genius summoner. He was dead certain she must have taught Chen some shady trick to sever the connection between his son and the summoned beast. And okay, fine, let's just say it was self-defense. Moge still thought the kid was unbelievably arrogant for acting so high and mighty in front of an adult like him. Seeing that Chen had zero intention of cooperating, Moge decided he was done talking to the little brat. Instead, he eagerly looked forward to giving Count Shua a piece of his mind. And speak of the devil, and he shall appear. It seems a servant had already reported the commotion in the flower garden because Ao En had arrived, and right behind him was Duke Bu Taiman. Chen thought the Duke would have taken his daughter back to the capital by now. The fact that Bu Taiman was still hanging around the castle meant something pretty important must be going down. The moment Ao En appeared, the father-son duo Moge and son began to tremble uncontrollably. Count An was a man who cared deeply about his family, but he wasn't about to play favorites. So against his better judgment, he gave Di Guang a chance to explain himself. Of course, the moment that little weasel opened his mouth, he started spinning a tale so full of extra spice, Chen was genuinely impressed. He could lie with such a perfectly straight face. Yeah, Chen was pretty sure that in the future, this apple wasn't going to fall far from the rotten tree. After Di Guang finished his sob story, his father Mo Jia jumped in to add his own 2 cents. He had the audacity to suggest that An needed to teach his son a lesson because stealing someone else's summoned beast is just plain wrong. Thankfully, Count Sirui was a fair and level-headed man, so he wasn't about to swallow this one-sided garbage and wanted to hear Chen's side of the story, evaluate the whole mess, and only then make a final call. Of course, Sirui added, if you're worried about my decision, I'd be happy to ask Duke Tuamir to give us his opinion, and just shrugged. Fine by me. If you think we need him, let's do it that way. This was definitely not what Mojia wanted to hear. He figured bringing Duke Tuamir into this would just make everything way more complicated, and he started to get that sinking feeling, the one that screams you're about to lose the argument and be the one eating crow. So Chen began to spill the real tea detail by detail. Sure, the story Di Guang spun had a few nuggets of truth, but he conveniently forgot to mention that the whole problem started because he trampled all over the Sirui family's flower garden. He also left out the part where he flew into a rage and grabbed Chen by the collar, spewing all sorts of degrading insults and looking down his nose at him. Oh, and of course, he also conveniently forgot that when he summoned his wolf Jianu, he literally ordered it to kill Chen. As for the whole mystery of why Jianu suddenly ditched Di Guang, Chen honestly had no clue. He just made one thing crystal clear: he absolutely did not steal that summoned beast. What a wild manhwa plot. The summon, and maybe, just maybe, that wolf saw how good you are and how utterly rotten Digalong is, so it decided to switch bosses. Han spoke very slowly but with absolute clarity, setting aside whether he was telling the truth or not. Butte was completely stunned. For a 7-year-old kid, he sure could string a sentence together flawlessly from beginning to end. A stark contrast to the stuttering mess that Tai Lun's son had been just a moment ago. Nonsense. Moga shot back. There's no way some kid who isn't even a summoner could possibly take control of a summoned beast. The brat must have used some kind of secret skill. No, I was able to achieve a natural rapport with the summoned beast. Han explained. A summon that isn't close with its master will accept someone like me as its new one. Mogo was convinced this was the biggest load of baloney he'd ever heard, and even Han's father found the whole story a little hard to believe. To get to the bottom of it, Duke Butte requested that Han prove his claim with the summoned beast. If he could actually summon it, that would prove Han could perform summons, even without being an official summoner. What a classic Manhwa protagonist. The moment he heard that Dige Long's face turned white as a ghost. Because he couldn't summon Jinbu, of course he couldn't. Dige Long immediately accused Han of having stolen his summoned beast. But the truth was, it had followed Han on its own, and Han had already completely severed its connection to its former master. Father, I shall begin the summoning now. But to do that, it seems, I'll need the summoning symbols that he possesses. While hearing this, Dige Long completely lost it. I can't believe you want my summoning symbols. What kind of garbage are you spouting? Every summoner has a symbol with a unique code, and even if someone else knows it, it's completely useless to them. Well, based on what you just said, even if the boy uses your symbol, it shouldn't work, so why not just give it a try? He wasn't wrong, not one bit. And Kai's voice was calm. But honey, it was dripping with threat. The man had a point. And because of that, the father-son duo, T-Ren, were completely stumped. Even though he clearly didn't want to. Under the immense pressure from all the adults in the room, Di Guang finally had to cave. So he reluctantly handed over his unique sigil to Chen. This was a one-of-a-kind summoning symbol, like a personal code, that every summoner carves upon awakening. That means theoretically, no one else on Earth should be able to use it. But for Chen O, it was a completely different story. Di Guang's wolf Jun Yu was already enveloped in his mana. This so-called unique sigil was now just a simple hotline for the wolf to answer his call. After focusing his mind for just a moment, Poof Chen actually managed to summon the wolf, leaving everyone absolutely floored. The Tai Ren father and son stood there, jaws on the floor, mechanically repeating the same 3 words like broken robots. No way, this is unreal. You told me the kid had never even learned summoning magic, right? The Count asked. That's right, I am not entirely sure what just happened either. Because Chen had successfully summoned Zhenyu, the scales of justice were now tipping heavily in his favor. The Count turned to the accused duo and demanded a proper explanation. Count Mojia knew he'd lost the argument, so he quickly tried to change the subject, brushing the whole summoned beast issue aside. It seems we might have been mistaken about your son stealing the summoned beast, but my son never intended to actually take Chen's life. Dai Guang immediately started nodding his head like a woodpecker on espresso, claiming he just wanted to scare Chen a little with absolutely no intention of harming a single hair on his head. Of course, Count Suo and Duke Tomin weren't buying a single word of their pathetic excuse. But since the Tai Ren family were honored guests at today's party, our hosts found themselves in a classic Manhwa-style pickle, stuck between a rock and a hard place, unsure how to proceed, and right at that critical moment, the one and only Li La made her grand entrance. Was lying, and the determined look and tone on this girl's face was a complete mismatch for her tiny frame. Layla gathered her skirt and glided over, politely greeting Anne and the Tien father-son duo. This was also the first time Mojai had ever seen Duke Bai's daughter. What a shame that for their very first meeting, this little lady was here to mercilessly expose his son. Lila stepped up in front of Ans and began to explain her rather sudden accusation. Turns out she had accidentally overheard the conversation, or more accurately, the full-blown argument between Anne and Di Long while she was taking a stroll through the flower garden. Hearing this, that scoundrel started sweating so hard, his collar was getting damp. Just moments ago, he had the upper hand. But after Lala recounted the entire story, she'd overheard Di Long's entire line of defense, completely crumbled. In the end, he was forced to bow his head low and apologize to Count Suo. With a very, very unwilling heart, of course. After apologizing to Count Suo Dilong, then had to apologize to the little young master of the Suo family. After all, this whole dramatic manhwa plot was a beef he started with the kid, standing in front of a shrimp who was barely taller than a stack of 3 garlic bulbs long. Really didn't want to apologize, but he still had to force himself to choke out those 2 little words. Everyone there, even a child like Lala, understood that wasn't a real apology. Long was just cornered by a third-party witness, so he was completely out of options. Because of this, Anne wasn't exactly satisfied with how things were resolved and felt just as resentful as his father. But based on his own experience, he knew that instead of stubbornly trying to crush his opponent right then and there, it would be more beneficial for him to act magnanimous. "Fine, I accept your apology," and opened his mouth at his own tone, just as dripping with reluctance. Having barely squeezed out some forgiveness from little Hei, the Tyrian father-son duo let out a collective sigh of relief. The Stress family is the biggest powerhouse in the south. They are not to be trifled with. If Hei had really wanted to take this to the mat, the Tyrian family would have been caught in one heck of a political hurricane. Bai just nodded as if he'd expected Hei to act this way all along. He knew from the very beginning that this kid was something special. Let's be real, Hei could have thrown the mother of all tantrums like any normal 7-year-old would. The fault was so obviously on the other party, but he dished out forgiveness with the grace of a full-grown adult. Seeing his son act so mature, Count Stress was beaming with pride. He totally respected his kid's decision. But the second he remembered that little punk tried to murder his precious boy with a summoned beast, well, Akin's rage meter shot right back up to max. This wasn't a manhwa with easy fixes. He absolutely could not let this slide so easily. So even though it was getting late, Akin bluntly kicked the Tiren family right out of his castle. This was, to put it mildly, a massive humiliation for Mogat. After all, he'd dragged himself all the way from the capital to get here. And you can bet it wasn't just to wish Hei a happy birthday. If he got kicked out, now this whole trip would be a complete and utter waste. Mogat had to stay in the Stress castle at all costs, at the very least. He couldn't get booted out tonight. With that thought, the guy promptly tossed his pride and dignity clean out the window, scrambling over to grab Akin's hand to beg for mercy. The Tyrian count swore up and down he would do absolutely anything Akin demanded. But unfortunately for him, the mighty Stress clan needed precisely nothing from the likes of House Tyrant. Hei's father's expression was pure ice. And you can bet if Mama Lily had been there, hers would have been even scarier. I mean, who in their right mind tells their son to mess with their precious beloved boy? "I'll be sending guards to your room shortly." Akin swats Muga's hand away and lays down the law. Then he turns back to Burke. "Let's get out of here." "Your Grace." Burke Thormian gives a nod, then takes Lyra by the hand. The 4 of them make their exit together. Den sneaks a peek over his shoulder and sees Daigon getting absolutely reamed out by his father. He doesn't feel a shred of pity. If you ask him, that father-son duo got exactly what they deserved. They were the ones who started all this drama after all. So this is just a classic case of reaping what you sow. There was, however, one thing that caught him completely off guard, and that was how his dad Aken, the guy who's always goofing around and getting an earful from his wife, turns into an absolute beast when he's angry. On the way back to their rooms, Burke just couldn't hold back his curiosity and started grilling Den about the incident. You see, his daughter Lyra had already given him the rundown, telling him how Den sent Daigon flying with a single magic spell. This was, to put it lightly, completely unheard of in the history of the Anzin Empire, and frankly probably any other kingdom on the continent. A kid who can handle a spear knows summoning arts. And now he's a sorcerer too. This is some top-tier manhwa protagonist material right here. Aken couldn't wipe the ridiculously proud grin off his face. To be honest, even though he'd known since Den's first birthday, having seen with his own 2 eyes how all 4 sacred items reacted to the boy. Now that Den was a bit older and was actually starting to flex his skills in so many different fields. He was still floored. But talent is one thing. What really caught Burke's eye was Den's stone-cold composure. It was something else. Usually when kids get into a scrap, they get all flustered and dead set on one-upping each other. But Den, not a chance. The way the boy carried himself just cemented Burke's belief that one day he was going to grow up to be an incredible man. Whoa there, it's a bit too soon to be making predictions like that, Aken said, humbly ruffling his son's hair. We'll have to wait until the little rascal is actually a grown man before we know for sure. With that, he turned back to chat with Burke. The two of them looked incredibly chummy, like they were old friends who went way back. Den just tagged along silently behind them. And we've got to give a massive shout out to little Lila. If that girl hadn't shown up today and acted as a witness, this whole mess could have gone in a completely different direction. Duke B senses that this new alliance is vibing pretty well, so he smoothly pivots to the topic of a marriage proposal. This ridiculously blunt attitude from Bai completely catches Count Aken by surprise. I mean, the man only has one son, his one and only heir. You can't just rush into this marriage stuff. Besides, little Hay is only 7 years old. Isn't it a tad early to be talking about tying the knot? So Aken resorts to the classic dad move distraction, hoping to dodge the whole topic. Oh my goodness, would you look at the time, the evening banquet is about to start. I really must be going to prepare. And with that, Aken books it out of there like a bat out of hell. Duke B did not see that reaction coming at all. After telling his daughter to take her sweet time, walking back with Hey B also bolts chasing after Aken. My dear Count Aken, wait up. Can't we just talk about this for a second? Bai yelled as he sprinted after the fleeing Count. With the two adults gone, only the two kids remained. And among them, Lila's face was already bright red thanks to her father's little stunt. She had to find something, anything to talk about, to cut through this painfully awkward atmosphere. Lila brings up the topic of Hei's summoned beast to ask him about it. She finds it totally baffling that a moment ago Genbu had completely ignored its own master to obey his command. Back in the capital, Lila had witnessed countless duels between famous summoners, but she had never ever run into a situation quite like this one. It's the kind of plot twist you'd only see in a manhwa. Hei couldn't be bothered to answer. Well, the truth is, he didn't really know how to answer. So he just mumbled a few vague words and tried to shove the conversation aside. What's with that? You're hiding something, aren't you? That's so unfair. I just helped you out, Lila said with a pout. Unfair? What do you mean unfair? I helped you out first. Weren't you the one practicing your sword skills when I pointed out all your mistakes for you? So what of it? Lila mumbled, thinking back on the whole affair. She had to admit what Den said actually made a lot of sense. So she dropped her crusade to get him to explain the whole beast summoning thing. On Den's end, he had to give credit where credit was due. This time, Lila had been a massive help, although he was still completely in the dark about that whole Genu business. Alright then, let's just call it even for now, shall we? And hey, we can totally keep helping each other out down the line, he added. Hearing this, Lila was practically buzzing with excitement. But down the line wasn't exactly what she had in mind. She wanted Den's help right this very second. Seeing the way Lila was looking at him like she was about to eat him alive, Den had a sinking feeling that she'd just cooked up another one of her totally bizarre requests. And what do you know, he was right. Lila asked him to teach her how to use a mana-infused strike, just like the one he'd used to send Groan flying earlier. Her reasoning was surprisingly simple. Even though Lila was a swordswoman, she was still hungry to get even better. More importantly, she was dead set on unlocking at least 2 mana cores before enrolling in the academy. Den was completely baffled. Sure, his soul might belong to a full-grown man from some other manhwa, but his body was physically still just a kid's. Lila, on the other hand, was body and soul, 100% a 7-year-old child. So what in the world was the big rush? Noticing the question marks practically floating above Den's head, Lila decided to explain. She wanted to get stronger to make her mother happy. You see, my mother loves me a whole lot. She'll be over the moon with joy if I can get stronger and fast. Den went quiet. Now he understood the problem. During their first meeting a few days ago, he'd heard his own father AQ mention that Countess Shumian was gravely ill. So ill, in fact, that she could pass away at any moment. Well, if that was the situation, then Den couldn't exactly turn down Leela's request, could he? The moment he agreed, Leela was so ecstatic she nearly jumped out of her skin. For real? So we're starting right now, yeah? You're gonna teach me this instant, aren't you? Then let's start tomorrow. I'll stay here until then, or do you want to get started tonight? Fine by me. Whatever works for you, creating a mana strike isn't all that difficult once you understand the flow of mana, you know. Lala's sheer excitement was so bright it practically blinded Hay. While the two kids had yet to return, the evening's festivities were already in full swing. Hay's birthday party was dragging on for what felt like an eternity simply because the sheer number of guests flocking to the castle from every corner of the kingdom made it impossible to entertain everyone in a single day. But regardless of who these guests were, one thing was certain: they all loved juicy gossip, and sure enough, at the party that evening, the hot topic on everyone's lips was the fact that Count Tyron had been unceremoniously kicked out of the castle. They'd also managed to catch wind of the fact that Diego Turen had picked a fight with young Master Hay and was promptly taught a lesson. Tesk to travel all this way just to cause a scene like that, how utterly shameful. And there's more, have you heard? The rumor that young Master Hay is a brilliant summoner just like his older sister. The guests began to buzz with excitement over this news. They already knew Hay was a skilled spearman. If he was also a genius in the field of summoning, then the Shress family had truly discovered a shining gem. But the rumors didn't stop there. The guests had even heard that Hay had used magic to send Diego flying. And while no one could verify the truth behind the rumor, most of them had already decided that Hay was an exceptional talent, a prodigy, skilled in multiple fields like a real-life Manhwa protagonist. Just as Hay returned to the party, an older gentleman approached him for a chat. The man introduced himself as Baron Open and asked Hay if he knew anything about his eastern territory. I know a little, my lord Baron, Hay replied, bowing respectfully. I hear the place is famous for its grilled salmon and its rocks. Sapphire, haha, now that's a sharp young man. Baron Aoben bellowed with laughter. You bet they are. The salmon and sapphires from our Aoben family are the absolute best on this entire continent. Of course, he wasn't just there to show off his hometown's local delicacies. The head of the Aoben family, much like Bus Thermion, had his eyes set on Hay for his absolutely outstanding talent, and the old man struck up a conversation for the sole purpose of introducing his daughter to Hay, the lovely lady Siwei Ya. Aoben. Hay was visibly uncomfortable, and things got even more awkward when Siwei Ya suddenly leaned in close and whispered, asking if he was the future heir of the Shress family. I mean, come on. Hay is the only son in the family. It's a pretty easy guess, but in a situation like this, you're supposed to play it cool and be a little humble, right? I really wouldn't know about that. Oh, come on, don't play dumb with me. I've also heard you're incredibly talented in so many different fields. With that, Shiwei Ya grabbed Hay's hand in excitement. Please look after me. After all, there's a very good chance we could become family in the future, you know. Hay was completely flustered by the girl's bold move. What is up with this era? It wasn't bad enough that all the nobles were subtly trying to arrange a marriage with the Shress family, but now even the kids are this brutally direct. But what gave Hay a real headache was Lala appearing at that exact moment, catching the perfect shot of him and Siwei Ya holding hands. Siwei Ya immediately recognized the esteemed Lady Lala from the ducal house, so she took the lead, greeting her and introducing herself first. Lala replied in kind, but while she was all smiles and pleasantries on the outside, she was secretly sizing up the competition. Hay was caught in the crossfire between the two little girls. He could feel that all too familiar killing intent radiating between them. It was a scene straight out of a classic manhwa, just like the way his eldest sister Arabella and his second sister Claire would metaphorically torture each other. House. Seriously, girls are the most terrifying creatures on the planet. To stake her claim and make it clear that Hay was already spoken for, Layla immediately latched onto his arm. So sorry, but I'm gonna have to borrow Hay for a bit. We already had plans. Right, Hey? The look on Layla's face was enough to send shivers down Hay's spine. He started nodding like a bobblehead, absolutely terrified of upsetting her. He thought to himself, geez, these lionesses are way scarier than any enemy on the battlefield. He quickly apologized to Lady Sylvia. We'll have to talk later. Sylvia's disappointment was written all over her face, but having to maintain the composure of a noble lady, she couldn't dare show her irritation for too long. Layla dragged Hay into a corner and, flat out, asked him if Sylvia was there to talk about an engagement. Hay frantically shook his head, explaining that they were literally just saying hello. Only then did the tension on Layla's face finally melt away, her expression softening just a tad. Hay had promised to teach Layla how to create a magic attack, a classic power-up in any good manhwa, so he had gone to the trouble of scouring the castle for a secret corner that no one ever paid attention to. It looked a little gloomy, but Hay loved it, because here they wouldn't be disturbed by anyone. Layla stepped inside and started looking around everywhere. Whoa, this is cool. I can't believe a place like this exists in the Count's, castle. I guess no one will know what we're up to. In here, huh? Exactly, Hay replied. This is the perfect place for our training. With that settled, Hay decided to get straight to the point. First, he needed to get down to business. He asked if Layla had ever actually sensed magic before. She thought for a second and then said, a little. Maybe it wasn't enough to form a mana core. But I did try to absorb mana. Just by breathing it in, Hay mused to himself. So this girl hadn't even hit her awakening stage yet. As for him, he had reached that point long ago, all on his own, that he picked up on the battlefields of his past life. Deanne had assumed the Duke's family would have taught their own daughter a thing or two, but it turns out she's basically a complete blank slate, a total newbie, and if that's the case, Deanne figured he'd have to teach her from square one. Lesson number 1, actually feeling the mana. She's already absorbed. If she wants to pull this off, the most important part is imagination. Close your eyes, he says, and picture the mana flowing all throughout your body. For a pro like Diane, this is child's play, and he's pretty sure it shouldn't be too tough. For the Duke's daughter either. I mean, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? She's bound to have inherited some of his talent. Count Minton is a total beast, so his daughter can't possibly be a complete dud, can she? Layla focuses and does exactly what Dean tells her to, but after a long, awkward silence, all she can do is let out a massive sigh and admit that it's probably not working. Not that Diane expected her to become a master. On the very first try, he tells her to focus and give it another shot, but what he didn't expect was that this supposedly super secret spot, which he thought was completely deserted, hadn't escaped the notice of the master of the castle. Who knows how long he's been there, but Aeon is tucked away in a corner, carefully watching the whole thing. The fact that his son, so young, is already teaching someone else, well, that's enough to make any father's chest swell with pride, and Aeon isn't the only one who's come to spy on this secret manhwa lesson, because Bai materializes right behind him, appearing out of thin air like some kind of ninja. Just a moment later, so what are you doing here? He asks. Sweet mother of mercy, your grace. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Aeon sputters. You didn't have to be so sneaky, but why are you here? Is there some secret couple having a late-night rendezvous? Bai asks, playing dumb, even though he obviously knows exactly what's going on. He even takes a jab at his old friend, saying he has absolutely zero talent for stealth, which is hilarious considering his wife is the most legendary ex-assassin in the entire empire, the lord of the castle, sneaking around and spying on other people. You're going to get yourself a bad reputation, my friend. What's an old coot like you peeping at anyway? And shot back, I'm just following my son, that's all. But let out an "oh" and said, what a wild coincidence. He was also here tailing his own daughter. Anne was still feeling a tad awkward, especially after Butt had brought up that whole marriage alliance thing between their families. But hey, since they were both here now, the two old dads put their heads together and spied to see what their kids were up to. Chen, meanwhile, was completely absorbed in teaching Layla how to sense magic, so he was totally oblivious to the two parental spies lurking nearby. As he raised his right hand, Layla's eyes suddenly locked onto the ring on his index finger. Is that a spatial ring? Yep, my older sister made it for me herself. She gave it to me for my birthday a few days ago. Layla's jaw just about hit the floor in amazement. She felt a sharp pang of jealousy on that front. It's just that after her own brothers joined the academy, they pretty much stopped paying any attention to her. Chen just nodded sagely and, like a classic manhwa protagonist, pulled an item from his inventory. A full-length mirror, much to Layla's confusion. He explained that trying to visualize something in your head is way easier when you're looking at your reflection. Instead of just relying on pure imagination, Layla let out a little giggle, and then eagerly stepped in front of the mirror to try again. Wow, she's never this open and cheerful at home, But said suddenly, his voice a bittersweet mix of happiness and melancholy. Anne was confused. Did something happen? She seems like such a bright and happy kid to me. At that, Duke Butt's expression darkened. Sure, from the outside, anyone would think the same thing as Anne. But as for what was really going on inside her heart, well, even her own father, Butt, wasn't so sure anymore. After her brothers left home for the academy, the Duchess Tuo Mi An fell gravely ill and became bedridden, leaving her with very little time to spend with her daughter. Layla had to bear all that loneliness completely by herself. And for that, Butt felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Around her like they used to, that's what caused Lala to become more and more withdrawn, making it hard for her to open up to other people. The more Boo explained, the more melancholic he seemed. Aeon had absolutely no idea how to respond, so he could only remain silent and let the man continue his story. When I was raising my sons, I admit I showered them with a bit too much attention, and when they grew up well, they ended up completely spoiled. But please, don't you dare lump Lala in with them. My girl would be heartbroken. It seemed like Boo was subtly, or rather not so subtly, addressing the fact that Aeon didn't want the marriage alliance because he feared Lala was just, like her rotten older brothers. But listening to Boo's heartfelt lament, Aeon gradually felt that maybe he should look at the girl in a new light. On a related note, Aeon was also about to send his son to the academy in the capital, and Boo proactively offered to let the boy stay at his ducal mansion instead of the school dorms. While the two old men were chatting over on this side, Lala had successfully sensed the mana inside her body. Seeing the ecstatic look on her face, it looked like she was about to launch herself into someone's arms yet again. Meanwhile, Aeon had come to a decision regarding the Duke's proposal. I will let my son decide for himself, just as I let Arabella and Claire decide their own paths in life. However, if he does wish to go to the capital, I will most certainly take you up on your offer. Oh, well, then it would be wonderful if you dropped by. Oh, please, as if I want to trade barbs with you. All day long, Aeon scoffed playfully, while the two kids were celebrating ecstatically over Lala successfully sensing her magic, a scene straight out of a feel-good manhwa. Their two fathers were over here having a verbal sparring match, and this entire scene was witnessed by Lily Stress. The two of them had vanished right in the middle of the dinner party, which is why she had to go searching for them all over the place. A whole duke and the most powerful count in the south, and what are they doing? Sneaking around to spy on two little kids. Unbelievable. Lily was dying of secondhand embarrassment for her husband, but hey, it all came from a place of parental love, so she decided to just pretend she saw absolutely nothing, purely to save them some face. After giving Lala a crash course in magic, Den and his new apprentice finally headed back. Turns out when Anne and Boo were bickering, Den had overheard the whole thing but chose to play deaf. And now it looked like the two of them had made a quiet exit. On the empty path back to the main hall, Layla looked like she was bursting with questions, but the one she wanted to ask the most was whether Den planned on joining the academy. You know, the place where all the geniuses of the Empire gather, and she really wanted to be his academy buddy there. But honestly, Den was still on the fence. He wasn't sure if he actually needed to go, seeing as he could just train on his own to get even stronger. You silly goose, Lala suddenly piped up. School isn't everything you know, it's a networking goldmine for nobles. You have to go if you want to build those connections from a young age. Den had to chuckle to himself. It seemed being born into a noble family forced a 7-year-old like her to figure out how the world works way too early. Of course, Den knew all about building up power and influence just like in any good political manhwa. He just hadn't found the motivation to go to the academy and didn't want to force himself. The reality was the library in Castle Stress still had a mountain of books he hadn't even gotten through yet. Plus his parents, who were basically legends in their own fields, still had plenty they wanted to teach him. All of that made Den feel like going to the academy wasn't really all that necessary. Okay, fair enough, but don't you want to hang out with other kids? I heard all of your older sisters joined the academy, Lila continued, throwing every reason she could think of at him. This was the first time Den had ever met a girl this persistent. Seeing no other way out, he finally caved. All right, fine. I'll seriously consider whether or not to study there. Well, in that case, you have to tell me. The second you decide to go, you hear, yeah, I will, Heian replied, letting out a sigh that could part the heavens. Thankfully, the Shimian father-daughter duo were only staying at the castle for a few days. Any longer, and our boy would have been tortured daily by Lala's never-ending barrage of questions. She also absolutely insisted that he had to visit her home the moment he set foot in the capital, so she could show off her magic practice. And as a thank you for teaching her how to sense, Mana Lala wanted to grant one of his requests before she left the castle to return to the capital. But Heian just shook his head. I'll tell you my request when I get to the capital. To Lala, those words were basically a pinky promise, a guarantee that he would absolutely positively come find her. That entire night, Lala was too excited to even sleep a wink. The next morning, 2 horse-drawn carriages, carrying the Shimian family and their entourage, set off at the crack of dawn to return home. Heian watched the 2 carriages disappear into the distance, all the while gripping something tightly in his hand. It was a birthday gift from Duke B. Just one glance was all it took for Heian to know this thing was obscenely expensive. When he gave it to Heian, the Duke had also told him about his family's crest. It symbolized 3 things: vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. You see, the ancestor of the Shimian family was a legendary blacksmith. Thanks to him, the Shimian clan now owns the finest forge on the entire continent. Every single weapon created by the Shimian family has played a pivotal role in the empire's history. The thing in Heian's hand was basically a command token, like something straight out of a legendary manhwa. Bai explained that if Heian ever went to the Shimian forge and showed this token to the smiths, they would craft any weapon for him, built exactly to his specifications. That crest was used to identify individuals of great honor and skill, whom the head of the Shimian family personally held in high esteem. It was a treasure so precious that even the royal family was dying to get their hands on one. So you can imagine his father's shock when B just casually handed it over to Heian. Your mom looks like she's about to have a panic attack. Even though in his past life, this was the very man who personally ended him. But whether it was in that life or this one, Chen could clearly sense that Duke Bu was a man who truly appreciated talent. Chen watched their figures fade into the distance, his heart aching especially for Lila. His mother Lily noticed it too. After all, Lila was Chen's very first friend. Sure, she talked a mile a minute, but when it was actually time to part ways, he was still seriously bummed out. You'll see her again when you get to the capital. Chin up and get so handsome that you'll give the girl a heart attack for fun, okay? She tried to comfort Chen, but in reality, he'd been thinking about this all night. In this life, Chen was lucky enough to be born in the Cess Castle. His parents were kind and incredibly powerful, but Chen knew he couldn't just stay here forever. And so he made up his mind to head to the capital to study, and also to see Lila again. As for Duke Bu, after getting into his carriage, he remained deep in thought. Ever since meeting Chen, his mind had been clouded by a peculiar feeling, because every single time he saw that kid, Bu couldn't help but be reminded of a young warrior named Rick, whom he'd defeated on the battlefield years ago. It's like a flashback from an old-school manhwa. Even though they were from 2 enemy empires, and a life-or-death battle was inevitable. After that fight, Bu always felt a lingering sense of regret, because Rick should have had a much more brilliant future. This only made Boo even more eager to see Chen grow up as soon as possible. After the Duke and his daughter departed, Chen returned to the normal rhythm of his life. He followed his older sister Ki's advice, and every day, he channeled mana into that demonic beast egg. But the darn thing was taking its sweet time hatching, and it was making him seriously impatient. Even though he wasn't a summoner, by infusing the egg with his mana daily, he would be marked as its master the moment it finally hatched. After that, Chen would have permanent control over the demonic beast, a prize that other summoners could only dream of. Your average summoner with their average summoned beast could never pull this off, which is why he was so confident in the quality of his mana. However, it seemed there were still a ton of complicated conditions that hadn't been met yet. He'd heard stories about eggs that just never hatched because the summoner couldn't fulfill all those ridiculously complex requirements. If he really ended up in that kind of mess, he wouldn't have the first clue what to do, so he just patiently kept channeling mana into that stubborn egg. In the process, Dan also tried switching up the flow and intensity of his mana, but still got nothing. Zilch. It seems you can't just rush these things and expect success overnight. After feeding it a full course of mana, Dan tucked it back in its spot, and right on cue, He-Man came knocking. Just as he was about to get the door, he heard a faint rattling sound coming from the egg. "Young master, did I just hear something?" He-Man asked as he opened the door and walked in, only to find Dan staring intently at that magic porcelain egg. But after peering at it for a moment, he couldn't see a single thing different about it. Was I just hearing things? Was it just a false alarm? Dan let out a massive sigh, put the egg back in its place once again, and followed He-Man to the training grounds. Lately, he wasn't just focusing on the spear anymore. He'd started practicing with a sword. The muscle memory from his past life was still kicking, so Dan adapted to the weapon with freakish speed. So much so that He-Man just stood on the sidelines clapping like a madman and calling him a bona fide, all-powerful genius. It's like a scene straight out of a manhwa. Every time he learned to wield a new weapon, he felt a genuine rush of joy. Ever since he was old enough to go to the training grounds, Dan hadn't dared to pick up a sword, terrified that his father would be watching and spot something unusual. Thankfully, even after all this time, his skills hadn't gotten rusty at all. The marathon of banquets celebrating Dan's 7th birthday had finally come to an end. Even the head of the house, Ao En, was completely wiped out, but hey, it had been a fruitful affair for him. Quite a bit from those parties, Akin could tell that a whole lot of nobles were suddenly laser-focused on the south. Pretty much all of them were desperate to build a good relationship with House Stress, and honestly, it's not hard to see why. After the war ended, the southern part of the empire, with its perfect climate and rich mineral deposits, was the hottest piece of real estate that every noble was drooling over. But this time, their obsession with territory couldn't even hold a candle to the massive spotlight now shining on Chen. The showdown between him and the eldest son of House Tyron was completely off script, and Akin never dreamed his son could so calmly handle the situation in front of a bunch of old-timers, let alone confidently flex his magic and summoning abilities. Chen's ridiculously premature maturity had Akin feeling both proud and worried. Sometimes he just wished the boy would act like a kid for once. Just a little, to match his actual age. Akin glanced at the clock, then over at the dragon's tail spear that had been his companion for a lifetime. Today he wanted to let his son take it for a spin. With that thought, Akin grabbed the dragon's tail and headed to the training grounds. He saw his son completely absorbed in practicing his swordsmanship, and it left him utterly baffled. Why on earth was Chen suddenly using a sword instead of his usual spear? What kind of manhwa protagonist development was this? The question gnawed at Akin's mind, causing his brows to furrow into a single confused line. His first thought was that Ban must have said something to Chen before they parted ways, because why else would he be out here practicing swordsmanship after spending all those years training to become a master spearman? And the most mind-boggling part was watching Chen swing that sword again could tell he was actually pretty experienced with the weapon. The sheer power he was putting on display was something that even some guys who'd trained in the sword their entire lives could never hope to imitate. Could it be that his son was also a secret sword-wielding genius? Even though his head was spinning with questions, he decided to patiently wait instead of barging in on his son's training flow. Once Hay had wrapped things up, his dad finally spoke. "Hey, my boy, I've been watching you for a little while now. When in the world did you learn how to handle a sword like that?" Aeon's gaze seemed to pierce right through Hay's carefully constructed facade and see straight into the soul of the warrior Rick. The kid decided it was pointless to hide it anymore and just came clean. "Truth is, I never really learned it." He even briefly considered dropping the bombshell on his dad, that he was, a reincarnated soul. But before he could even decide, Aeon jumped in with another question. "Is that right? So you're telling me this is all just raw talent? A spearman, a mage and assassin, a summoner, and now a master swordsman. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe it for a second. That a single kid could possess this much talent. In so many different fields, it's like something out of a manhwa." You know what? Letting his dad run with this natural genius theory seemed like a pretty good idea. So Hay decided to just keep his mouth shut, which of course was taken as a silent confirmation. Seeing his son's quiet affirmation, Aeon pressed on. "Hey, are you curious about the world? The world beyond these walls, I mean." It was true. Up until now, all he wanted was to keep his son safe at home with him and his wife. But day after day, he was witnessing more and more of the boy's incredible gifts, and Aeon was starting to feel that the stress territory was way too small a pond for a fish this big to swim in. If he kept the boy cooped up here, he'd just be holding him back, and that would be a true crime. A wave of sadness washed over Hai. It seemed his dad had finally realized he couldn't keep his little bird in the nest forever. And as for Hay himself, even though he yearned to spread his wings and fly, he dreaded the thought of leaving his parents, leaving behind the family that he never had the chance to experience in his past life. "Father, I want to go out and see the world." Hay took a deep, steadying breath and answered with a clear voice. In response, Aeon gave him a gentle, knowing smile. "That's good then. But first, we need to get you properly prepared." Aeon continued. "Hey, wait until you're 15, then you can go, before stepping out into the world. And even though it stings a little, I will absolutely grant my son's wish." With that, he whipped out the legendary dragon tail spear. It had been a hot minute since Dian had last seen it. This was the very same weapon that had resonated with him on his first birthday. Akan let Dian hold it for a moment. This was the first time the kid had ever actually gotten his hands on the dragon tail. A surge of raw power coursed through the spear's shaft, and Dian couldn't hide his sheer excitement. That was pretty much Akan's mood too, seeing the spear react even more violently than it did on Dian's first birthday. Back then, the party guests just chalked it up to Akan being nearby, figuring that's why the spear was acting up. But now watching his son with the dragon tail practically vibrating in his hands, Akan was absolutely certain. This kid's talent paired with that spear was destined to shine brighter than anything on this continent. Akan placed a hand on Dian's shoulder. "Son," he said tenderly, "one day, this spear will be yours. Until that day comes, become strong enough to wield it with all the pride in your heart." Feeling the immense weight of his father's expectations, Dian promised that he would diligently follow his teachings and give it everything he had. Akan threw his head back and laughed heartily. Words couldn't even begin to describe the pride he felt for his son in that moment. What a classic Manhwa dad. After that, Akan began the training arc, helping Dian get used to the greatest spear on the entire continent. That night, Dian lay in bed with an arm draped over his forehead, lost in thought. He'd always been curious about the world out there, a feeling that persisted even from his days slogging it out on the battlefields of his past life. Back then, his entire world consisted of war, cleaning the camp, maintaining weapons, and eating the most boring food imaginable. The only escape was for the war to end, or to die on the battlefield, and Dian had managed to escape that reality by taking the second option, only to be reborn into a new life. In his new life, he'd pretty much been a shut-in, confined to the Shress castle. The guy couldn't even fathom what a normal life outside the battlefield would even look like. For the past 7 years, our boy Hei had been unconsciously leaning on his dad An and mom Li for like everything. And now that he was about to fly the coop, he was unsurprisingly starting to feel a little lost. He had no clue how to use his talents, how the world would even react to a guy like him, or what his purpose in this new world was even supposed to be. But on the bright side, he had a golden ticket to go anywhere and do anything he wanted. He was initially on the fence, tempted to just stay and greedily soak up all that cozy family warmth. But after a much-needed pep talk from Anne, he had a change of heart. All right, he thought, time to step out and see what this outside world thing is all about. Hay muttered, not realizing he'd said it out loud. So you've made your decision, my son. Another voice suddenly filled the room. Hay jolted upright, realizing Lili Sres had somehow ninja'd her way in without him noticing. Shh, Mom, when did you even get in here? Were you so lost in thought you couldn't even hear your own mother knocking? Lili Sres was as gentle and calming as a flowing stream. A mother's love was the one thing Hay had desperately craved in his previous life, which is why in her presence he finally felt like he could just be a kid. He knew she didn't want him to leave either. I'm sorry, Mom, Hay mumbled quietly. He felt a pang of guilt for leaving her. Lili said, your two older sisters already went to the capital to study before you. There's no need to apologize, my dear Hay. Lili knelt gently, pulling her son into a warm hug. I'll be fine, I understand you, Hay. I know exactly how talented you are. Lili knew that even if Hay wanted to stay now, the world would eventually come calling for him. It was the perfect setup for an epic manhwa adventure. Honestly, she had hoped her youngest son could stay with her just a little bit longer. But if this territory is too small to contain your potential, then as your mother, I can't be the one to clip your wings. So go, and don't you dare worry about me. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hay hugged his mother back tightly. He thought to himself, man, I'm so glad I decided to stay one more day. If he had just left without this, he knew he would have regretted it forever. After a moment, Hay asked, where's Dad? Your father is in his study having a drink with your Uncle Kalan. You should go and say your goodbyes. Hay nodded. He quickly made his way over to Anne's study. He knocked on the door, and a deep voice rumbled from within, come in. Inside, two men were sitting and drinking, none other than his father, Anne and Kalan Stress. Uncle Kalan, it's been a while. Hay bowed his head in greeting. The small domain of Srez could no longer hold back a talent like his, and Lily had no intention of being a selfish mother. Above all else, she wanted her son to go wherever he wished and do whatever his heart desired. Mom, even if I leave this home, I promise I'll come back to visit you all the time and tell you everything I've seen in the world out there. Thank you, my son. Well, then it looks like we also need to get a few things ready to send you out into the world. Just like your father, Lily's sentimental expression was gone, replaced by a look of pure excitement. Huh, Mom, what do you mean? By get ready, before Dung could even finish, he was cut off. Lily announced she was going to teach him reconnaissance as well as how to set and evade traps. Her original plan was to teach him nice and slow, but now it seemed they'd have to kick things into high gear to get Dung ready for the capital in time. Seeing his mother rambling on with such enthusiasm, Dung suddenly felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. It looked like the coming days were going to be grueling. He'd have to work twice as hard to learn all these special lessons from his mother. At this rate, with the two of them training him, he'd probably be completely burned out before he even stepped foot into the outside world. Either way, I'm going to teach you a whole lot of things. Yes, Mother, I'll do my absolute best. Dung knew these weren't just simple lessons. This was his parents' love, and if he really wanted to go out and explore the world, then he absolutely needed to be well prepared. Dung braced himself for the exhausting months of training ahead with his parents. But despite all the bittersweet farewells, Dung ended up staying in the territory for another 7 years because there was just that much to learn. Throughout those 7 years, the Shrey's domain remained incredibly peaceful. To be fair, even when war broke out, it had always been more tranquil than many other lands. But in recent years, thanks to the Count, the region had become even more prosperous and calm. It was enough to make you think. This golden age of peace would last forever and ever. After growing up, Duan's reputation started spreading like wildfire among the people of his domain. He was especially famous among the teenage girls. For example, the other day when Duan dropped by a shop in town to buy something, the owner's daughter fainted right on the spot from his stunning visuals. A rumor was circulating throughout the land that as Duan got older, he got more handsome, even more so than his father Count Ache was in his youth. It was a classic Manhwa glow-up. Although he was only 14 years old, he was already as tall as the Count. To outsiders, you'd think Duan was already an adult. On top of that, his facial features were incredibly sharp. Many of the young ladies in the city were willing to turn into shameless huntresses just for a chance to catch the young lord's eye. But as for Duan, he was so busy he didn't have time to pay any attention to the gossip about him. Today he was struggling his way through the forest. On the outskirts of the territory, this was the forest of Apocalypse, a place overflowing with ancient magic. And Lisi had given her son a simple mission: escape. To get out of this forest, Duan had to use every bit of knowledge he possessed, including the direction of the wind, the position of the sun, and his understanding of all the different monsters in the woods. There were only 3 hours left until sunset. That was the deadline Lee had given her son. Man, this deadline is even meaner than my boss. Duan went from walking to running, and from running to leaping back and forth between the massive tree branches. His mother was a strict teacher, so after imparting all that knowledge to her son, she had no qualms about tossing him into this incredibly dangerous forest. And one of the most important rules for any assassin is to never let the enemy catch you. Therefore, within the given time limit, Duan had to dodge the nets and traps set by his own mother, all while trying to escape from the monsters lurking throughout the forest. In the forest, Heir picks a prime spot to stand, and then takes a deep theatrical breath. But our boy isn't just inhaling good old oxygen, he's also slurping up the forest's mana. This mana-infused air cocktail chills in his lungs for a bit before he finally exhales. This neat little trick helps Heir blend in, becoming one with the scenery around him. And just like in a classic manhwa, the hidden traps in the area suddenly pop into view. Just like they are now, Heir can now see these super thin, almost invisible threads strung up absolutely everywhere. They might look as delicate as a spider's web, but they are wickedly sharp. And if he accidentally brushes against one, the trap will be triggered in an instant. It's the most basic snap trap mechanism, but it's also the deadliest. Luckily for him, Heir is a certified expert in disabling these kinds of nasty contraptions. Just as he's rolling up his sleeves to get to work, a whole horde of monsters decides to crash the party. It's a pack of REL's monsters that look like rats but with gnarly horns growing out of their faces. Their claws and teeth are razor sharp, making them look utterly ferocious. Heir has no clue why they've suddenly appeared here. All he knows is that they're charging at him with terrifying speed. Heir's first instinct is to wipe them all out in one go, but if he fights here, he'll probably stumble into one of those traps, and that would be a very, very bad day. With no other option, he makes the smart choice. Book it and get the heck out of there for the time being. Of course, those RELs immediately give chase. There's a whole swarm of them, and seeing Heir run away only makes them more aggressive. It's just that the IQ of these monsters isn't exactly sky high. As they stampede after him, they obviously aren't paying attention to the little tripwires that Heir was so careful to spot. With a whole pack of RELs rushing forward like a tidal wave, it's pretty hard for them to avoid snagging on those thin little threads. And the second one of them makes contact, the traps spring into action. From high up in the trees, a volley of super sharp thin spears gets raining down and continuously plunging straight into their bodies. The situation quickly devolved into absolute chaos. And because of that, the res monsters just kept blindly rushing into the traps. And you guessed it, kept dropping like flies. This meant he could use those traps to do all the dirty work for him. Without even breaking a sweat, he glanced back to check on the situation. The pack of Rogel monsters had been almost completely wiped out, leaving only a single survivor. Its eyes were blood red, burning with the flames of fury. A raging inferno that simply couldn't be extinguished. And with that, the rat monster lunged at Heir. moving at a speed the naked eye couldn't even hope to follow. Hay quickly dodged to the side. Luckily, he managed to avoid getting bitten. He had to admit the speed on these freaks was seriously insane. Missing its bite only made the monster even more enraged. From the look in its eyes, you could tell it wanted nothing more than to eat Hay alive, a classic Manhwa villain stare down. It opened its mouth and hacked up something. It looked an awful lot like a fireball. Hay couldn't quite see what the heck it was. But as a general rule, if something gets coughed up from a monster's mouth, it's probably not gonna be good for your health. The spear in Hay's hand spun like a propeller, creating a shield just wide enough to block the Rojal's attack. But he couldn't afford to just waste time here. He had less than 3 hours left to escape. Originally, Hay had no intention of fighting it head-on, because he was terrified of tripping one of the traps himself. However, facing this slobbering, crazed monster that clearly wanted to tear him to shreds, he really had no other choice but to raise his weapon. The long spear in his hand drew a beautiful arc through the air, successfully slicing that stupid thing clean in half. Luckily, throughout the entire fight, he didn't touch a single tripwire, so he didn't dare delay for another second. After taking down that final obstacle, he ran like a madman in the direction he'd scouted out. Just before the sun dipped below the horizon, Hay had finally succeeded. He collapsed in a heap at the edge of the forest, gasping for breath. Just before sundown, Hay had finally made it out. He lay sprawled at the edge of the woods, panting, successfully face-planting at the tree line, just trying to breathe. But before he could even catch his breath, he felt a pulse of mana ripple out from somewhere very close. Hay cursed under his breath and scrambled to his feet, spear in hand. He figured an enemy had used his moment of carelessness to sneak up on him. But luckily, the person who appeared before him was none other than Lily. She was beaming, clearly thrilled with her son's little escape performance. In fact, when she calculated his total time to clear the trial, it was even faster than her own record. "Mom, have you been watching me this whole time?" "Of course, sweetie. I couldn't just leave you all alone." Lily walked over to him. Although she knew her son's talent better than anyone else, a mother's heart is a different story. There was no way Lily was going to let Hay just fend for himself. And as she watched him from the shadows, she honestly couldn't find a single mistake in his performance. Hay had performed beyond her wildest expectations. Lily was so overcome with joy that she couldn't stop pinching her son's cheeks. "At this rate, Jongmu is going to snatch you up to be an assassin, my dear son." Then from her pocket, Lily pulled something out and handed it to Hay. It was something she had always planned on giving to him, ever since he was still in diapers. It was the legendary Nahon dagger. This blade was synonymous with her title as the kingdom's greatest assassin, a reputation worthy of its own Manhwa. It was the very same dagger that was placed next to Ion's Longwei spear during Hay's first birthday celebration. "Mom?" Hay was floored. "Are you really giving this to me?" This dagger wasn't just good, its fame was as legendary as Lily's own reputation. That fact alone made it utterly priceless. Hay never imagined that at only 14 years old, he would receive such an invaluable gift. "Of course, my son. Besides, it's not like I use it anymore. This Nahon dagger is forged from Oale, a mystical material with the ability to absorb elements. Now you take it." Hay looked down at the dagger in his hands, his heart filled with emotion. He could feel a powerful surge of mana radiating from it. This was without a doubt an incredibly precious weapon. "Thank you, Mom." Hay carefully tucked the dagger away in his pouch. Of all things, because of that, it can hold any kind of poison within its blade, and an enemy only needs to be scratched once. You'd be pretty hard-pressed to survive. What an absolutely fantastic weapon. And if Lily had already given it to Hay, he figured that his mother must have taught him everything she needed to. The combat training session was officially over. Just as the mother-son duo was about to head back to the manor, they heard a loud scream. Following the direction of the yell, the two of them rushed over. To save the person in distress, the man was brought back to the auxiliary tower of Castle Sars. When he woke up, he was still completely bewildered. Where am I? I remember. I was just eating some mushrooms in the forest," he mumbled, and just as he finished, the door swung open. Hay walked in with a cup of tea. "Oh, you're awake. You're still in the process of detoxification, so don't try to move just yet." Detoxification, who are you? Did you save me? Hay simply nodded. It turned out this gentleman had mistakenly eaten a red cap mushroom, which is a lethally poisonous fungus. If this awesome Manhwa plot hadn't destined for him to live, and Hay and his mom weren't conveniently nearby, well, let's just say he would have been meeting his ancestors by now. Hay handed him the cup of tea, taking the chance to discreetly size up the stranger. He didn't rush to ask for the man's identity, but earlier Hay had noticed something on his belt, the insignia of the Nixon Magic Tower. This meant the guy was definitely not your average person. The man finished the tea and handed the cup back to Hay. Then while thanking him, he asked where on earth he was. This is the auxiliary tower of Count Sarsa's castle, Hay answered. The man clutched his forehead, looking deeply troubled. He had originally gotten lost while heading south, but he never imagined he'd wander all the way into Circe territory, then eat a poisonous mushroom and, to top it all off, end up inside the Count's castle. Just get some rest. I've already informed my father, and he'll be here to see you soon. Huh, your father? Then that means you're... Hay nodded, confirming the man's sudden dawning realization was spot on. The moment that old geezer of a mage confirmed you were the youngest son, he got ridiculously excited because you, my friend, are none other than the little brother of Arabella Sue, the genius mage that every single magic tower is desperate to get their hands on. Well, you certainly look a lot like your sister. But how in the world did you find me? The man asked again. Just a coincidence. My mom and I were just, training out in the forest. The old mage let out a massive "ha!" He genuinely thought his ears were playing tricks on him. That insane forest was so treacherous that even an 8th circle mage like himself got completely and utterly lost. The chaotic reversed mana flowing through the woods not only blocked him from casting spells, but it was so heavy that it was physically crushing his entire body. And yet a young teenager like Dung uses that very place as his personal gym. Sensing the pure, unadulterated bewilderment in the old man's eyes, Dung kindly explained that the forest was basically his family's private property, and for outsiders, it was exponentially more dangerous. Furthermore, the mana circulating in the forest is completely different from what contemporary mages typically use. So yeah, it's probably best for mages to stay away, unless they enjoy getting absolutely wrecked. This poor guy had already run into monsters, gotten caught in traps, been assaulted by reversed mana, and to top it all off, he'd eaten some poison mushrooms. Talk about a full-course meal of misery. Hearing Dung's casual explanation, the old man could only mutter one single thought: I'm lucky I didn't get unalived. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, if that forest is that deadly, and a kid as young as Dung is using it for training, then just how ridiculously overpowered is he? This is some top-tier manhwa protagonist stuff right here. So, does that mean you were the one who made my antidote? The old geezer asked, half in disbelief and half convinced. Yup. And with that one word, the old man's mind was blown all over again. Just how strong could he possibly be? Then the antidote. You're the one who concocted it. The old man asked, his skepticism warring with the reality before him. That's right. And once again, he was left completely speechless. How could a kid who's barely hit his growth spurt like Dung possibly have managed to create an antidote that requires such extensive knowledge and skill? How can it be that perfectly formulated? In that moment, he felt like the Stress's family had basically won the genetic lottery and then some. I mean, come on. The dad is the greatest 6th level warrior in the Empire, and the mom is a legendary ex-assassin, the best of her time. The 2 eldest daughters are both certified geniuses in their respective fields, and the youngest son, who's still under wraps, is rumored to be even more of a monster. If this were wartime, he was certain that the Stresses family could become the most powerful noble house in the entire Antaean Empire, maybe even powerful enough to give the royal family a run for their money. In any case, since Den had just saved this old mage's life, he figured he should probably return the favor. But before they could get to the nitty-gritty of debts and favors, the old man decided a proper introduction was in order. He announced his name was Sidron Gus, and until recently, he was the master of the non-magic tower. Whatever you want, kid, just say the word. and I'll use it to repay you for saving my life. I have everything in this world, except for the things I don't have. Okay, so Gus was talking a bit of nonsense, but it was pretty obvious he was referring to his pocket dimension. It's a classic trope in this kind of manhwa. Plenty of mages can live without a house by just stuffing all their worldly possessions into a personal subspace. Oh, is that so? Den replied, looking completely and utterly bored. Gus seemed floored by the kid's terrifying level of chill. The title of Master of a Magic Tower isn't exactly small. Potatoes. Anyone else hearing that would have been completely shocked, or at least shown him a little bit of respect. But Den was as cool as a cucumber, as if he was trying to say, "Oh, is that all?" Gus wasn't about to take that lying down. He started waving, his arms around in front of Den, desperately trying to emphasize that his existence was in fact a very big deal. You'll be hard-pressed to ever meet someone like me again. There's no need to be so modest, just tell me what you want. Anything at all. Den just stroked his chin, lost in thought. Guo Sai was grinning from ear to ear, convinced that this attitude meant the kid was about to start begging him for a favor. But alas, his high hopes were utterly crushed once again when Chen immediately said, "I'll take some time to think about what I really want, and I'll get back to you on that." Guo Sai was practically seeing red. Just what kind of god-tier being was this kid? Why couldn't he care less? Of course, Chen wasn't the least bit interested. I mean, when it came to a mage's magical storage space, well, he'd already gotten one from Bay a whole 7 years ago. Since Master Guosi had nothing more to add, Chen simply told him to lie down and get some rest. Then he picked up the empty teacup and walked out. The click of the door shutting sounded like a sledgehammer slamming right into Guosi's ego. He sat there stunned for a few seconds before letting out a bitter laugh. In all his long years on this earth, this was the first time he'd met someone who didn't even give him the time of day, and worse, it was just some young punk. Guosi was normally a pretty fast healer, and he'd only planned on staying at the castle for a few days. But given the current situation, Guosi decided he was going to make himself at home here for much longer to investigate this infuriatingly interesting young man. The next day, Chen told his friend Hao Man all about the high-ranking mage who was currently crashing at his place when he heard that this guy was the former master of the Ni-kun Mage Tower, and a full-fledged level 8 Mage. Hao Man was practically buzzing with excitement. See, this was the normal reaction Guosi had been hoping for when he revealed his oh-so-grand identity. It was just a shame that Chen was so absurdly chill about it. Even with such a ridiculously powerful character, owing him a life debt, a debt from which he could demand practically anything, our protagonist just maintained that same unnerving calmness. Anyway, Hao Man explained that Guosi was a supremely powerful figure, because on this continent the Mage Towers function as completely independent territories. They're basically their own little nations. And the masters of these towers, they're pretty much the uncrowned kings of this whole manhwa world. Turns out Heir had no idea the old geezer he'd casually saved was actually some kind of VIP out here in the woods. It's just you gotta wonder what the master of the magic tower himself was doing wandering through the forest like a lost tourist. Herman couldn't help but puzzle over it. Besides, the forest the old man got lost in wasn't your average walk in the park. All the mages treated it like a big, scary, restricted zone, for all the reasons Heir had already explained to Gao before. Looks like this old fellow was born with a lucky star. To have survived a whole buffet of dangers like that is nothing short of a miracle. Meanwhile, Heir was in the zone training with his sword like a man possessed. He might have looked like he wasn't paying attention, but he'd heard every word Herman said. It's just that right now, Heir had a bigger problem on his mind than old man Gao. Namely that all the swords in the training yard were suddenly feeling way too short and light. They just weren't cutting it for him anymore. It seemed our boy had hit a massive growth spurt. And just like in a classic manhwa, these run-of-the-mill weapons could no longer satisfy him. Herman quickly chimed in, saying he'd get a proper longsword ready for Heir to use by tomorrow. Speaking of weapons, Heir was suddenly reminded of B2O and that special token the man had given him 7 years ago. Wow, time really does fly. And Heir still hadn't found the right opportunity to use it. to exchange it for a weapon forged just for him. Hey, it looks like you've been training exceptionally hard today. The head of the sire's family suddenly appeared in the training yard. Kun had been out handling business since early this morning, and he had returned much earlier than expected. Part of the reason he'd rushed back home was the arrival of the former master of the magic tower Nishun. Kun had a very simple thought. Maybe, just maybe, this legendary figure could help Arabella by, for example, becoming her master. The head of the sire's family suddenly appeared in the training yard. Kun had been out handling business since early this morning, and he had returned much earlier than expected. Part of the reason he'd rushed back home was the arrival of the former master of the magic tower Nishun. Kun simply thought that perhaps this man could do something to help Arabella, becoming her teacher, for instance. That's exactly why he rushed back to properly receive his esteemed guest. Actually, Heir had already considered this exact possibility the moment Gao revealed his unbelievable true identity of his. Still, Chen wasn't entirely sure if the poor guy could handle his sister's unique personality. After all, her years at the academy were less academic excellence and more a series of unfortunate events for other people. Case in point, Arabella once straight up broke a senior's nose just because the guy wouldn't take the hint and stop hitting on her. Anyway, you saved another life, that's my boy, a Kang said, clapping him on the shoulder and yanking Chen out of his flashback about his sister's legendary nose-breaking punch. Not just anyone can do what you did, son. You've really made your old man proud. Chen left the training grounds following his father inside. On the way back to his room, Kang couldn't stop complaining that seeing his own daughters these days was harder than getting a dragon to do its taxes. Ayla had just wrapped up a semester and was weighing her options on which magic tower to join. As for Klee, she'd just received an invitation to attend an important meeting, with her professor acting as his official teaching assistant. Both of Chen's sisters were already absolutely crushing it in their respective fields, which of course meant all parental expectations were now piling up on their youngest and only son. They were practically buzzing with anticipation, dying to see how the world would react to a multi-talented prodigy like their boy. His life story was shaping up to be a hit Manhwa series. Still, just the thought of you making that old coot Butte take you seriously is enough to keep me chuckling. All the way till next year, Kang declared proudly. Every time his dad mentioned Duke Butte, Chen couldn't help but flash back to the epic battle he'd had with the man in his past life. He'd been reincarnated for a while now, so the old grudges from that fight had mostly faded. All that was left was a burning desire to cross swords with the Duke just one more time. Thinking of Butte naturally made his thoughts drift to Layla, and he wondered how she was getting on. The last letter he'd received from her had been a whole year ago. A few days later, Gus still wasn't back to 100%. The mana flow in his body was still, let's just say, gunked up from the contamination. This little predicament put a full stop on Gus's magic slinging for the time being. Even so, there was no way he was going to stay cooped up in his room any longer. So it didn't matter how much his personal health advisor pleaded with him, the old man bolted outside anyway. A few hours later, the maids in Stress Castle started huddling together, the gossip mill working overtime. They had all heard that a legendary mage was staying at the castle to recover from his injuries. But the way Gus was acting made them feel like the guy was completely off his rocker. First, he was seen marching up and down every single staircase in the castle a dozen times, and then he'd just sit and stare at the flowers in the backyard for hours on end. This bizarre behavior had them seriously worried about the future of their very own Lady Arabella. I mean, this is the girl who was expected to become the strongest of the new generation of mages, a real Manhwa protagonist in the making. But of course, Gus wasn't crazy. He was simply captivated by the flower garden in the Stress family's backyard, that's all. At the same time, he was incredibly curious about what kind of master artisan could have created it. Not only was it stunningly beautiful, but every single flower in that garden was practically gushing with an extraordinary amount of mana. I dropped by to see how you were doing, but you were gone. So this is where you wandered off to, huh? A pair of leather shoes came to a halt right behind Gus. The voice belonged to none other than Heir. Only then did the old mage's attention finally peel away from the magnificent garden. Haha, you thought I'd made a run for it, didn't you? Someone told me I had to stay here until I was fully recovered. But being stuck in that room was so boring I could just die. That said, Gus couldn't deny that resting up at Stress Castle was doing wonders for his recovery. He finally understood why all the nobles loved flocking to the south for their summer vacations. To describe the climate here as wonderful would be a massive understatement. This place really is something special. Hay agreed, it truly is beautiful. He then added casually, I'm a little sad I have to leave so soon. What was that? You're leaving already? So where are you off to? It's not too far from here. I'm heading to the capital. Gus let out an oh. The moment Den said that, Gus immediately understood what the kid was up to. He was going to join the academy. After all, the Shilei family was one steeped in tradition. Both of his older sisters were exceptionally talented and practically celebrities at the school. Whenever he thought of them, Gus couldn't help but wonder if his sisters were that outstanding. Just how ridiculously skilled must this young man be? His curiosity getting the better of him, Gus decided to take a peek at the boy. And what he saw was a version of Den completely shrouded in an impossibly dense aura of mana. The mana concentrated around his heart was so condensed. It was unlike anything Gus had ever witnessed before. To put it simply, if you considered other geniuses Den's age to be a gentle stream, then this kid was a goddamn raging waterfall. This staggering discovery left Gus completely mesmerized, unable to tear his eyes away from Den. Normally, someone possessing that much mana would have a hell of a time keeping it stable, and it would constantly be leaking or flaring out of control. And yet, as immense as Den's mana was, it was under his perfect airtight control. It was so well managed that if Gus hadn't actively probed for it, he would have been completely oblivious, noticing the old man staring a hole through him. Den finally couldn't take it anymore and broke the silence. You do realize that scanning someone's mana without their permission is considered incredibly rude, don't you? Busted by a mere kid, no less. Gus felt a flush of embarrassment, scratching his head with an awkward chuckle. Oh, so you noticed, did you? I guess you've got some skills yourself. My apologies for that. My curiosity just got the best of me. It was a bit thoughtless. And while he tried to play it cool on the outside, internally, Gus was having a full-blown meltdown. Seriously. The impossibly dense mana coiling inside Den was a spectacle he had never witnessed in his entire life. He'd lived this long and was only seeing it for the first time. If he hadn't sensed it himself, Gus would have sworn it was just some tall tale from a manhwa. The existence of someone with this much raw power, it just felt completely unreal. Shiringu was having an internal meltdown. Hang on, wait just a minute. Why can't I sense any magic circles? With that kind of insane mana density, there absolutely should be a magic circle. His expression warped from utter confusion to pure unadulterated terror. A horrifying realization suddenly dawned on Shirengu. Don't tell me, kid, do you have 2 mana cores? Without another moment's hesitation, Shirengu rushed forward demanding answers. How in the world did you form your mana core? Du just stared at the old man's frantic display and blinked. Is there a problem? Shirengu roared back, his voice cracking. Of course there's a problem. You're already packing that much ridiculous mana and you still want to swing a spear around. He eyed him suspiciously. And you possess a type of magic that only requires a core with no need for a magic circle. Are you actually trying to throw away the greatest talent the world has ever seen? Du's eyes went wide as he shot back a question of his own. Well then, why can't I just use both? Shirengu's eyebrows scrunched up so hard they nearly became one. He clutched his head, pulling at his hair in despair. Arg, this is so frustrating. Where do I even begin to explain this? With no other option, Shirengu finally sighed and asked, do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so pathetically short? They're powerful because they possess both a mana core and magic circles. However, the two systems are fundamentally incompatible. And when they clash, that's when things get explosive. It's a fundamental law of nature. The compressed mana from the core gets forcefully channeled into the magic circles, and the circles, unable to withstand the raw impact, simply detonate. By this point, Du was completely and utterly bewildered. Whoa, I thought I'd done a ton of my own research. But is something like that even possible? Shirengu grumbled in frustration. What a waste of talent. Such a tragic waste. Standing amidst a beautiful flower garden, Du asked with a serious expression. So I can't use magic. They're strong because they possess both a mana core and magic circles simultaneously. But those two systems interfere with each other, and when they collide, major problems arise. It's a law of nature. Mana that's been compressed in the core gets fed into the magic circles. And because the circles can't handle that impact, they just blow up. He was now thoroughly confused. Man, I've looked into this a lot on my own, but is this for real? This entire plot sounds like it came straight out of a manhwa. Shirengu sighed in exasperation. What a waste of potential, an absolute crying shame. But what if there's no magic circle at all? Shirengu snapped his fingers and clarified, it's not that it's impossible. But without the precise refinement of a magic circle, how could you possibly... Wait, you can use a spell that requires pure magic. He then added, you know you're not the first person to have an idea like that. However, every single one I know of failed spectacularly. Dian pressed his lips together, firmly placing a hand over his chest to show his resolve. Then, allow me to give it a try. Shirengu was stunned by his audacity. The hell did you just say? Dian held up both hands, trying his best to explain. I've never actually done it before, but I think it's possible. Shirengu was furious internally, screaming, this kid is completely off his rocker. What are you even babbling about? Dian lowered his voice. If I just rearrange the magic code. With a decisive wave of his hand, he summoned a shimmering azure blue artifact. A powerful and overflowing aura immediately burst forth from it. It then morphed into a massive flame right before Shirengu's utterly gobsmacked face. Dian flashed a satisfied little smirk. Oh, would you look at that, it worked. But it's just a basic level 1 spell. Shirengu shrieked in a panic, what in the world is that? How is that even possible? He thought to himself, this kid doesn't have a single mana layer. So how is he casting magic? He stammered out loud, I don't believe it. You should only be able to use magic by refining a mana layer, and yet you just focused your will and conjured a thin shield. Dian offered his own hypothesis. My older sister Yalubela always said my affinity for magic was ridiculously high. Maybe that's why. Shirengu heaved a heavy sigh. Ha! Even so, the sheer anxiety in his eyes was impossible to hide. Is this what people are talking about? When they describe a talent that's simply impossible to copy, is this a manhwa plot? That so-called natural-born genius? Dian gazed at the shield, thinking to himself, it really worked. Shirengu heaved a heavy sigh. Ha! Even so, the sheer anxiety in his eyes was impossible to hide. Is this what people are talking about? When they describe a talent that's simply impossible to copy, that so-called natural-born genius, Dian gazed at the shield, thinking to himself, it really worked. It's effective, so it really is possible to use magic without a mana layer. Now I finally get it. Shirengu's knees were knocking together uncontrollably. Innate mana affinity, the sheer shock of it left the old man frozen solid on the spot. And we're not talking about just any mana, this was purer and denser than anyone else's on the entire planet. Does a person like this even exist in reality? Deng, meanwhile, just stood there watching him intently. Just then, Shirengu suddenly made him an offer he thought he couldn't refuse. How would you like to become my disciple? A horrified scream echoed through the vast palace. Whoa, hold on a minute. The two of them started walking down the hallway together. As they walked, Shirengu desperately continued his explanation. I just want to talk. It would be a damn shame to let an unbelievable talent like yours slip away. Deng, however, was clearly running out of patience. The old man tried a different tactic, asking curiously, you know how to use level 2 magic, right? Deng shot back, his annoyance practically radiating off him. I don't know that spell, so no, I can't. Seizing the opportunity, Shirengu let out a triumphant cackle. Oh, that's perfect. If you become my disciple, I'll teach you how to cast level 8 magic right now. Deng shut him down flat. No thanks, I'm not interested. Shirengu was so furious his eyes practically rolled back into his skull. Veins popped on his forehead as he let out a growl that was barely human. A classic Manhwa rage moment if I've ever seen one. Just then the sound of approaching footsteps was heard. Ken's voice boomed with a hearty laugh. Well, now I never thought I'd see you getting so chummy with my son. Deng politely greeted him. Father? Ken asked his son gently, what were you two discussing so intently? Deng hesitated before replying. He kept insisting I become his disciple. I already refused. A disciple, you say? Zirengu scratched his head reluctantly, saying, Count Ses. Your son possesses the talent of a legendary mage. Ken chuckled, absolutely delighted. Haha, is that so? Zirengu didn't hesitate to slap Deng firmly on the shoulder a few times. Perhaps even greater than you can possibly imagine. This kid here even managed to successfully cast chain magic. And get this, he did it without a magic circle. Your son possesses the talent of a legendary mage. Ken chuckled, absolutely delighted. Haha, is that so? Zirengu didn't hesitate to slap Deng firmly on the shoulder a few times. Perhaps even greater than you can possibly imagine. This kid here even managed to successfully cast chain magic. And get this, he did it without a magic circle. Chain magic, without any kind of magic circle. When Ken heard that, he was completely and utterly stunned. This was some next-level Manhwa stuff. Without a magic circle, are you for real? Deng broke out in a cold sweat, stammering out a reply. Yes, father. Qin recalled, pretty sure. His son didn't know the first thing about basic magic. Siren Gus quickly chimed in, which makes the kid's talent all the more impressive. The two men grinned from ear to ear. As expected of the former master of the magic tower, he saw my son's talent in a heartbeat. It's not just talent we're talking about. Your son is a genuine genius. He could even become one of those legendary, rare magic swordsmen. Dian imagined himself decked out in iron armor, charging onto the battlefield, sword in hand. He even pictured himself roaring triumphantly. Swords are so much cooler than spears. At that very thought, Qin's face went dark. He narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to an icy tone. A magic swordsman, you say? Dian felt a cold chill snake its way down his spine. You really shouldn't have said that in front of my dad. But Siren Gus, completely oblivious to the sudden storm brewing, just kept on chuckling. That's right, a magic swordsman, finally. Got you interested, didn't I? If he becomes my disciple, I'll take full responsibility. I will forge this boy into the strongest magic swordsman in the entire empire. A second later, those words died right in his throat. What is this? Why do I get the feeling? Qin's furious voice boomed. He is not becoming a magic swordsman, Siren Gus stubbornly shot back. But why not? A swordsman who wields magic don't. You see how perfect he is for it, losing. His cool Qin blurted out something unexpected. My son Dian will not be a magic swordsman. He will become a magic spearman. Siren Gus was utterly floored, thinking to himself. What is that the issue here? Dian just stood there, completely helpless and at a total loss for words, while Qin's face turned beet red. Siren Gus was stuck in the middle, totally bewildered. Haha, is it just me, or is everyone in this family the exact same brand of weird? For a mage, becoming a disciple is a pretty big deal. You're supposed to sit alone in a study, pondering the immense weight and meaning of it all. You see, mages don't just get apprentices. They groom a successor through an act called inheritance. It's a tradition as old as time itself, and it holds up even now, in this modern age where they practically mass-produce magical education. Heir slowly closed the book. So that's it. The master of the magic tower isn't just looking for a disciple. He's headhunting a successor. He thought back, realizing that for an 8th circle archmage to be hanging around him like this, it must mean his own talent was something ridiculously, unbelievably incredible, like something straight out of a manhwa. Heir placed a hand over his chest. After hearing all those compliments, he could feel a little something, a spark, igniting deep within him. Suddenly it hit him. I've got it. When they were kids, Arabella had told him that whenever he wanted to see her, he just had to pour some magic into this crystal ball. Heir slid open a cabinet door, and with a mischievous grin, he pulled out the orb. All right then, time to ask Arabella. His call of "Hey sis" echoed through the halls. The sound reverberated through a library where other students were trying their absolute best to study. Sister Arabella, it's me, hey aunt. The young woman looked up, her quill freezing mid-sentence. A look of pure delight washed over Arabella's face as she recognized the voice of her little brother. Hey Anne, she asked, completely stunned. Wait, what did you just say? You cast a first circle spell? She quickly covered her mouth with one hand, trying not to draw the attention of everyone around her. But you don't even have a magic circle yet. Hey Anne's voice came back cool as a cucumber. That's right, I don't, but I can still cast it just fine. Arabella was completely flustered. I always knew you were a genius, but I had no idea you were this much of a genius. Din's voice chimed in, well, a magic circle's main function is just to purify and circulate mana anyway. It's probably because of that toxic mana inside of you. Could my mana be too pure? Arabella pondered this. You know, that actually makes a weird amount of sense. Suddenly, Arabella had a light bulb moment. Aha, I know just how to check. Tonight, I'll send a magic stone over through the teleporter in your room. All you have to do is pour a little bit of your mana into it, okay? He replied politely, I understand. Diane looked at the orb, his heart swelling with pure joy. My big sister is the best. I've always been so ridiculously curious about mana. And advice from a 6th level mage that's absolutely priceless. Arabella added, oh, and speaking of which, now that you can actually cast magic, she dropped the truth bomb. You're going to get a ton of attention at the academy, you know. It's going to be like the main plot of a manhwa. Hearing this, the poor boy wailed in protest. But I don't want that. Arabella just casually twirled a lock of her hair. Sorry, little bro, but it's pretty much unavoidable. Talent is the ultimate spotlight magnet after all. Just make sure you tell me if anyone at school gives you a hard time. I will personally handle anyone who even thinks about messing with my little brother. Diane exclaimed, oh, you saying that just reminded me. Is it true you broke the nose of that guy who was always hitting on you? Wasn't he the second son of a duke or something? Arabella's voice dropped to a low growl. Don't you dare mention that scumbag's name again. But her voice had been a tad too loud, and now a few nosy onlookers were starting to stare. Arabella quickly composed herself. Anyway, even without a magic circle, is it possible for my mana to get even purer over time? Deanne hesitated. I'm not really sure. I'll look into it for you later. Just then a small girl came rushing over. She called out breathlessly, Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. Arabella quickly turned to Diane. Looks like I've got to run. I'll call you back later. Diane replied cheerfully, okay, talk to you later, sis. Right, Arabella confirmed. I'll send that magic stone over as soon as I can. A brilliant light began to emanate from the stone in his palm. A powerful current of magic was surging from within. This was the first time he had ever come into contact with a magic stone. He could clearly feel the immense energy packed inside it. This is incredible. He slowly began to channel his own mana into the stone. Instantly, a magic circle materialized in midair. It was the familiar magic circle of the callback system. Diane quickly poured his mana into it. Almost immediately, a familiar voice echoed through. The orb vanished. Diane was thrilled at the thought of a brand new horizon opening up to him. He looked so unbelievably excited. Even he couldn't believe his own mana was this pure. Seriously, do I have the heart of a dragon or what? Meanwhile, in another room of the palace, a pained groan was heard. This is going to be the death of me. Cyrene Gus was deep in thought, practically fuming. I used my mana to probe him, and that kid made my situation even worse. This whole dilemma was turning into a real manhwa-level crisis. I was supposed to leave this place ages ago, but I can't go yet. He ground his teeth, utterly frustrated that the boy still hadn't accepted his offer. Cyrene Gus remembered the scene vividly. Oh ho ho, brilliant. If you become my disciple, I'll teach you 8th circle magic immediately. Nah, I'm good. Gus wondered what in the world he had to do to get the boy to agree. His mind was racing with desperate ideas. Should I offer him a bunch of magical artifacts? Or the accumulated knowledge of my entire lineage? No, that's way too much. If I offer him all that and he still refuses, I'll have to leave. completely empty-handed. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Are you in there? It's me, Dian. Cyrene Gus nearly jumped out of his skin. What's he doing here? Don't tell me he's finally accepted my offer. The door swung open as the two words, come in, were spoken. Dian quickly walked in, saying cheerfully, great you're here. I've got something to talk to you about. Cyrene Gus was puzzled. And what might that be? But seeing Dian's expression, a brilliant idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Wait a minute, Cyrene Gus let out a smug chuckle. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew there was no way you'd pass up becoming the disciple of a genius 8th Circle Archmage. Like me, Dian's response was brutally blunt. That's not it. Cyrene Gus's demeanor flipped in an instant. Then what do you want? He snapped. Didn't you say you're not interested? So you've got a thing for magic, do you? Dian smirked. Oh, it's not that I'm not interested in magic. Cyrene Gus raised a skeptical eyebrow. Then why on earth would you refuse to be my disciple? Don't tell me you already have a master, don't you? Nope, no master here. Cyrene Gus's patience was wearing dangerously thin. Is this brat yanking my chain? He fumed internally. He finally asked, if that's not it, then what in the world are you even doing here? Dian pursed his lips, the gears in his head turning. I have no idea how to progress once I reach the 2nd floor. Getting my big sister to teach me is a long shot since she's so far away. At the end of the day, learning from old man Cyrene is my best bet. Plus, the guy owes me his life. Dian stated with dead seriousness, I have no desire to be just an ordinary mage. Cyrene Gus was taken aback. I'm sorry, what? So you want to become a high sorcerer, is that it? But Dian shot that idea down too. No, I'm going to become a mage, a high sorcerer, an assassin, and a summoner. Cyrene Gus's face twisted into an expression of pure bewilderment. What does a class like that even exist? It sounds like the main character of some overpowered Manhwa. Oh, and a swordsman too, Dian added cheerfully. He then took a calm, deliberate sip of his tea. This is absurd. Ugh, I don't even know what to say to that. Cyrene Gus decided to be blunt. So you're still turning me down, even when you know this is your only chance? Correct, Dian replied coolly. Cyrene Gus slumped, resting his chin in his hand. Damn it all, he thought. This kid is unbelievably stubborn. Then a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps that will work. Cyrene Gus slammed both hands on the table and made a new proposal. Do you want a letter of recommendation? Dian's eyes widened in surprise. A letter of recommendation? I heard you want to get into that particular academy, am I right? Cyrene Gus said excitedly. If I were to write you a letter of recommendation, you'd be admitted instantly, no questions asked. Dian carefully set his teacup down, a flicker of indecision crossing his face for the first time. Now that is a very tempting offer. After a long moment of careful consideration, Dian slowly replied, all right. Cyrene Gus could barely contain his glee. He said, excellent. Now shall we get down to the details? Hay shot back, can I set a condition? Cyrene Gus was clearly pleased. Heh, the kid's taken the bait. I'll lock this down right now and make sure there's no escape for him. The old man casually agreed. But of course, go ahead, speak your mind. Hay lowered his voice. Could you teach me how 2nd-tier spells work? Suddenly, the conversation got a whole lot more interesting. Why, certainly. I understand every single type of magic that exists in this world. Whoa, really? Then I'm counting on you, sir. Cyrene Gus gave a faint laugh. Haha, think nothing of it. But his eyes never once left Hay. He's still so young. A letter of recommendation or the mechanics of some level 2 magic is pocket change to me. Cyrene Gus then prompted, shall we begin immediately? My physical condition isn't at its best, but that won't be a problem. Hay also struck a ready pose. All right, let's start. Cyrene Gus was practically bursting with joy. The boy has fallen completely into my web. But then Hay added another piece of information. Oh, and I'll consider this as you repaying the favor for when I saved you in the forest. Cyrene Gus looked utterly dumbfounded. He stammered, I'm sorry, what? Hay explained politely. You owe me a life debt, so I can ask for absolutely anything from you. And I've already told you what I want. Hearing this, Cyrene Gus's face flushed with anger. What did you say? Then what about becoming my disciple? Hay shut his eyes firmly. Not a chance. Siren Gus looked like he was about to collapse. Did I just get scammed? This is like something out of a manhwa. Scammed by a 14-year-old kid. He quickly launched a counterattack. Hold on, you asked me for two things. I only owe you one debt. Hay let out a little humph. I don't think so. Siren Gus was flustered. What do you mean? Hay began to recount. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I also removed the poison. And on top of that, Chen added, I had to carry you on my back all the way here, you know. But I'm not going to charge you for that. That one's on the house. Siren Gu was completely speechless, unable to utter another word. He grumbled to himself in despair. Why is this kid so damn sharp? Ugh, and my back still stings a little. About 10 odd minutes later, the two of them were out on the training grounds. Siren Gu had to reassure himself, it's fine. He schemed in his head, if I just keep at it and persuade him, maybe he'll change his mind in the future. It would be an absolute waste to just pass on a natural-born genius like this. Siren Gu decided to get down to the main topic. The fact that you condensed a mana core before even forming a magic circle is hardly worth mentioning. What's truly important is that you can cast spells even without a magic circle. The method for casting level 2 magic that I'm about to explain is going to be incredibly complex. He shot Chen a look as if issuing a warning. Countless people have thrown in the towel at this very stage. So from now on, you better listen with your full attention. Chen just smiled back. You got it. Siren Gu scowled, sizing him up. Look at those bright, sparkly eyes. He cleared his throat a few times. But I'm not going to make it easy for you to reach your goal. I'm going to teach you some manners. Before truly diving into the training, Siren Gu wanted to lecture him some more on how level 2 magic was a whole different beast compared to level 1. It's because you have to personally calculate the amount of mana, gauge the density of mana floating in the air, and even factor in your body's condition all at the same time. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, putting on the solemn air of a superior. This is precisely the reason why most people give up on learning magic. But inside Chen's head, things were a little different. So you're saying, as long as I can do all those things, I can use level 2 magic, right? Siren Gu was absolutely floored when he heard those words. Don't tell me he's actually going to try it right now. The moment he finished that thought, Chen focused, gathering the mana from the air. Zisht. A sound crackled in the air. 2 small magic circles appeared right above his fingertips. Siren Gu was at a complete loss for words. A genius. A true bona fide genius from a manhwa. He'd just been thinking to himself, so does he even get what I was saying I bet this little brat is gonna have to beg me to explain it properly. In simpler terms, Siren Gus began, gesturing with his fingers. That's the gist of it. You got all that? He just smiled and replied politely, yes sir, I understand perfectly. Before the man could even get another word in, he started rattling it all off. So I need to learn a lot, not just the mechanics of how magic works, but also all the stuff I don't know yet. Siren Gus was completely floored. He blurted out, wait, what, you actually understood all of that? All right, smarty pants, then tell me how the laws of magic work. Go on, while scribbling the important bits into his notebook. Hay answered without missing a beat. The first law is coexistence. Magical energy can exist alongside the physical world and other sources of mana. Through this coexistence, a mage can use their own internal mana and the mana in their surroundings to cast spells. Hay glanced away, recalling the second law, conservation. Meanwhile, Siren Gus was still picking his jaw up off the floor, unable to believe this kid truly grasped the very essence of magic. Hay continued, if magical energy gathers enough physical components, then, through conservation, it can manifest magic across all the different elemental attributes. At this point, Siren Gus was genuinely bewildered, and he's even adding his own commentary to it. He stared at the young man before him as if he were some kind of bizarre alien specimen. Most people find this stuff mind-numbingly boring, but this guy, he's different. Honestly, how does someone like him even exist? This is some straight-up manhwa protagonist stuff, shaking. That thought aside, Siren Gus cleared his throat. Every time you level up, the magic becomes exponentially more complex. So rather than just explaining, I'll show you. Watch. A surge of powerful energy erupted from the man's arm. Siren Gus summoned a magical barrier, a shield made of squares, each one with an identical and perfectly uniform diameter. For example, this is a Tier 1 spell. It can be cast using model how to use a simple principle. Across from him, Hay watched and listened intently. However, starting from level 2, things are completely different. Level 1 can't even compare. Within the magical grid, strange arcane symbols began to materialize one after another. Siren Gus waved his hand, causing chaotic currents of energy to swirl through the air. This, he declared, is how level 2 magic operates. Hay thoughtfully observed how they intertwined in an incredibly complex manner, feeling that it was way more difficult than the theory suggested. Siren Gus asked smugly, "Well, what do you think this is the spell that creates the level 2 fire magic fire arrow?" Siren Gus then added in a gruff voice, "Furthermore, if you want to create more, you need to cast the same spell multiple times." Inwardly, he came to his own conclusion. He must be absolutely stunned, right? Of course he's never seen how level 2 magic works before. He carefully touched the stream of power with one hand. Looks complicated, doesn't it? This whole magic system is like a top-tier manhwa. Siren Gus commented that most people take at least 1 year after mastering level 1 magic before they can even begin to use level 2 spells. Siren Gus finished his lecture, a confident smile spreading across his face. No matter how smart you are, you can only grasp a fraction of the magic. The principle is what's important here. If you can't understand that, then nothing else matters. His plan was to observe the boy for about a week, before slowly teaching him the technique. Hay tucked the book into his pocket, wondering aloud, should I give it a try? Siren Gus was taken aback for a second. But he agreed anyway. Well, it's going to be difficult, but go ahead, give it your best shot. Hay spread his feet, taking a stance. All right then. Based on his own vast experience, Siren Gus suddenly felt something was off. Hay closed his eyes, and streams of power began to pierce through the air and merge together. They coiled around his body. When the time was right, Hay opened his palms. Like soft, elegant ribbons of silk wisps of energy gathered at his command. And just like that, he had successfully formed a barrier, leaving Siren Gus completely dumbfounded. That's level 1 magic, right? The old man's jaw dropped as he managed to squeak out a single word, correct. Siren Gus nervously stroked his white beard, his face a mask of pure disbelief. Whoa, he can create lines with a specific length and width. That's impressive, so he's just using simple level 1 spells, but I'm not done yet. Now for that little trick you just showed me. An immense pressure suddenly erupted, forcing Siren Gus to stumble back several steps. A pressure that came directly from Hay's magic. The old master was utterly bewildered. Are you for real? Did he just perfectly replicate the mechanics of a level 2 spell? He understood it just from watching me perform it. Once, Siren Gus stammered, "How did you do that?" Hay simply explained, "While I was watching, I just memorized the rules and patterns." He looked over at the old man and flashed a cheerful grin. Once I pictured the spell in my head, it really wasn't all that difficult. Siren Gus was on an emotional roller coaster, going from one shock to the next. This is beyond anything I could have possibly imagined, he thought to himself. Even a magical genius like myself took ages to master level 2 spells. But this kid, he's materializing it without even needing a magic circle. Hay murmured, "All right, I guess I'll try Fire Arrow next." The what? Siren Gus shrieked in absolute panic. The magical barrier began to tremble slightly before flaring with a brilliant light. With a mighty shout, Hay shattered the initial barrier. He focused every last ounce of his mental power, and 4 bows wreathed in sacred flames materialized out of thin air. Oh, would you look at that? Seems like it worked. Siren Gus could only stare, his mind completely blown. Wait, is that still considered level 1 magic? His jaw hanging open, he replied, "It is." Siren Gus tugged on his white beard, a look of sheer horror on his face. My word, he's creating lines of a specific length and width. That's ridiculously impressive. Is he really doing all this with just basic level 1 magic? But wait, there's more. Check out this thing you just showed me. A massive wave of pressure originating from Hei's magic slammed into Siren Gus and sent him stumbling back. The old man was completely at a loss. You've got to be kidding me, did he just perfectly copy a level 2 spell's mechanics? He got it just from watching me do it. Once this kid's life is a literal manhwa, Siren Gus stammered out the question, how in the world did you manage that? Hei explained nonchalantly, oh, while I was watching, I just made sure to memorize the principles and patterns. What he makes it look so effortless, doesn't he? Seeing Hei's incredibly excited expression, Siren Gus's mind went blank as he thought, this is just completely and utterly absurd. With talent like this, I could have already reached my dream of becoming a ninth circle mage. Hei innocently piped up, so, am I doing this right? Siren Gus, trying not to have a heart attack, stuttered, yeah, very impressive, you're picking this up, freakishly fast. But it was the kid's next line that truly sent a jolt of terror through the old mage. Yeah, I'm kinda surprised too, Hei said with a shrug. Didn't expect to nail it on the first try. Siren Gus's mind was racing. A mage with no magic circle. The world would descend into absolute chaos if they ever got their hands on this kid. In that moment, his entire goal shifted. This wasn't about teaching anymore. This was about containment. I have to hide this talent, he thought frantically. Every power-hungry maniac will be crawling out of the woodwork to bother you, kid. At least until you're officially my disciple, that is. Clearing his throat, Siren Gus quickly changed the subject. All right then. How about we move on to a different spell? And I should probably start thinking about how to word that. Recommendation letter to the academy, right? Later that night in his swanky new room, Hei couldn't help but grin. Man, learning magic was way more fun than he'd ever imagined. Lying in bed, he realized he'd need to master both theory and practice. But just being able to use magic at all brought back memories of his past life, a life where he was forced to give up on magic entirely. It was a brutal existence, where he never knew which day would be his last. Back then, something like studying was a luxury he couldn't possibly afford. To survive, you had to swing a sword, because magic, especially in the beginning, prioritizes a solid foundation in theory over just throwing spells around. Hei grew quiet, a smile touching his lips. This time will be different, he thought. My new life feels like a top-tier manhwa. By combining the scraps of theory he'd picked up in his last life with his insane natural talent, he knew he was on the verge of some seriously explosive growth, and that was just with basic instructions. Now he had the tower's former master as his personal tutor. As he drifted off into a deep sleep, Hei's last thought was a giddy one. I wonder what awesome magic I'll get to learn tomorrow. A month later, a shocked voice echoed through the palace. What, you want to make a magic reagent? Siren Gus replied with grim determination. Yes, I don't have enough materials, so I'm going to need your help. Means you'll have to go outside the territory. Chin let out a skeptical grunt. Already messing around with potions, seriously? Don't you worry about the kid, he's already mastered the principles behind 4th level magic. Chin was completely baffled. Hold on, what, doesn't it usually take a whole month just to get past level 1? Besides, information on alchemical reagents isn't exactly easy to come by. Where on earth did you learn all this? He asked his son. Diane just beamed brightly. Oh, I just learned it. And from some magic books in the library. I found them super fascinating. Siren Gus couldn't help but gush. See, a true genius is just built different. I never thought for a second that, and you'd be the type to get curious about potion making. Most people find that stuff incredibly dull, you know. He added, but for you I bet even just picking out the materials will be a blast. Chin molded over for a moment and then sighed, all right, fine. I suppose this will be a valuable experience for you. Since you're going out, you might as well check on the state of the territory while you're at it. Diane bowed respectfully. Yes, father. Sunlight spilled into every nook and cranny of the picturesque little town. The townsfolk started buzzing with excitement the moment they caught sight of the young Master Dian. Young Master, you should take some snacks with you. Me, that silver hair of his is fluttering so beautifully today. Dian offered them a warm, friendly smile in return. I trust everyone is doing well. I'll come back for those snacks later. Walking beside him, Siren Gus mused, "You know, it seems Count Stress isn't such a bad guy after all. Well, at least based on how he treats me, that is." He gestured towards a fruit stall. "The South has so much going for it: delicious food, mild weather, and such friendly people. It's a scene you'd rarely see in the capital, like something from a wholesome manhwa." Diane slowly added his own thoughts. "Yes, this place feels very warm." Suddenly, Siren Gus remembered their goal. "Hey, how much longer until we get to that magic tool shop anyway?" Diane replied nonchalantly. "I'm not really sure. I've never actually been there before." "Huh." Diane then called out loudly, "Ahem. We'll be counting on you to lead the way from here. You're our guide now." Our good boy did exactly as he was told. "Yes, young master." At his command, the three horses thundered down the cobblestone path. "This way, it's not far now." And wouldn't you know it, after just a few minutes, they arrived at the magic item shop. "Oh my god, is that really young Master Dung?" The whispers and gasps just wouldn't stop. "That silver hair and those emerald eyes of his are absolutely stunning. He looks like he walked straight out of a hit manhwa. Just like the rumors said, thank you for having us." Dung Ever the gentleman asked the shop owner, "How has business been lately?" The owner smiled back, but her voice was tinged with a bit of gloom. Same old, same old. Hardly anyone from around here actually buys magic items. I mostly just sell to foreigners and anyone who's really into magic." Then the owner's eyes lit up as she added, "I can't believe I have the honor of meeting the former master of the Magic Tower, Sir Siren himself." Being this close, she couldn't help but size him up. She recognized him with a single glance. Which makes sense, really. It's not like you meet a former master of the Magic Tower every day in this empire. The shopkeeper immediately bowed her head respectfully. "Please feel free to look around the shop. Just give me a shout if you need anything." Siren Gauss spoke softly to Dung. Since this is your first time in a magic item shop, go ahead and browse to your heart's content. I'm going to have a little chat with the owner." Deng, already looking around in a daze, replied unconsciously, "Okay." Inside the shop was a treasure trove displaying countless jewels and antiques. Deng couldn't help but marvel at it all. "Whoa, this place is full of so many cool things." He stroked his chin, lost in thought. But there was also something strange, a nagging sense of déjà vu. Dung slowly raised a hand. All of a sudden, a magical barrier materialized in front of the display. Deng quickly figured it out. If he touched a magic item, he could actually see its magical reaction. He squeezed his eyes shut, putting the pieces together. My mana sensitivity must be off the charts. Suddenly, Dung felt something unusual happening around him. It hit him then, if he touched an item, he could see its magical aura. He shut his eyes tight, trying to make sense of it. It has to be because my sensitivity to magic is so high. But then Dung sensed something off happening around him. His eyes darted around the room. Again, he felt that strange ripple in the air. He scanned the area. He glances over, wondering, what was that sound? A seriously strong vibe is pulsing from somewhere over there. The heck is that? Just as Hay is about to scan the upper shelves, the shopkeeper standing nearby suddenly calls out to him. "Excuse me, young master, but those are just for decoration." Hay jumps a little. "Oh, is that right?" Siren Gus, cool as a cucumber, chimes in, "Hey, why don't you come over here and check out some of these potion ingredients?" He adds with an air of expertise, "This moon root is top-notch stuff." Hearing this, the shopkeeper practically beams, whipping out the ingredient. "An excellent choice," she gushes. "There are at least 50 potions that use moonroot. And I grow this batch myself, so the quality is simply divine." But Hay is totally distracted, unable to shake that weird feeling from before. Something's not right, he thinks to himself. Right on cue, the stall behind him starts to glitter with a faint light, just like a classic manhwa plot device. Hay whips his head around to see an object that looks like a shard of cracked glass. He rushes over, a look of pure disbelief on his face. This is it, the stone, it's resonating. Seeing his sudden outburst, the shopkeeper gets worried. "Young master, is something the matter?" Hay, looking a little flustered, tries to explain. I can feel something coming from this stone. Siren is having none of it." "Huh, dude, it's just a decoration." Hay gently reaches his hand through the magical barrier protecting the item. "I'm not sure," he admits, But there's something weird about this stone. The moment he picks up the glass shard, Hei's eyes go wide with shock. I get it now. The more magic I pour into it, the stronger it reacts. He's completely captivated by the light. Thinking, wait a minute, does this thing only react to my magics? Meanwhile, the other two are completely oblivious, still deep in their shopping chat. You have a good eye, sir. The shopkeeper says to Siren, this would make a perfect specimen. In that case, I'll take this batch of moonroot. And a few kono berries as well. Just then, Hei walks up to them holding the mysterious object. Excuse me, he asks, but what exactly is this thing? The shopkeeper looks totally bewildered. Where did you get that stone from? Even Siren is confused now. Yeah, what even is that? She quickly adds, oh, that's just part of the decorative pile. Hei responds, right, just a decoration. He holds it up, a glint in his eye. But I can definitely feel something coming from it. Just a decoration, Yuan whispered. A decoration, he thought to himself. No way, what kind of knickknack reacts to magic? The shop owner let out a long theatrical sigh. Just thinking about that rock drives me up the wall. Seeing this, Ren Gus got curious. What's wrong? Did you get scammed? The crestfallen shop owner began her tale of woe. A few years ago, some street vendors paid me with a giant package. When I finally got it open, that stupid rock was inside. And the guy who gave it to me, poof, vanished. The shop owner sobbed, pulling at her hair in despair. I had no idea what it was, so I took it to get appraised. In the end, they told me it was just a rock. Nothing more, nothing less. I didn't know where to put the darn thing, so I just stuck it over there. Yan remained standing there silent. Strange, this rock is clearly anything but ordinary. Snapping back into sales mode, the owner chirped, young master, if you want something a little better, please come this way. I happen to have some very special magical artifacts. She gestured invitingly, allow me to show you. Oh, all right, then lead the way. The shop owner presented the item with both hands. This is a business card scroll. Meanwhile, a storm of thoughts was brewing in Yuan's mind. Even though this place is full of cool stuff, he glanced at the stone. The only thing I really want is that rock. The shop owner was in the middle of her pitch. If you place a card in here, it will automatically save any information you want. Then all you have to do is call out the person's name, and their business card will pop right out. Before she could even finish, Yuan cut her off. I'll take the business card scroll and this rock. The shop owner stared at him, completely baffled. Why on earth would you want that useless hunk of stone? But Yuan was absolutely confident in his judgment. I'm definitely going to need this. This feels like a classic Manhwa plot device. Ren Gus was deeply suspicious. What exactly are you planning to do with that? Yan didn't say a word, simply flashing him a mischievous, eye-crinkling smile. After they left the shop, Ren Gus remarked, I never knew you had a taste for such peculiar objects. So what are you gonna do with it? Yuan, however, didn't answer. He just replied with that same sly, knowing smile. Once they were outside, Ren Gus couldn't help but comment. I never figured you'd be interested in that kind of stuff. Is it for decoration, some kind of art piece, or is there something special about that rock? Dian let out a little chuckle. Haha, you really can't tell. Of course I can. Why else would you waste money on a useless hunk of rock? Dian's face turned serious as he replied, exactly. This stone is definitely not just some paperweight. It actually reacts to my magic. Siren Gauss snorted. Oh, does it now? He muttered under his breath. I have no clue what that stone is, but hearing you say that has certainly piqued my interest. Diane suggested, there are too many eyes and ears around here. Let's head back to the palace and give it a proper inspection. Siren Gauss didn't need any more convincing, agreeing in a heartbeat before spurring his horse onward. As soon as they got back to the palace, the two of them made a beeline for the training grounds. So you got any idea what this thing is? Are you seriously underestimating my priceless collection of experimental gizmos? Siren Gauss cleared his throat dramatically. With these bad boys, I can figure out what anything is. Siren Gauss began to summon his power. Even though some other so-called mage appraised it and said it was nothing special, whatever that hack said, how could his opinion possibly compare to my state-of-the-art equipment? He sighed with the air of a man burdened by his own genius. I burned through my entire fortune for this cutting-edge setup, you know. It can analyze absolutely anything you place on it. Deanne's face lit up. Wicked! Let's fire it up while the trail's hot. Siren Gauss carefully placed the stone on the device. All right, I admit I'm getting pretty excited about this. He stepped back and commanded, place the stone right here. Then channel your magic into it. The second Diane's hand touched the artifact, the stone erupted with an unbelievably powerful reaction. A tempest of energy shot from it straight into the sky, a scene straight out of an epic manhwa. The old master and his young companion could only stare their eyes wide as saucers. Diane was absolutely floored. There's something truly special about this. Siren Gauss, on the other hand, looked incredibly smug. Finally a chance for me to puff out my chest with pride. The light began to converge at a single point. Diane blurted out, "It's a magic compass." Siren Gauss didn't bother to correct him. "Yes, but it's not just magical. It can also point the way. This is a magic compass." "Without a doubt, but there's one more thing. It only reacts to your magic, model. This is no ordinary magic." Heian is practically buzzing with excitement. Thinking to himself, this is incredible, this is a spell with structural laws and an operating system I've never seen before. Honestly, it might be as complex as a 6th or even 7th tier spell. He then puts 2 and 2 together, figuring, so the magic hidden in the stone is what's creating this light show. Siren Gus flashes a grin and replies, "You nailed it. Your magic is the very key that unlocks this thing. I'm saying that because it only reacts to your mana." Heian stares at the ancient symbols pulsing out, wondering, what is this? What kind of spell is locked away in this rock, and why does it only react to my magic? Siren Gus takes a few steps forward slowly, inspecting it. The ceiling magic is a bit foreign to me, but since I'm the tower's original owner, I'll give it a shot. Heian thinks if he succeeds, maybe I can finally understand why my magic is so different from everyone else's. Siren Gus lets out a sigh. Perhaps. Heian can only hope with all his might that this works. Elsewhere in the royal palace, we find ourselves in Arabella's personal laboratory, a place jam-packed with massive tomes. A recording device sits neatly on the desk, looking like its owner polishes it daily. Arabella is standing alone in the room, muttering to herself. It really is different. It's completely different from any conventional magic. The girl gently touches an information panel. A unique property. There's a unique property to the magic Heian shared with me that even I don't possess. Arabella's brow furrows as she thinks with intense focus. However, what school of magic does this even belong to? The results show no magical reagents, no portal magic, no magical engineering. It's like something straight out of a bizarre manhwa. If it's none of those, then what on earth is it? Arabella skims through each of her notes, searching for an answer, to make absolutely sure she didn't miss a single character. Her inner detective kicked in, thinking, this has to be a match for something. Just then a wild idea shot through Arabella's mind, and she practically squealed with excitement. That's it! There's a whole field of lost magic code. The magic of the night should fit it perfectly. Not wasting another second, Arabella started frantically scanning the room. Now where in the world did I put that thing? She began a frantic excavation of the book Apocalypse covering her floor. And finally, after a heroic struggle, there it was. Alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and even a tome on primordial magic code. This was some serious manhwa-level stuff. Just then, from behind her, an old book suddenly tumbled to the floor. That definitely got Arabella's attention. She shot a suspicious look at the object now lying at her feet. The brown cover says Ancient Magic. How original. Arabella remembered the legends of a magical kingdom from long, long ago, and the magic passed down from Akina. She stared intently at the book in her hands. Since it was an ancient magic from 2,000 years ago, it was pretty much a given that absolutely no one knew how to use it. But then Arabella couldn't help but laugh at herself. What am I even thinking? Ancient magic disappeared 2,000 years ago. There's no way the magic of the night could possibly be compatible with it. Arabella froze for a second. But you know what? Who cares? I've got nothing to lose. Full of resolve, she told herself, let's just give it a shot. Stepping up to the desk with the recording machine, Arabella focused every last drop of her energy to summon the spell. A long, slender object with two pointed blue ends materialized before her. Arabella squeezed her eyes shut, trying to feel the flow of magic with everything she had. And then, she stopped. Then again, what the heck? It's not like I have a better idea. Stealing her resolve, she decided to just go for it. Back at the machine, Arabella poured her energy into casting the spell. The slender blue-tipped object appeared once again. Arabella squeezed her eyes shut, really focusing this time, and she could feel that something was starting to happen. Aha, there was a reaction. Strips of paper began pouring out of the machine in an endless stream. Arabella whispered in awe, "What is all this? Alchemy, divination?" Arabella picked up the long scroll, praying to every god she knew that it wasn't a Necromancy 101 textbook. The dense lines of text played out in Arabella's mind like a terrifying Manhwa scroll. She instantly recoiled, almost toppling over backward. Her eyes shot wide with terror. No way, this can't be real. Her shriek could be heard clear as day from outside the room. What in the actual hell is this? Meanwhile, back on the training grounds, the energy pouring out of the stone wasn't letting up one bit. A grin spread across Siren Goosey's face. Oh ho, the seal is broken, which means there's something inside waiting for us. Siren Goosey, who had obviously known this all along, replied, "Indeed, and I'm going to be the one to retrieve it." He slowly reached his hand into the blinding source of light. The moment he pulled the treasure out, the overwhelming power surrounding it began to fade away. Deng looked on a bit bewildered. A silver bracelet, Siren Goosey's face scrunched up in pure unadulterated annoyance. It looks like some cheap trinket you could buy at any street market. I was expecting some legendary material, the kind you only read about in a manhwa, but there's nothing special about this at all. Deng, however, was staring intently at the bracelet's fine details. Siren Goosey quickly prompted him, "That's the one. Since it only seems to react to your magic, you should probably try putting it on." Deng obediently gave a quiet yes. He took the bracelet from the old man's hand. It looked way too big for his wrist. Tensely, Deng braced himself for whatever was about to happen. And just as they'd hoped, the bracelet began to change. Siren Goosey gasped in amazement. "Oh, it's reacting after all." Deng squinted, intrigued. I can see some weird symbols." He leaned in for a closer look. "What are these? Let me see." Deng then turned and pressed him for answers. "Do you have any idea what these are?" Siren Goosey immediately moved in closer for a look. "This is..." He began, a look of recognition dawning on his face. "Yes, that's it. It really is reacting." Deng looked on completely baffled. I can see some strange symbols appearing on it." He leaned in to get a better look. "What in the world? Let's have a look." Deng pressed him, "So do you know what they are?" Siren Goosey moved in for a closer inspection. "This is," he murmured, realization dawning. "Yes, of course, these symbols, they're from the ancient language that no one in this world can read," Deng stammered. "The ancient language you mentioned," but before he could even finish the question, Siren Goosey cut him off. "These are characters from the ancient magical kingdom of Akina." The name Akina, I remember Enruolan telling me stories about it when I was just a kid. She said it was a golden age where everything down to the smallest trinket was crafted from pure magic. But of course, all good things must come to an end, and that glorious era was wiped out one day. All that's left now are a few crumbling ruins and the fairy tales they tell kids. And apparently this line of magical code. Si Chenggu just burst out laughing. I knew your magic was something special, kid, but I never in my wildest dreams thought it was connected to the ancient magical kingdom." Yan put two and two together. "So, that must be why I was able to waltz through that forest so easily these past few days." Si Chenggu squinted, stroking his beard. "That would make sense. The magic lingering in that forest originates from Akina." He thought to himself, "Hey, and I already wanted this kid as my disciple. Looks like I hit the jackpot." Still, there was one little problem. "But I can't find anything else in this bracelet." Si Chenggu replied dismissively, "You can figure it out in your own time. In the meantime, not a word of this to anyone. Just keep your head down and act normal." "Yes, sir, I'll do as you say." Suddenly, a god-awful racket ripped through the air, making both of them jump out of their skin. What in the world is that noise? Si Chungu scrambled to his feet, a look of pure panic on his face. Don't tell me, is that the monster attack alarm? But a split second later, that panic morphed into a look of pure, unadulterated glee. Ha ha ha, perfect. My body is just about fully recovered. Time to stretch these old bones a little. Si Chungu looked like a kid on Christmas morning. Finally, I can return the favor they paid me. He growled, shoving Yan. Well, what are you standing around for? Go grab your spear or something. Yan, however, just calmly reached into his pocket to pull something out. Si Chungu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What in the seven hells is that? It's making the same noise as the alarm. Yan explained calmly, oh, the sound is harmless. It's designed to create an alarm sound just like that one. In fact, it can go even louder. Si Chungu just stared dumbfounded at the small communication device in Yan's hand. He'd never seen a magical artifact that looked or worked like that in his entire life. And then he just threw his head back and laughed. Brilliant! Kid, you just get more and more interesting. This manhwa is full of surprises. Now let's go. We have some uninvited guests to entertain. Without another word, the two of them shot off towards the commotion. What greeted them was a scene of pure chaos. A colossal monster was tearing the forest to shreds. Si Chungu roared with delight. Perfect timing. My fists were getting itchy. Yan support me from the rear model has absolutely nothing to do with monsters. He even explained that the sound was just my big sister trying to get in touch with me. Siren Gauss's face fell with disappointment. What, you couldn't have just said that from the very beginning? Jichin could only manage a strained smile. Haha, there's no way a monster would pop up in this area. That would be crazy, right? Now if you'll excuse me, I just need to have a quick chat with my sister. While Siren Gauss pouted and turned his head away, Jichin frantically answered the call. Yeah, sis, what's going on? And Ruolan asked excitedly, what took you so long to answer me? Sorry, sis, did you need something? She explained that she was in the middle of analyzing some magic code when she suddenly stopped. Wait a second, is there someone with you? Jichin replied with blunt honesty. Don't tell me you also figured out that my magic is ancient magic, did you? And Ruolan's shriek on the other end was loud enough to shatter glass. What? How in the world did you know that? Jichin explained, well, Sir Siren and I were analyzing some stones, and I just guessed they were from the ancient magic kingdom. And Ruolan pressed on, and you're saying those stones only react to your magic? Jichin replied politely, yes, that's correct. At this point, Siren was even more shocked than before. Wait, she figured that out just by analyzing his magic from afar. This is some next-level manhwa genius stuff. I knew the girl was a genius, but she's way more talented than I ever imagined. And Ruolan asked, does anyone else know? Jichin's reply was a cold no. Good. Now listen to me very carefully. And Siren, I know you're listening, so you'd better pay attention too. You have to keep this a secret. If you let this information get out right now, you won't be able to handle the consequences. It was only then that Siren decided to speak up. Ahem, Miss Anruolan, I've heard a great deal about you from Jichin. Oh, Sir Siren, I realize I may have jumped straight to the point. She's a genius, but even more talented than I ever imagined. And Ruolan asked, does anyone else know? Jichin coldly replied, no. Good, now listen to me. Very carefully, Siren, you listen as well. It's best you keep this a secret. If you reveal this right now, you will not be able to bear the consequences. It was only then that Siren spoke up. Ahem, Miss Anruolan, I have heard quite a lot about you from Jichin. Oh, sir. Siren, I see I got right down to business. Siren, I think I might have gone a bit too far. Let's just dive right in, no need for introductions. And don't you worry, this little secret is perfectly safe with me. He was panicking because if word of this got out right now, it wouldn't just be Dung, but the entire C family. That would be facing some massive consequences. And Rua Bela sighed in admiration. That's our master for you. You understood the gravity of the situation in an instant. Master Gusi nervously asked, is this conversation being recorded? And Rua Bela let out a small chuckle and assured him, nope. The moment this call ends, the recording will self-destruct. Master Gusi breathed a huge sigh of relief. Phew, that's good. Nobody wants to leave behind that kind of messy evidence. Besides, I'm planning on heading back to the Magic Tower to do a little more digging on this subject myself. The girl's face lit up as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much for helping us. But Master Goosey quickly waved it off. No, no, Miss Anrobela, I'm only doing this out of my profound sense of responsibility as a mage, so really think nothing of it. Then a thought suddenly struck him. Ah, speaking of which, I heard that you were looking for a magic tower to join. So have you decided which tower you're going to grace with your presence yet? And Rua Bela froze for a few seconds. She clutched her bracelet tightly and answered reluctantly. Not yet, I haven't. However, I can tell you that the Nikkei Shan Magic Tower isn't on my list of considerations. Their area of specialization just doesn't really align with my interests. Master Goosey grumbled to himself. I was wondering who that kid took after, in being so darn decisive all the time. Turns out he gets it from his older sister. The family drama in this manhwa is something else. He put his hands on his hips and let out a booming laugh. Uh-huh, I see how it is. Well, in any case, it's not like you have to come into our magic tower, you know. Dung, who had been standing by, silently made a mental note. Wow, she's brutally honest, isn't she? And Rua Bela offered her final words before the conversation ended. I am absolutely certain there are countless other talented individuals out there who would be thrilled to join your magic tower. In any case, we'll discuss the details tonight. In any case, we'll discuss the details tonight. In any case, we'll discuss the details tonight. Later, okay, Hay gently reminded him. Fine, and you take care, Siren Gus. Casually praised, your sister has become quite the skilled individual, you know. Hey, couldn't agree more. Of course she is, and this thing was also her creation. She told me that this streamlined crystal ball is the hot new trend among young mages these days. Siren Gus suddenly grumbled, yes, it's very impressive, but I have no need for such a gadget. When someone reaches Level 8, being easily contacted by others isn't exactly something they wish for. If there's something important to say, they can simply come and find me in person, can't they? Hay just nodded along. Ah, I see. In his head, a single thought took shape. Yikes. Sounds like this old man doesn't have a single friend. From inside the room, a Jen's voice cut in. Did I hear you say ancient magic? That's a bit worrying, son. Our boy Hay quickly tried to calm him down. Haha, Dad, don't worry about it. But Agen was dead serious. If anyone dares to target Hay, I will make them pay the price. Lily immediately chimed in. Ooh, I like the sound of that. In that case, I'll make sure anyone who targets my son is silenced my way. Hay curled up like a little kid, thinking, geez, they're radiating pure killer intent. My family is more dramatic than any manhwa. But hey, with these two protecting me, I couldn't be safer. Agen stroked his chin, putting the pieces together. Wait a minute, if that's true, then that means there's ancient magic hidden. Like somewhere in our bloodline, isn't there? Already covered. Lily's tone turned serious. That's an excellent question, and we have no idea if any of our ancestors had it. I'll start checking my side of the family. Hay wondered to himself, if both sides of the family start digging into this, what in the world are they going to find? It's not really a big deal, but now I'm kind of curious. On the table sat cakes and hot tea. Well, anyway, one of them said, it seems you've managed to stir up more than one hornet's nest today, son. The time has come, Lily advised gently. Den, my boy, if you stay here any longer, it's just going to hold you back. You should seriously consider packing your bags for the capital. And the sooner the better. Den looked up bewildered. The capital. Agan explained with a soft smile, that's right. You know the rules, you have to be at least 14. That's the minimum age they'll even let you through the academy gates. And well, look at you now, you're old enough. To be honest, I wanted to keep you here for another year or two. Before sending you off, of course. But it seems there's nothing left for you to learn in this town. Lily gently placed a hand on the young man's arm. Den, if you decide to go, then you can leave whenever you're ready, Lily finished with a kind smile. Den was completely floored. I never imagined they'd be thinking like this. Agan's voice boomed with encouragement. Den, you're going to do great things. Go on, get out there and let that talent of yours run wild. A huge grin spread across Den's face as he replied, "Yeah, I get what you and Mom are saying." And just like that, his mind was made up. "I'll start getting ready for the academy." "Excellent choice," again praised beaming with pride. Den felt a surge of satisfaction. "Perfect, it's time to level up just like in a proper manhwa." Meanwhile, in another room, a lively discussion was underway. "Oh, so that's the choice he made." "Yes, and sooner than I expected." "He made a good call. Staying here any longer would just be putting a cap on his potential." "What a waste that would be," Siren Gus stated grimly. "And on that note, I have a piece of advice for him. Don't go showing off all your skills right out of the gate. The academy itself might welcome talent with open arms, but not everyone in it shares that sentiment." Den listened, his expression firm. "Right, Arabella told me about that before. She had to deal with people trashing her just for being skilled." Siren Gus let out a long sigh. "Let's just say, the average kids aren't going to be able to keep up." "Ah, but the Tomi family, now that's a different story." Siren Gus let out a long sigh. "Let's just say, the average kids aren't going to be able to keep up." "Ah, but the Tomi family, now that's a different story." But that's a story for another time. Hay found himself lost in thought. "Oh shoot, that's right, come to think of it, I promised her. I told her I'd visit if I ever made it to the capital." He mulled it over. She'd be pretty bummed out if he just ghosted her. Besides, this was the perfect opportunity to think about what kind of weapon to forge with the seal that Duke Xiangmian had gifted him. Siren Gauss sniffed, his large nose twitching thoughtfully. "Let's see now. If you have 3 months before you start at the academy, then you should probably pack your bags and set out from here's. In about 2 months." "That sounds like a solid plan," Hay replied, his curiosity piqued. "But what about you? What are your plans?" "Me, I intend to head back," Siren Gauss said softly. "Back to the magic tower. I believe I have some business to attend to. Thanks to you, things haven't been quite so dull. If I happen to stumble upon any clues about ancient magic, or anything else that might pique your interest, I'll be sure to send word." Hay's eyes widened. "Seriously? If you did that, I'd be incredibly grateful." "Right then," Siren Gauss grunted. "The only thing left to deal with is your training. Since we're short on time, we're going to have to kick things into high gear. And let me remind you," he warned, "reaching level 3 is no walk in the park. It makes level 2 look like a tutorial stage in some easy mode manhwa." Hay's expression turned dead serious. "Understood, I'll work my tail off." He then reached into a desk drawer. "Oh, and I actually got a little something for you." Siren Gauss blinked in surprise. "A gift, you say?" Hay pulled out a small box and nodded. "That's right. My sister zapped it over to me with teleportation magic just yesterday." Inside lay a crystal pulsing with a brilliant shimmering light. "It's a brand new prototype." "Whoa, what in the world is this?" Siren Gauss asked, taking the wondrous object as Hay began to explain. "It's a new streamlined crystal ball. It hasn't even hit the market yet. My sister Arabella is the one who invented it. She's got a real soft spot for me, so when I asked for one, she sent it right over." Siren Gauss let out a delighted chuckle. "Well now, isn't this compact? And quite beautiful too." He cleared his throat. "Ahem, it's not as though I need such a thing, but I suppose I can graciously accept this gift you've prepared for me." Jan, being all polite, suggested, "Sir, please, feel free to use this to get in touch with me." Inside his head, though, he was thinking, "Ooh, I can program my own secret code into this thing." And even though the old man claimed he didn't need it, he was practically buzzing with excitement. Jan gave Siren Gussie the quick tutorial. "That's right, sir, you just do it like this." Haha, this little gadget is actually pretty simple and easy to use. Jan just stood there thinking, yeah, I doubt he's going to be blowing up my line. That often, right, later that night as darkness fell, Jan asked himself, the academy, huh? Tugging off his t-shirt, he started laying out his game plan. Okay, I've got 2 months left. Time to get serious. A sly little smile crept onto Jan's face. My hobby is just being able to use a little bit of summoning magic. And as for his real goal, I'm going to aim for official enrollment in the summoning magic class, get myself a summoning seal, and finally get a crack at that aptitude test. And since Big Sis K. Lee is an assistant professor, I'll probably be seeing her around all the time. Once I get in, perfect. At that very moment, Jan's eyes happened to land on the egg. Ah crap, I forgot to feed these guys their daily dose of magic. The instant he laid a hand on the egg, it reacted violently, which is a classic Manhwa setup. Jan felt a moment of despair. For 3 long years, he had painstakingly poured his magic into this thing, day and night without fail, but he sighed. It still won't do a single damn thing. Still, a guy could hope, and Jan was nothing if not patient. However, if all the magic I've pumped into it hasn't gone anywhere else, and if the egg itself has absorbed it all, then it's gotta hatch eventually, it just has to. Later, Jan and Alibay La were having a chat. Right now, the entrance exam system is pretty simple. There are just 2 tests you have to pass. 2 tests you say, yep, 1 general exam, and 1 for your major. Ah, I see. So Eddie, could you maybe explain that in a little more detail? Nope. Alibay La just turned to gaze dramatically out the window. She said softly, the general exam is just a preliminary round to weed out the weaklings. It's a written test on general knowledge. I wonder just how strong we'll be the next time we meet. History and all the juicy drama related to the Empire. For a guy like you, this will be a piece of cake, no problems at all. This is classic Manhwa main character stuff. She cleared her throat. Of course, the better you do, the sweeter the reward. Because it all gets factored into your final entrance score, you see. Arabella smiled, then elaborated. The next exam is the major specialization exam, which is exactly what it sounds like. You'll pick a major and take a test on it. What's on the test is entirely up to the professor in charge. But I have total faith you'll sail right through it. Besides, you've got that shiny recommendation letter, don't you? Lin Feng's voice suddenly chimed in from the communications stone. Ah, I remember now. You guys aced it without breaking a sweat too, right? A smug look spread across Arabella's face. That's right, honestly, it was ridiculously easy. Outside, a few young men were meticulously examining the blade of a sword. However, once you choose your specialization, some people just start, summoning magic. Arabella warned. You'll have to stick with the major you pick for that specialization exam. Arabella turned back to face the window. Unless you're planning on a dramatic career change later on. On the other end, Lin Feng was practicing his swordplay, but listening with rapt attention. Exactly, so you have to choose very carefully from the start. Personally, I'm still hoping our little bro chooses the magic specialization. Hearing this, Lin Feng's exasperation was palpable. Haha, she really hasn't given up on that, has she? He replied, though a bit reluctantly. All right, I'll think about it. Lin Feng was curious. So if I enroll and then want to change my major, is transferring my only option? Arabella answered. Usually yes, unless you graduate and then decide you want to start college all over again for fun. She added. Of course, you can still sit in on classes for other majors. Lin Feng executed a decisive sweeping slash with his sword. But typically from the 3rd year on, the advanced specialization classes won't allow students from other majors to participate. Lin Feng pursed his lips and paused his movements for a moment. As he mulled over his thoughts, unexpectedly drifted to his father. Dad always taught me, don't become a barbarian. His words echoed in his ears. I'm proud of you, son. He suddenly felt a pang of shame. His father had always believed in him. After a moment of deep, profound thought, he let out a little sigh. So I guess that means I have to pick just one major to stick with. Just then a light bulb went off in Arabella's head. Oh right, there's this thing called the Independent Study Program. It's designed for exceptionally talented individuals. Chen's ears perked up. Wait, that's a real thing. Sounds pretty sweet to me. But Arabella delivered the punchline with a deadpan expression. Yeah, except no one signs up for it unless they have a death wish or are actively trying to flunk out. Chen was intrigued. Why's that? Arabella let out a little chuckle. Because my dear Chen, so far, no one has ever actually passed the final exam. The voice on the other end of the line suddenly got very, very quiet. I see. Sensing danger, Arabella's tone sharpened. You're not actually thinking about giving that a shot, are you? Chen immediately backpedaled. What, no, of course not, sis. Oh look, Mr. Kane is here, gotta go, I'll call you back. Arabella hung up, feeling a bit bewildered. Am I pushing him too hard? She wondered. Nah. But just then a voice called out from behind her. Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. Ah, all right, I'm on my way. Siren held out a letter announcing grandly, here is the letter of recommendation I promised you. Chen's face lit up. You really wrote it for me. Stroking his magnificent beard, Siren Gus replied with an air of importance. I didn't just slap this together, the content has been meticulously crafted. I've written my fair share of recommendation letters, you know, but this is the first time I've poured this much of my very soul into one. This is a real Manhwa level letter. You should consider it a great honor. Chen looked like he was about to burst with excitement. I'll do my best not to let you down, sir. Siren Gus turned away grumbling under his breath. It'd be even better if you just said you wanted to be my disciple. But then again, even if I did take you on, I highly doubt you'd be the type to respectfully call me master anyway. Chen froze on the spot, busted. Heh heh, how on earth did he know? Siren Gus quickly put his concerned facade back on, a look he had clearly practiced beforehand. This old geezer is way too sharp for his own good, Chen thought. Now stop letting your mind wander. So you all packed and ready for your big trip? Diane replied with a calm and cool, yep, all set. Not that I have a mountain of stuff to bring with me anyway. Besides the facilities at the academy, dorms are supposed to be top-notch, so pretty much everything I'll need is already provided for me. Siren Gus put his hands on his hips. Sure, the facilities are great, but you've got to have the guts to actually claim them for yourself, but hey, you're not the type to just roll over and lose to those punks. Are you? A hint of worry crept into Diane's mind. The way he was talking, it sounded like the academy was just a high society version of a battle royale manhwa, crawling with a bunch of rotten nobles. Siren Gus's tone turned dead serious. Don't you forget this. That place can be brutal. If you show even a hint of weakness, a whole pack of them will be on you in a second, ready to bare their fangs and tear you apart. Diane thought back to his past life. Sounds just like the battlefield, doesn't it? He replied meekly, yes, sir, I understand. Siren Gus added, if you need anything, and I mean anything, you contact me. Oh, and that crystal sphere thingy of yours. It's unbelievably useful. I'll be sure to put it to good use. A sad look crossed Diane's face as he asked, but why do you sound like you're about to leave for good? Siren looked surprised. Heh, you noticed. I'm heading out tomorrow. Tomorrow for real. Well, I can't just hang around here forever, can I? Your father offered me a position as a magic advisor, but I think I'll mull that over later. You know when I've run out of other exciting things to do. Siren placed a firm hand on Diane's shoulder. You know how it is, I've still got a lot on my plate to take care of. Yeah, when I get back. His voice softened just a touch. I thought I had tied up all the loose ends, but it turns out there's still a whole laundry list of tasks I need to tackle. Is he talking about ancient magic? Diane wondered. Yeah, well, helping him is pretty much like helping myself, so it's not a bad deal at all. Siren Gus grinned. Anyway, thanks for everything, kiddo. Diane quickly interjected, no thank you for everything you've done. The old man's eyes crinkled into a wide smile. Damn right, I'm really looking forward to seeing what you become. With a final wave, Siren made his exit. Well then I'm off, don't you dare see me out. You'll just make me all flustered. Hay politely replied, yes sir, please take care. But he couldn't help feeling a little sad. Man, after spending so much time together, it feels kinda empty now. Now that he's gone? Just then Lily entered the room with an update. Sir Siren has departed safely. And you said you were planning to set off today as well, correct? Ah Si replied gently, that's right. The boy told me he's all packed and ready. But Lily, like any good mother, was still worried. I'm relieved he's leaving early, but are you sure he won't run into any trouble on the way? Ah Si immediately soothed his wife's fears. Honey, we're using the teleportation gate Arabella prepared for us. What could possibly go wrong? A wave of relief washed over Lily. Oh, you're right. I suppose I was worrying for nothing. Ah Si beamed with pride. You know, say what you will, but I think we did an amazing job raising our kids. While all the children from those other families are busy stabbing each other in the back for the title of family head. Ah Si continued, of course we'll have to make a decision one day, But I'm not playing favorites, it's not some cliché succession drama manhwa. Just then a figure appeared in the doorway. Hei, all ready to go, gently called out to his parents. Asi's face lit up seeing his son. Oh hey, there you are you about to head out now? Lily, however, went into full mom mode. Did you remember to bring the token I gave you? And Neon, you brought Neon, right? Hei's eyes crinkled into a smile. Of course, Mom. Lily gave him some final instructions. If you ever find yourself in a really truly difficult situation, go to the place I told you about and present this token. Hei probed, yes, I remember. The people there, they're your colleagues, right? Go to the place I told you about and present this token. Hei asked, yes, I remember. Are the people there your old coworkers or something? Lily looked up with a gentle fondness. That's right, they're very, very dear friends of mine. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, but I'm absolutely certain they'll help you. Ao En's face tightened with a dreadful realization. Don't tell me, is our dear Dung really going to walk the path of an assassin? Shaking off his panic, Ao En gave a stern reminder. Hey Dung, when you get to the capital, go find Duke Thormian. The Duke will help you out before you start at the academy. Yes, father. The thought of her son leaving was too much for Li Li and she started to cry. To think Dung is already old enough to leave us like this? Ao En got a little flustered, completely unsure of how to handle a crying wife. Haha, come now my lady, let's send our boy off with a smile. Through her tears, Li Li sadly hurried him along. Let's get going, we won't walk you too far. Deng clutched the strap of his bag tightly. Now that the moment was here, his feet suddenly felt as heavy as lead. He gave his parents one last look and said, well then I'll be on my way. As Deng's footsteps faded towards the palace gate, Ao En gave a cold command to his subordinate. Juola, I want you to follow him. Be discreet. Make sure Deng reaches the teleportation gate safely, then report back to me. The cloaked young man moved to obey instantly. Yes, master. But before Juola could leave the room, Lili suddenly spoke up. It's been a while. A smile played on her lips. You know what needs to be done, don't you? Keep a close eye on Deng's teleportation. Make sure nothing unusual happens. Meanwhile, Deng and He Mu stared at the object looming before them. He Mu exclaimed excitedly to his young master. Seeing something like this in person, it's like a scene straight out of a manhwa. Deng didn't reply, but he knew exactly what it was. That's right. This is the teleportation gate my big sister set up for me. He Mu couldn't stop gushing with praise. Lady Arabella must be an absolutely amazing person. Deng couldn't have agreed more. Yeah, now I see why this took her an entire year to build. Pointing at the massive structure, He Mu asked curiously, so if we step inside, the teleportation magic will just activate. Deng cracked a smile and replied, that's the idea. He couldn't help but wonder what else his sister had in store for him. Deng and He Mu stared at the object looming before them. He Mu exclaimed excitedly, young master, seeing this thing with my own two eyes is breathtaking. Deng didn't answer, but deep down he already knew. Yep, this is the teleportation gate my big sister prepared for me in advance. He Mu couldn't stop gushing. Lady Arabella truly is an incredible person. And Deng couldn't have agreed more. Just how much blood, sweat, and tears did she pour into this? Teleportation, just like any other kind of magic, only works if you get the code arranged just right. You have to constantly pump mana into it while the code rearranges itself. Before you can even think about casting it, Hei gave the gate Arabella had installed a thorough once-over. And yep, it was a flawless piece of engineering, meeting every single condition required for a successful jump. The man bowed his head slightly, his voice tinged with worry. Well then, young master, please be careful. Hei just clapped him playfully on the shoulder, looking as cool as a cucumber. All right, you be careful too. With that, Hei was the first to step toward the teleportation gate. His every step on the grassy field was firm and steady, and in just a few seconds he was standing in the very center of the massive portal. Hei took a deep, steadying breath. She said, all I have to do is pump mana into the gate and it'll fire up. He spread his arms wide, summoning his power, and a powerful aura slowly began to lift his body into the air. A sudden hurricane-force gale blasted through the area, forcing Hei to throw up an arm to shield himself. The very space around him began to crystallize, And with that, the teleportation gate sprang to life, looking like something straight out of a fantasy manhwa. Hei squeezed his eyes shut, trying to focus on the sensation. And just as he felt a strange, weightless feeling seep into every fiber of his being, the teleportation gate with him in it vanished without a trace. Blazing sunlight poured down onto bustling city streets. This place was every bit as beautiful and idyllic as Hei's own homeland. Mounted on horseback, he stood before the city gates, absolutely buzzing with excitement. This is definitely the place. Hei eagerly took in the sights around him. The entrance to the capital city. His horse's steps halted when he heard an unfamiliar voice. "I have been waiting for you." A man clad in imposing iron armor called out to him respectfully. "Sir Hei." He introduced himself with a formal bow. "I am Luik Asma, captain of the Night Order. I am here to escort you under the orders of His Highness." Hei was a little taken aback. He was getting the full VIP treatment, which was way better than he'd imagined. The first knight of the Shimian family. Hei heard this and just nodded along. "Ah, gotcha." He was, to put it mildly, a bit bewildered. Being personally welcomed by the captain of the knights? Yeah, this is a little intense. Li Wei announced with a stone-cold, serious face. "We will be your escort from here on out." The second the words left his mouth, his eyes darted behind him. His subordinates were there, ready and waiting on high alert to provide protection. In perfect unison, they roared, "Yes, sir." Li Wei stated with unwavering resolve, "We're moving out immediately." Hei just flashed a cheerful smile. "I'm counting on all of you." After just a few steps, a million random thoughts started bouncing around in Hei's head. Now that I'm actually here, this whole thing feels incredibly strange. I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be waltzing into the heart of the Antian Empire. The very same empire I used to despise with every fiber of my being. Flags snapped and billowed in the summer wind. And I'm not just here as anybody, I'm here as the top dog. A hurried voice cut through the crowd. "Hey, you gotta come see this magic. This is straight out of a manhwa. You don't get a chance like this every day." From another stall, a vendor hawked his wares. "Get your magically chilled parfaits right here. Only 1 coin a pop." Hei couldn't help but let out a little sigh of admiration. "Haha, you really can find anything and everything here. I never imagined the capital would be this lively." Li Wei suddenly spoke up, pointing ahead. "That over there is the manor of the Shimian family." Startled out of his thoughts, Hai looked where the knight was pointing. The sheer magnificence of the estate was enough to make his jaw drop. That mansion is absolutely colossal. For a while after that, Hei walked in complete silence, because he felt that something was off. Watching the endless flow of people, Hei unconsciously pressed his lips into a thin line. "I've got this feeling that someone is watching me. Or am I just being paranoid?" 2 neat rows of servants bowed respectfully before Hei. "We welcome you, Master Hei," he replied gracefully. "Thank you for such a warm reception." And honestly, even a simple gesture like this took our boy Hei by surprise. I mean, their formation was perfect, their etiquette flawless. Yeah, even something so simple managed to catch our boy Hei a little off guard. Their formation was just that impeccable. A formal greeting. Their discipline and adherence to the rules seemed so flawless and natural. A complete 180 from how we do things in the South. Someone had been waiting at the main gate for quite some time. Our boy walked up with a bright smile. "Greetings, Duke Xiangmian." The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the very picture of a nobleman, and replied with a calm warmth, "Hello, Dian. It's been a while, hasn't it?" With a kind and concerned expression, Xiangmian asked, "Are you doing well? The journey must have been arduous. Please come inside." Xiangmian let out a little "oh" of surprise. "Now that I get a good look at you, you've changed so much in the last 3 years. Kids your age, or even those a year or two older." Xiangmian placed a hand on Dian's shoulder. "They can hardly compare. To you, you've had quite the manhwa glow-up. I'm sure Agen is incredibly proud of you." "You're too kind, sir." Xiangmian offered some advice. "Now I know this place can't compare to your father's castle, but please enjoy your stay here while you prepare for the academy entrance exams. Also, I'll be assigning a personal servant to you. So if you need anything at all, just let us know." Dian replied cheerfully, "Thank you, sir. Oh, and how is Li La doing?" And so their conversation continued. "Oh, she's fine, of course, but Did you two have a fight or something? What do you mean, sir? Xiang Mian elaborated well recently whenever your name comes up. She gets all quiet and seems, well, not very happy. I'm not entirely sure myself. Xiang Mian cleared his throat. I see, perhaps it's the pressure from the upcoming exams. Though a talented girl like Li La should be able to pass with ease. Diane just laughed it off awkwardly. I'll ask her when I see her. He thought to himself, what's her deal? Don't tell me it's puberty. Xiang Mian agreed indeed. We'll have a chance to talk more later. Oh, and just a little heads up, be gentle with her. Diane was puzzled. Suddenly, Xiang Mian's expression turned somber. You'll understand in due time. Dion was completely lost, wondering what in the world is he talking about. Snapping out of it, Xiang Mian remembered his duties. You should head to your room and get some rest. A servant will show you the way. Diane bowed respectfully, a deep bow. Well then I hope you have a pleasant stay. Dong replies, yes thank you very much. The door is closed with the utmost care. Deng figured he'd probably be stuck here for a week until the exam. He glanced around. Man, this living room was a bit over the top. It looks like it was pulled straight from a luxury manhwa. He set his bag down. Deng told himself he should probably unpack and then find the training grounds first. Just then a girl pushed the door open without making a single sound. She offered, I'll take you to the training grounds. Deng's eyes went wide. He knew that voice. It was Li Le, and she asked with a seriously annoyed tone. Deng, what took you so long to get here? She snapped, practically shouting, you made me wait forever. I was starting to think I'd never see you. Deng was still completely bewildered. Li Le, is that you? Instantly his mood brightened. It's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been? Li Le retorted sharply, yeah, obviously. I've been just great. She stomped over to him aggressively. But isn't there something you wanted to say to me? Deng, totally lost, replied, say what now? Li Lu suddenly exploded. Why didn't you write to me? At that, Deng just froze on the spot. Her barrage of questions had completely short-circuited his brain like a side character in a dramatic manhwa. After a moment, he finally stammered out a reply. I thought I was going to write back, I swear, but I kind of forgot. I'm sorry, okay? Hearing that, Li Lei let out a cold scoff. Sorry, you think sorry fixes everything? He scratched his head, offering a nervous laugh. Hey, I came here in person, didn't I? I had to get ready to leave the capital and all. So my head just wasn't in the game for anything else. Come on, just forgive me this one time. He then asked what he could possibly do for her. To make up for it, he'd do anything she wanted. Anything at all. Leela's brow furrowed slightly as she fell into deep thought. For a long while, she said nothing. Deng flashed her his most sincere-looking smile. First priority, he thought, is to survive this conversation. But what on earth could she possibly want him to do? Taking a deep breath, Deng finally spoke slowly. So, what should I do for you? After a good long think, Li Lei spoke up again. All right then. How about a light match? Deng couldn't help but frown. What, you got doubts? Li Lo raised an eyebrow at him. A playful grin spreading across her face. Spar with me. He hesitated for a second. Are you sure about that? After she gave him a firm nod, he finally gave in. The moment he agreed, a sly smirk appeared on Lilo's lips. She raised a brow provocatively. You confident you won't live to regret this? I might look the same. But I'm so much stronger now, it's not even a fair comparison to my old self. I'm not the same girl who was learning how to release mana from you anymore. Hei stared at her newfound confidence a little surprised. It seemed she'd really grown up a lot over the past 7 years. With that in mind, he spoke up again. Now that you mention it in your last letter, you said you won some kind of tournament. Lilo nodded, smiling. You remember I won the Danter Cup, the one hosted by the royal family. Hei calmly replied, right, that one. That's the fighting tournament for kids. Under 15 in the Empire, isn't it? Lilo grinned and nodded. Yep, if you'd been there, you and I would have definitely faced off. In the finals, such a shame. Hei just shrugged indifferently and said coolly, well, that's a shame we can finally put to rest. Right now. Lilo still looked a bit hesitant. Are you really sure it's okay? You still have your entrance exam. What if you get hurt? He just smirked, thinking to himself, Heh, I think you've got it backwards on who should be worrying about who. But he didn't say that out loud. Just waved his hand dismissively. I'll be fine. Hearing that, Li Luo's face lit up. Awesome, it's too late today, so tomorrow, right when we wake up, let's have our match. The next morning at the castle, just as they'd agreed, Li Luo came to find Hei. After hearing Hei's proposal, Li Luo couldn't believe her ears and cried out, "Wait, are you seriously still using a weapon with no blade?" He shook his head and explained, "Hey, this is just a friendly little match. Using training, weapons is perfectly fine. Besides, even the most skilled warrior can't deal with. I'm prepared for anything. What you're scared of getting hurt." During a spar, hearing this, Li Lei sighed and tried to reassure him, "Don't worry, because the best healer in the entire empire is currently working for my family." But Deng wasn't having it. He shot back with a grim question. "And what if something happens that even your fancy healer can't fix?" Well, that shut Li Luo right up. She stammered, completely at a loss for words. Deng looked at her calmly. "If you want to wield a bladed weapon, you have to think that way." She huffed in frustration. "It's just one match. Why are you being so ridiculously serious?" Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, she could only sigh in defeat. "Fine, fine. We'll use training weapons. Is that good enough for you?" Right after that, she ordered a servant to bring them the practice weapons. Deng watched her intently, thinking to himself how much she'd grown. Yep, she had definitely become the proud, confident young lady that everyone gossiped about. They even said she would soon surpass the achievements of her two older brothers, who were already making names for themselves. As official knights, it seemed the Li Duchy might just be getting its first ever female head of the family. It was obvious that unlocking her mana back then had been the major catalyst for her incredible growth. At the same time, Li Lei was also reminiscing about that day, all those years ago when Deng had helped her. She was so incredibly grateful for it. Thanks to him, she was able to learn the fundamentals of mana control far faster than any of her peers, and now she had 2 whole mana cores. This kind of character development is why I read Manhwa. She'd been waiting for this day for so long. She wondered if she won. Would he be upset just then? The servant arrived with the weapons for Li Le. She took them from him with a casual word of thanks. Deng accepted the spear from her, giving it a few interested twirls before nodding, satisfied. As it was a training weapon, the weight was fairly light. He had been a little hesitant at first, but his confidence quickly flooded back. After all, if he could use literally anything as a weapon on the battlefield, what was there to worry about here? Scared yet, in that very moment his footsteps paused. He became even more steadfast, the sheer arrogance of a general who had dominated battlefields for years had finally returned. He looked over at Lala and said, "So are we ready?" To start, Lala had already finished her preparations and gave him a curt nod. Dian had already pointed his spear forward, his right leg bent low in a perfect offensive stance. On the other side, Layla wasn't slacking either, gripping her sword tightly, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. She had faced spear wielders before at the Danter Cup, and frankly, it wasn't that hard. A spear has long range, sure, but its power drops dramatically once you close the distance. Thinking about this, her confidence in winning this fight skyrocketed. Instantly, she charged forward. Her momentum was absolutely ferocious. The sword in her hand was already a blur, its tip just moments away from skewering. Dian, seeing this, a triumphant grin spread across her face, but her sword stabbed nothing but thin air, because the spot where he was standing was now completely empty. Dian was gone, leaving her so stunned she couldn't even speak. While she was gaping like a fish, a weapon was suddenly resting against her neck. It was, of course, Dian's spear. Lala shrieked in astonishment. "When did you get there?" Dian pulled his spear back, his voice cool and detached. "You're lucky this is just a practice weapon. If this were the real deal, we'd be in the middle of a major incident right now." Hearing this, Lala cried out, refusing to accept it. "But I swear my sword touched you." She simply couldn't believe he could possess that kind of blinding speed. It was like something out of a manhwa. Dian propped his spear on the ground and said, "All right, Let's start over, shall we? He added that the same approach wouldn't work again, so she should probably move a bit more carefully. Lala just huffed. It's been a while, so I was just a little tense, that's all. This time I absolutely will not hold back. But by the time she lifted her head to look at him, again she saw a familiar figure standing there. And who should be on the balcony but Duke B himself? He was observing the battle like it was the season finale. His eyes were glued to Hei's back, and our boy could feel that intense stare burning a hole right through him. The Duke was here to check the final exam results, so to speak, and Hei knew exactly what the old man was thinking. Ever since Hei won the Dan Cup, the Duke had been worried sick about Li La, who had poured her heart and soul into training. Today, Hei decided he was going to put the old man's worries to rest for good. At that moment, Li La shot him a death glare and declared, "Hey, you better brace yourself. My father's watching, so I'm not holding anything back. Bring whatever you've got." Hei simply gave a cool, detached nod. Instantly, Li La shot forward like a cannonball. Mana began to crackle and pop in the air around them. But Hei just stood there looking as calm as a summer's day. He twirled his spear, creating a small whirlwind around him. But the raw mana still hung heavy in the air. So not one to panic, he just kept on spinning his spear. And that's when Li La came charging in full throttle. She sneered coldly, "How's that? Not so easy now, is it, Hei?" But Hei managed to block her attack just fine. He replied nonchalantly, "We're just getting started. You better give me everything you've got." Meanwhile, up on his balcony, Duke B watched in silence. He murmured to himself, "The fight between them, it's still a complete deadlock. I have no idea how this is going to turn out." But a strange, uneasy feeling started to creep into his heart. The playful smirk that was on Hei's face earlier, it was completely gone. He now looked like a hardened warrior about to march into a life-or-death battle. The real Manhwa action was about to begin. Down on the training field, Hei and Li La were still clashing fiercely. Hei was on the defensive, using the long shaft of his spear to parry her blows. Li La's powerful sword strikes rained down on him relentlessly. Their footwork was a blur as they moved at an incredible speed. Hei took 2 quick steps back, narrowly dodging the tip of Li La's sword. Seeing this, Li La bit her lip with fierce determination. This was her chance. With that thought, she lunged forward with every ounce of her strength. But Hei was 1 step ahead of her. He swiftly spun around, using the shaft of his spear to smack her right on the hand. Caught completely off guard, Li La lost her balance. Before she could even react, Hei sent her flying with a powerful sweep of his spear. Li La crashed to the ground, staring up at Hei in utter disbelief. Well, you're a whole lot stronger than she thought." Hei An was a little caught off guard by the sudden move. But a single fluid spin of his spear was all it took to smack her right on the hand. Li La's jaw practically hit the floor, her eyes wide with disbelief as her sword clattered to the ground. Hei An raised an eyebrow, smirking. Well, looks like this round goes to me too." Up on the balcony, Count Butte watched the scene unfold and let out a long, resigned sigh. And that she lost again? He glanced at the man beside him. "What do you think, Asma?" he asked. "Maybe this will finally knock that ego of hers down a peg or two." Hearing this, Asma flinched, clearly startled. He lowered his voice. "So, you were aware of her attitude, my lord?" Count Butte replied nonchalantly. "Of course I was. The signs were there even before the Danter Cup. But after she won the championship, it became impossible to ignore." Meanwhile, the duel raged on below. Watching his daughter struggle desperately against Heian, the Count couldn't help but sigh again. "I was going to have a serious talk with her about it, but I figured it'd be better if she came to the realization on her own." Asma nodded slightly. "A wise decision, my lord." Count Butte fell silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful as he asked, "Tell me, what's your take? How many mana cores do you think that kid possesses?" He squinted, studying Heian from above. Asma hesitated for a beat before answering, "At least 3, my lord." But the Count shook his head, refuting him. "I have a different theory. I'd say he has a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3. Asma frowned, intrigued. "What makes you say that, my lord?" Instead of answering, the Count simply said, "Watch closely. It looks like his spear speed is overwhelming Li La, right? But it's not pure speed, he's outclassing her." with something she has zero experience in, and that's actual combat strategy. He moves like a protagonist straight out of a battle manhwa. Down below, after another flurry of failed attacks, Li La couldn't hold it in any longer and cried out in frustration, How can you possibly block everything? Just then, Hei-An's spear flicked Li La's sword aside with almost casual ease. He pulled his weapon back, raising a single eyebrow at her. In a calm, steady voice, he began to speak. But I can see every single move you make. Asma watched the scene unfold, completely baffled. Is this guy really just some hardworking swordsman, or is he the secret final boss of this manhwa? Count B simply gave a slight knowing nod. He's probably just green with no real combat experience. Honestly, I'm watching this with my own two eyes, and I still can't believe it. As he said this, he narrowed his eyes, gazing down at the arena below, a storm of complicated feelings brewing within him. The moment Li Luo truly matured was after that inspection tour in the south 7 years ago. It was right after she met Hei, and perhaps this time will be the same. While the Count was lost in thought, Asma spoke up again. You know, this is getting pretty interesting. The young lady won the Dan Cup, but it seems she couldn't even use her full power. Count SES must have put her through some seriously brutal training. No, you don't understand a Can at all. Count B said, shaking his head gently. He might be strict, but he's not the type to train someone that harshly. Unlike myself, Hei is someone who doesn't need that kind of brutal training. Asma was taken aback, asking in confusion. What do you mean by that, sir? Count B replied nonchalantly. He possesses an overwhelming talent that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to challenge. In his eyes, Hei was nothing short of a genius. At that very moment down below, Hei sent Li Luo's sword flying. I'd guess the only reason he didn't participate is because he just wasn't interested in the Dan Cup. Asma looked at him completely unconvinced. How could he not be interested in the Dan Cup? The one tournament every young man and woman in the entire empire dreams of winning. Again, Count B spoke with an air of calm confidence. Right now, there's no one in his age group who can even come close to competing with his skills. Meanwhile, the duel between Hei and Li Luo was rapidly approaching its climax. Li Luo was forced back step by step. A look of pure panic was plastered all over her face. In this moment, Count B could only hope she would realize something crucial. Her own shortcomings in this duel. If she can just shed that arrogance and focus on her swordsmanship, she has the potential to completely surpass him. Down in the arena, Lito casually laid out the numbers. Lala was still on her knees deep in the middle of a full-blown existential crisis. Yep, just as she suspected, she was utterly and completely outmatched. She knew the guy was a prodigy, but she never imagined the gap between them was a freaking canyon. Dian squinted down at her, casually slinging his spear over his shoulder. In a voice way too calm for the situation, he said, "You look beat. Let's call it a day." Lala stared at her sword lying abandoned in the dirt. After a long moment, she let out a sigh of defeat. All right, fine. You win. Dian kept his cool expression, but on the inside, he let out a massive sigh of relief. Looks like Duchess Lala's little wish had finally been granted. She must have finally gotten the message that she isn't the top dog around here. Lala stomped right up to him, her face a storm cloud of frustration. How in the hell do you train to get that strong? Diligently. Dian's cold one-word answer somehow managed to make Lala even more furious, and she absolutely lost it. Who doesn't train diligently, you jerk? Dian just gave an indifferent shrug, planting the butt of his spear into the ground. In that case, shall we start over? Lala's eyes bulged in pure, unadulterated horror. Completely ignoring the look of sheer dread on her face, Dian calmly turned to leave. I'll be going now. Staring at his retreating back, Lala yelled out full of defiance. You won't win next time. Sure, I'll be waiting. Dian didn't even bother to look back as he tossed the casual reply over his shoulder. And with that, he was gone. He was the only person Lala had ever truly admired, and at the same time, the one person she was absolutely desperate to defeat. She figured that with enough training and guidance, she could finally prove she wasn't just some little kid anymore. But why did the gap between them just keep getting wider and wider? Just you wait, she vowed to herself. Next time, victory will be mine. 1 month later, the entrance exams for the Royal Academy officially began. It felt less like an exam and more like a massive festival, the kind you'd see in an epic manhwa. Young talents from every corner of the empire had flocked to the capital, all to take part in the entrance examination. If you counted all their families and their enormous entourages, then you had thousands of people swarming the capital. The total number of applicants hoping to get into the Royal Academy was around 1,000 people this year. This massive influx of people turned the already bustling capital into an absolute madhouse of excitement and chaos. The streets were packed shoulder to shoulder with a sea of hopefuls and spectators. 6,000 people, he said, and just paying the application fee isn't enough to get you special consideration. But here's the kicker, 2/3 of them immediately bombed the first exam, so the herd thinned out real quick. In the end, not many were left standing. With the first preliminary round over, a little more than 2,000 hopefuls are now prepping for the second, more specialized exam. Meanwhile, up in the grand hall of the castle, the faculty was abuzz with speculation. One of them just couldn't take the suspense anymore. "Seriously, how many do we think will actually pass this thing?" he asked. Another professor calmly offered his take. 200 tops. Don't you think? They all seemed to agree that this year's batch of kids was pretty impressive. Some were even showing glimmers of genius-level potential. Just then, Professor Dinabo, the head of the magic department, piped up anxiously. "Are the results for the first exam still not finalized?" The dean of academics. Ingrid shook her head. "They're still tallying," she replied. "The real question is who's going to snag the top spot." Someone immediately brought up the swordsmanship department. "Isn't the front-runner Duke Lila's daughter?" Another prof eagerly nodded. "Oh, for sure, she's the one who won the Dan Cup. That final match was incredible. Duke Lila has done a phenomenal job raising that girl." The head of the summoning department. Pineso raised a sly eyebrow. Well, he chuckled. "Sounds like the top swordsman is someone to watch, right head of swordsmanship." Professor Esterander simply nodded with a smug look. "Someone to watch, my friend, at this point. Her victory is practically a foregone conclusion." But while everyone else was caught up in the gossip, Dinabo was quiet, lost in his own thoughts. After a moment, he let out a deep sigh. He reached into his coat and pulled out a letter. In a low, serious tone, he said, "I have a slightly different theory." Ingrid frowned, intrigued. "What's that you've got there?" Dinabo explained slowly, "This is a letter of recommendation from Sidran. It's been stamped with the mana-infused seal of the magic tower." The moment he said it, the whole room fell silent. Ingrid gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Does that mean? So who did Sidran actually recommend?" "Yeah, right. Astander wasn't buying it for a second," shooting back. "Doesn't matter who they are, nobody can possibly beat the champion of the Danta Cup." The room immediately erupted into a storm of gossip. Siren, a man famous for never taking on a single disciple, had actually sent a letter of recommendation. Get this. The kid was a newbie, only 14 years old, but already at level 3 Den. Practically screamed in shock, "Level 3? Who in the world is this person?" Dinabo slowly let the name drop Dino Gress. The words sent a shockwave through the room, leaving everyone utterly speechless, ignoring their dumbfounded expressions. Dinabo continued, "He's from the house of Count Sres." In an instant, the gossip mill fired right back up, this time focused on the Sres family. That house already had 2 certified geniuses in the magic and summoning departments. And now even their youngest son gets a personal recommendation from Siren. This family is straight out of a hit manhwa. After a moment of chatter, Den was the first to speak. "If he's from the Sres family, then this is no small matter." Ingrid nodded in agreement. 2 of the continent's most powerful families enrolling at the same time. This is definitely going to be the hot topic of the year. But Esterander just raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "Hold on, isn't that the family renowned for their spear techniques? And yet here's a recommendation from a master mage. It seems House Stress is trying to make a name for themselves in the world of magic now." Hearing this, Ingrid let out a disappointed sigh. "And here I was so sure he'd be joining the swordsmanship department." Dinabo just gave a casual shrug and a smug grin. "Well, if he joins my department, he and Arabella would be an absolute powerhouse duo. After all, you can't survive at the Royal Academy without some magic. Just then, a voice from the doorway suddenly shattered the atmosphere. Pardon me for cutting in the totals for the first exam are in. At those words, everyone immediately leaned in, practically begging the girl to hurry up and share the data. A moment later, the results were announced. The Department of Swordsmanship has 1,367 students, the Department of Magic has 227 students, and the Department of Summoning has 152. The score disparity was so huge it was almost comical, and the crowd in the room was instantly floored. Well, what do you expect from the Swordsmanship Department? The difference in class is massive. Astander, buzzing with excitement, opened the list to take a look, and a moment later a satisfied smile spread across his face. Just as he'd expected, the name Leluo was sitting right at the top, but at that moment Denabo suddenly looked a bit perplexed. His hand kept scrolling across the datasheet, and after a moment, he called out, "Denog, I can't find that other kid's name." Astander's brow furrowed. "Are you serious? What about Sidrin's letter of recommendation?" Ingrid just gave a slight shake of her head. "Nope, I don't have it either." Someone looked doubtfully at the young staffer and asked, "Is there any candidate who isn't on the official list?" The girl quickly replied, Well, there's one applicant who applied for the free major." The moment those words were out, everyone present was struck absolutely speechless. But oh, she wasn't done. The girl then dropped a bombshell that sent an even bigger shockwave through the room. Out of the 6,000 applicants, Diane scored the absolute highest on the first exam. These seasoned professors, men who thought they'd seen it all, couldn't help but gape, their eyes wide and jaws on the floor. They simply couldn't believe Diane had taken the #1 spot. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the house where Diane was staying, he had just finished his spear practice. He'd already been here for a month. Time really flies, he thought to himself. The duel with Leluo felt like it was just yesterday. And just like that, the first exam was over, and he was just waiting on the results. Good thing the test wasn't too hard. Right on cue, Leluo came tearing in from outside, yelling, "Dian, did you get your results? What rank did you get?" At that exact moment, the bracelet on Diane's wrist lit up. The exam results were in. Diane announced cheerfully, "I got first place." Hearing that, Leluo immediately flew into a huff. "Of course it was you," she grumbled. "So annoying. I can't believe I missed out on being #1. And glared at him, demanding answers. "You? So how in the world did you study for this?" Diane just casually replies that it was thanks to the questions his sister sent him. But let's be real, the guy's got a massive advantage, since he literally learned it all in his past life. But Layla is not letting him off the hook that easily. She keeps grilling him. What could a 14-year-old possibly know about tactics, strategy, and military management, huh? Diane slowly replies, "Honestly, I found that part to be the easiest." "Don't you think it's interesting?" Layla cannot believe what she just heard. Screeching in disbelief, "Are you even a normal person? It's not just military science, but also fine arts music. You even know the history of the Drini Empire. That's my major." Diane just cracks a faint, unbothered smile and says, "You'd be surprised what you unconsciously pick up when you're busy rolling around on a battlefield." But Layla presses on, "Okay, but where did you take the second round of exams?" Diane frowns, muttering under his breath. 3 places in total, I think." 3 places. Layla practically shrieks. "But you actually applied for the undeclared major," she demands, getting right in his face. "Besides the tactics department and the summoning department, what else was there?" Diane just chuckles, shakes his head and says, "I'll let you know eventually." And oh boy, this just about drives Layla absolutely insane. After stewing on it, Layla asks again, clearly annoyed, "For the last time, why did you pick the undeclared major? No matter how I think about it, I just don't get it." Diane, with the classic calm of a Manhwa protagonist, gives a one-line answer, "Because I want it all." Layla's face just crumples in shock at his words. But the acceptance rate is insanely low, With a little smirk, Diane confidently says, I heard that the undeclared major lets you take any class. You want until graduation, plus you don't have to choose a specialty. Until the very end, and on top of that, you get to do research alongside specialized professors, am I right? Layla asks suspiciously. Yeah, and that's exactly why nobody ever applies for it. Wait a minute, is it because you don't want to study with me? You totally failed that on purpose, didn't you? Din just shook his head and said, Nope, her brow furrowed as she pressed on. So you're telling me you actually thought you could pass? Other than ritual arts and summoning, what else have you got up your sleeve? Spit it out. Faced with her fiery attitude, he was honestly at a loss for words. Should he really tell her? A few days later, in a grand chamber inside a castle, a meeting was underway. 3 professors were debating the results of the liberal arts major examination. Summoning and ritual magic are just worlds apart from core and circle magic. It makes passing almost impossible. Hay spoke up worriedly. In the past, a few people managed to pass 2 liberal arts majors, but these days most can't even get through one, can they? Din gave a slight nod. It's either ritual arts or magic. Applying for just one is the smarter move. Hay sighed in resignation. The liberal arts major has been around for about 200 years, hasn't it? Ingrid took a sip of her tea, her expression grave. And in all that time, almost no one has passed. It wasn't always this hard, you know. Din said in a low voice, that's because unlike now, hundreds of years ago, the academy was desperate for talent. It was an era of conquest. They had to recruit anyone and everyone with potential. If you had talent, they'd nurture it. But things aren't like that anymore. So the standards have just gotten higher and higher. As a result, applicants won't even apply using their strongest abilities. Ingrid asked skeptically, then why even let it exist? A department that no one applies to and that no one can pass exists purely for symbolism. Dinabo answered nonchalantly, it's a symbol that only the greatest geniuses in the empire can conquer. Hearing this, Hay just pouted. I guess that's important, even if it's a completely dead major now, kept around just to maintain its prestigious name. Dinabo presented a stack of documents. Explaining slowly, I did some research and it seems that in the last 100 years, not a single person has passed. Not one. Hearing this, the faces of the other 2 professors turned grim. Hay asked, completely baffled, then why does the academy even offer the liberal arts major? They know perfectly well that no one can pass it. Dinabo let out a small laugh. Because there was one exception. He's the only person who ever passed this major, a legendary figure straight out of a manhwa. For the last century, that title belonged to none other than the former headmaster Zester. In the history of this exam, only 2 people have ever passed and one of them dropped out. The only other person to pass was the former emperor. Hearing this, Ingrid's expression immediately turned grim. In other words, unless you're a bona fide genius, the kind you only read about in a manhwa, you're not getting in. Dino let out a long, weary sigh. Still, we're talking about the youngest son of the war hero Gress. It's hard to say. Coming from a family that legendary, you couldn't help but have some expectations. Dino spoke up again. For all we know, he could just be some arrogant brat riding on his family's coattails. But if we consider the circumstances, we could just let him enroll. Den frowned at the suggestion. But as professors, we can't just be sloppy about this. We have standards. Dino took a sip of his tea, then sighed once more. A moment later, he set the cup down. In a low voice, he wondered aloud, is this kid really confident enough to challenge a living legend? The next day, during the second round of the exam, Deno stood before the 3 professors and gave a polite greeting. I am Dino Gress, and I'm applying for the liberal arts major at the Royal Academy. Dino squinted at the boy with a slight smirk. Son, do you have any idea what applying for the liberal arts major actually entails? The boy nodded slightly, his confidence unshaken. Of course, I'm aware that I must achieve a passing grade in all 3 specialized fields. Ingrid quickly interjected. Your name is Dino, is that correct? It's not too late to back out, you know. Hearing this, Dino couldn't help but be taken aback. What are they getting at? Ingrid continued, I have immense respect for Count Gress. He is after all the greatest mage in the empire. She explained that she'd rather not see his son get humiliated and sent packing. And that's when Deno finally understood what they were doing. He calmly replied, "I appreciate the concern, Professor, but I came here fully prepared to give it my all." The three professors immediately fell into a contemplative silence. Well, he's got a point. If a few discouraging words were enough to make him quit, he never would have applied in the first place. After a long moment, Dino finally spoke. "Do you have any idea what applying for the liberal arts major means?" The boy nodded slightly, his confidence unshaken. "Of course. I'm aware that I must achieve a passing grade in all three specialized fields." Ingrid quickly interjected, "Your name is Dino, is that correct? It's not too late now." Hearing this, the boy couldn't help but be taken aback. "Well, if that's how it's gotta be, there's no other way. You've got 3 tests to pick from each one for a different major. Fail even one of them and you're automatically disqualified." "Got it." Chen didn't even hesitate, just gave a firm nod. Dinabo glanced at Chen and proposed, "All right, let's kick things off with the summoning department, just like we decided." Moments later, Chen stepped outside to prepare for the test. Chen recognized this person instantly. It was the professor of the summoning department. She was the highest-ranking summoner in the entire Antion Empire, holding the record for pulling off 3 or more second-level summons, a true legend in this Manhwa. After sizing him up for a good long while, Professor Heir finally spoke. "The test for the summoning department is the simplest of all. Impress me, use any means related to the art of summoning." Hearing this, a grin spread across Chen's face. This was exactly what he had predicted. A freestyle test with no set standards or format. With a plan already forming, he made a suggestion. "In that case, Professor, would you mind summoning a creature for me?" Professor Heir was completely taken aback. A summoned creature? He just gave a casual nod. "Yep, any summoned creature will do." And she wasn't the only one who was stunned. The 2 professors watching from behind were just as shocked. Ingrid cried out in disbelief. "What is going on?" "The candidate is asking the professor to perform the summoning." Dinabo's face was a mask of pure astonishment, rendering him speechless. What in the world is this kid's game plan? Seeing as he hadn't shown any skills yet, I just assumed he was going to ramble on about theory. It looks like he just wants a free front row seat to a summoning. Professor Heir stared at him thoughtfully for a long moment. Finally, she nodded and spoke. "Fine, that's incredibly bold, but very interesting. You certainly have a taste for the unconventional, don't you?" She told him to open his eyes and watch closely. Chen gave a slight nod, then focused his attention on her every move. And then in that very instant, a stream of blue light began to materialize around her. It swirled and danced around the palm of her hand, before spreading out to envelop her entire body. They slithered around her palm before spreading through every muscle in her body. At that moment, she seemed to be whispering some kind of secret incantation. A moment later, her eyes suddenly flashed open, blazing with power. She let out a mighty yell, "Answer my call." In the blink of an eye, swirling waves of energy began to dance wildly in the air. They quickly converged into a single pulsating point. The force radiating from it was immense, sending the students standing nearby tumbling to the ground. Seeing this spectacle, the 2 remaining professors were left utterly speechless, their jaws on the floor, because what they were seeing materialize within that swirling energy was a massive wolf ripped straight from the pages of a fantasy manhwa. A set of long, razor-sharp claws appeared first, followed by a massive tail thrashing through the air. When it had finally taken its full form, the berserk-summoned beast Irk stepped forward. It let out a terrifying roar that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Heir narrowed his eyes at it, muttering to himself, "Man, that roar is seriously unpleasant." This was the most vicious of all the Grade 4 summoned beasts. Aside from its own summoner, it attacks every single thing it lays its eyes on. He hadn't expected much from this first exam, but it looked like things were about to get very interesting. Heir continued to watch Irk with those narrowed eyes, not making a single move. That's when his opponent's voice cut through the tension. "Well, there you have it. I've summoned the beast I wanted. Now, what are you going to do?" But he didn't answer her. He just stood there, the very picture of calm. The crowd on the sidelines, on the other hand, was absolutely buzzing about the monstrous summon. That's the most ferocious beast in the 4th grade class. Even a whole squad of dual-class knights would have a hard time taking that thing down. From the stands, Ingrid cried out in terror. What in the world are they trying to do? After a long moment of contemplation, Hei finally began to walk towards the summoned beast. Seeing this, the summoner girl shrieked in disbelief. What do you think you're doing? Stop right now, don't you dare provoke Irk. But before she could even finish her sentence, Irk let out another furious roar. As she shrieked and lunged forward, but Yan, cool as a cucumber, just asked, "So I just need to prove it by any means necessary, right?" Hei's brow furrowed as she replied in a flustered tone. "Well, yes, but if your proof involves taking a swan dive into a pit of fire, then..." Before she could even finish, Yan cut her right off. "That's not going to happen, don't you all worry." The moment those words left his mouth, the panic on Hei's face dialed up to 11. As she watched in pure horror, Irk let out a single earth-shattering roar, and then fell completely silent. All the while, Yan was over here muttering some kind of incantation, and Irk's blood-red murderous eyes began to soften. The longer this went on, the more the viciousness in its gaze started to fade. A moment later, its body suddenly went limp. It slowly plopped itself down on the ground. Satisfied, Yan casually said, "Good boy." Seeing this, the two professors in the back looked as if they'd just seen a ghost. Ding cried out in utter disbelief. What in the world is even happening? Even Hei couldn't believe what she was seeing. Yan, completely oblivious to the collective freakout behind him, reached out to pat Irk on the head, saying gently, "You're a lot bigger than John Fu, aren't you?" The creature obediently nodded at him, totally chill with this guy's hand resting on its head. Hei's jaw basically hit the floor, her eyes wide as dinner plates. She couldn't believe that the ferocious Irk was subdued so easily. What kind of Manhwa protagonist power was this? But hold your horses, because the real shocker was yet to come. Hei's mind was about to be blown all over again. She could see it, the thread of magical power connecting to Irk was slowly materializing. It was a faint color, so it wasn't a mark of total submission, but it had completely and utterly erased Irk's hostility. Yan was just happily chatting away with Irk. In the background, however, Dinabo was crying out in shock, unable to believe it even though he was seeing it with his own two eyes. Ingrid was so worked up she even shot to her feet. Could that be it, the innate empathy? How absolutely marvelous! The people watching from the sidelines were equally speechless with astonishment. Yan was completely lost in his own thoughts. Everyone else had been screaming and charging, but Yan had remained perfectly calm, simply asking, "So I just have to prove my point by any means necessary, right?" Hei had frowned, her voice filled with confusion. "Yes, but if your proof involves diving into a pit of fire," before he'd cut her off. Yan had simply interrupted, "That's not going to happen. Everyone don't worry." At these words, Deng's face went from panicked to utterly horrified. Did he really just approach Ezer, instantly analyze its mana tether, then whip up a perfect duplicate of his own, and connect it to himself? I mean, since there was no instruction manual for this thing, maybe that really was the most efficient method for taming it. This kid's talent was on a whole other level, far surpassing even her own, and she was the one her master was always praising. With a gift like that, his future was going to be insanely bright. This was a Manhwa protagonist in the making. With that thought, she strode right up to Deng. She announced with utmost seriousness, "Deng Gress, your abilities have been fully assessed. Your incredible courage, your calm and collected judgment, and of course your rock-solid fundamental skills. Without a shadow of a doubt, you have passed the exam." As she spoke, the two professors standing behind her nodded in solemn agreement. A satisfied smile spread across Deng's face as he politely thanked them. The long day finally came to an end, and night began to fall. After returning, Deng recounted the whole crazy ordeal to Layla. She gasped in disbelief. "Wait, you finished the whole thing in just 30 minutes? That means you're the valedictorian." Deng just frowned, confused. "So what? I heard you were the top student in swordsmanship, too." Layla shook her head glumly. "No, you are the real deal." He let out a soft chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. "Come on, cheer up. They're throwing a party to celebrate us passing, aren't they?" She just shook her head in despair, her appetite completely gone. "You go ahead and eat a lot." She let out a helpless sigh, still in shock. She never imagined the gap between them could be so enormous. It felt like going up against an unstoppable force of nature, a world-ending calamity. That's exactly how it felt. Deng watched Layla's retreating figure, feeling completely at a loss for what to do. Just then the count stepped in to stop him. She wants to be alone, just let her be. Deng was still worried, but the count spoke with finality. Don't worry, Layla will get over it. Then he offered a warm smile and asked, have you contacted your father yet? His Excellency the Count must be bursting with pride. Deng gave a slight nod, replying casually, yes sir, everyone already knows. And yeah folks, everyone was ecstatic. The old man even cheerfully piped up. If he's going for a liberal arts major, he's more than worthy. Now that the exam is over, you just need to prepare for enrollment. Heian gave a slight nod, grateful to the Duke for helping him. Have a pretty good time. The old man just waved it off, nodding as he asked, have you given any thought to the item you're commissioning from the forge? Our boy slowly replied, I'm thinking about a sword, but I don't really have a plan yet. Hearing this, B frowned and asked, how come? Heian slowly answered, my body is still growing, so I'm not sure what kind of sword to make. This is a classic Manhwa protagonist problem. I'll think about it a bit more since this is a great opportunity. The Duke thought for a moment before nodding. Fair enough, there's no rush, we'll leave it at that. Just then an underling walked in from outside. To report, Your Grace, you should probably head over to the Duchess's chambers now. Bai glanced at the man and replied nonchalantly, I know, I'm on my way. With that, he turned on his heel and left. Heian watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but let out a sigh. It seemed the Duchess's illness was still an ongoing issue. He had heard about it from Li La before. Her symptoms weren't getting any worse, but they weren't improving either. And it had been that way for several years straight. It was a truly unfortunate state of affairs. As someone who had never seen a family member suffer from an illness, it was a feeling Heian simply couldn't comprehend. He wondered if he should go and try to comfort Li La. 2 days later, inside the grand castle of the Royal Academy, a massive crowd had gathered. They were all here for the welcome party. A moment later, a dignified voice rang out. It is a pleasure to meet you all, the new students of the Royal Academy. I am Awan Homet, the headmaster of this academy. This year, seeing the new students who have overcome fierce competition to stand here today, I believe the future of the empire is very bright indeed. I am Awan Homet, the headmaster of this academy. This year, seeing the new students overcome such fierce competition to stand here, I believe that the empire's future was looking pretty darn rosy. Every last one of them is a top-tier talent of the empire. But this year's batch of freshmen, oh, there's something else entirely, a whole buffet of brilliant minds. We're even talking about a student who aced their way into the liberal arts major, a feat only 2 people have managed in the last 100 years. This is a student who got the green light from the deans of all 3 departments, pedagogy, magic, and summoning. The second that bombshell dropped, the crowd below erupted into a sea of whispers. The main theme, pure unadulterated shock. Hearing all the commotion, Ian just cracked a smirk. Then his voice boomed across the hall once more. Will the valedictorian representative of the freshman class please step forward? From the sea of students, Hay lifted his head and began to walk. The moment he came into view, the gossip mill started churning all over again. But did Hay care? Not one bit. He just strolled up with the cool composure of a manhwa protagonist. Even the big shots on the stage couldn't help but sing his praises. Bai sidled up to A-Chin and commented, You did a fine job raising that one. A-Chin just sheepishly scratched his head. It's nothing compared to your own achievements, sir. But that just made Bai let out a heavy sigh. Raising 2 sons is a thankless job, I tell you. It's their own sister's entrance ceremony, and where are they? Nowhere to be seen. The older one's off on some special assignment, and the younger one just up and ran away from home. Meanwhile, you've got 2 wonderful daughters, he said, the envy practically dripping from his voice. A-Chin just chuckled humbly. Hey, now you've got Li La, don't you? The moment he said her name, B's expression soured instantly. He glanced over to where Li La was standing in the crowd, looking about as thrilled as a cat in a bathtub. Man, he thought, I really wish my wife was here for this. At the same time, someone else was deep in discussion about Hei's summoning technique. A curious student cornered K Lai, who was standing nearby. You grew up with him, right? So you'd know his true power better than anyone. Can that summoner really call out 2 wolves at the same time? The guy sounded completely incredulous. Are you already attuned with your summoned beast? He nodded in response. Yes, Professor. Professor Mingbai nodded satisfied. Just as I thought. It's a natural-born affinity, but deep down she had a sneaking suspicion that Heir was something else entirely. A monster, but our boy here totally unimpressed. This kid could pull off way more stunts than your average summoner. Just then Professor G hesitantly piped up, Professor with that unique talent. Of Chen's his sociability, do you think he could summon a familiar from beyond the horizon? Beyond the horizon was a whole other world, home to familiars that had lost their connection to this realm. Over 100 years ago, Chen mulled it over. Before finally speaking up, let's see now. The familiars over there choose their own mages. So, yeah, it's definitely possible. And just like that, everyone couldn't stop gossiping about Chen. Down below, Headmaster Yi Wan had made his way, right up to Chen. So you're the infamous Chen Sor, from the rumors. He handed the boy a piece of paper, a smirk playing on his lips. I trust your talents will truly shine at this academy. Chen reached out and took it, nodding in response. I'll keep that in mind. Every single student in the courtyard witnessed this whole exchange, their eyes practically gleaming with admiration. Even the nobles up on the high platform couldn't help but stare. Next up was the student representative's oath. Chen was feeling pretty smug about the whole thing. He'd finally made it into the academy. Man, it took forever to get here. But he swore he wouldn't waste this new lease on life. He'd been granted. His eyes right then and there held a determination sharper than ever before. This was it, the real beginning of his own personal manhwa. A little while later, in the academy's main lecture hall, the painfully long introduction was finally over. An academy official told them to take a quick break before the next event. So go on, grab a bite, and chill out for a bit. Immediately, the crowd of students started to relax right where they were. And of course, the whispers and gossips started right back up. The main character of this little drama, none other than Chen, at that exact moment, Lala, who was right beside him, started nagging him non-stop. Listen up. From now on, you're going to have a massive target on your back. It's you. If anyone's got any ideas, I really have to think this through. I've heard that this place is crawling with some seriously weird people, the kind who clearly weren't raised right. Meanwhile, on the other side, the other students were making an absolute racket, with everyone getting swarmed with invitations to join clubs. In the blink of an eye, the great hall erupted into pure, unadulterated chaos. Seeing this spectacle, Li Luo couldn't help but stare in shock. Are the upperclassmen really recruiting? During break time, Diane, on the other hand, had already heard from his big sister that this place had a ton of awesome clubs, and right on cue, those very same upperclassmen were now scouting out Diane, hoping to snag him for their own teams. Suddenly, a whole lot of eyeballs were locked dead center on Diane. Li Luo couldn't help but yelp. They're all coming for you. What are we gonna do? And with that, she immediately grabbed Diane's hand and made a run for it. As they booked it, she shouted, Let's just get out of here first, Diane asked dubiously. Where exactly are we going? But they only managed a few steps before a couple of hulking figures blocked their path. Diane Strauss, you have to join the Bodacious Bodies Club. It's the perfect place where you can sculpt that already magnificent physique of yours. Before he could even get a word in, someone else rushed over. Hey, freshman, what do you think of our Map Exploration Research Society? If you join us right now, you'll get exclusive access to brand new map explorations and others. Girl chimed in, our astrology research society has all the brightest stars. Literally. Even Li Luo, who was standing right there, was getting swarmed with offers. She was starting to get a little freaked out by everyone's aggressive enthusiasm. And she quickly yelled, I'm not joining anything. But that only kicked off an all-out chase scene. Diane was used to being hunted down by his enemies. But this was a first. Never in his life had he been in a situation quite like this one. Turns out being the valedictorian of this Manhwa Academy is exhausting. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, down a long corridor, the lone figure was striding calmly. This man was Kenta Strauss. The moment people saw him, the gossip immediately started flying. It said that after People started to gossip. When the royal knight retired, he immediately snagged a professorship. He was a great successor, but there was just one tiny little headache: a new student enrolling in the liberal arts program for the first time in decades. Up until now, his position had been a total cakewalk. All he had to do was occasionally write a paper and get just enough results to fly under the radar. But now that comfortable life was officially over, he actually had to prepare for a lecture, which was, to put it mildly, a colossal pain. At that moment, Kentas finally arrived at his destination. He was aggressively chewing on his lower lip, and it was pretty clear he was not in a good mood. He grumbled irritably, "The new student orientation is already over. This is ridiculous. Why on earth is a student getting accepted at this time?" That's when he saw a figure standing in front of his office door. The person was, of course, Heir, the one who had just been admitted to the liberal arts program. Kentes narrowed his eyes and asked, "You're Heir, right? You're early." Heir, slightly startled, turned his head to look. Seeing who it was, Heir bowed politely. "Hello, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you," Kentas replied gruffly. Right, just get inside." The two of them quickly stepped into the room. Kentas frowned, observing Heir as he sat down, his mind already scheming. He had worked way too hard to land this position. He came here to kick back and relax, not to actually teach. If he wanted to play mentor, he'd still be stuck guiding those knight wannabes, and he was so over that. Musing on this, he finally looked up at Heir and asked, "Why did you want to apply to the liberal arts program?" Heir calmly replied, "To do everything I want." The professor asked again skeptically, "You have no intention of switching to a special major?" The kid casually replied, "Nope, I don't want to waste this opportunity." Hearing this, Kentas's mood instantly soured. If this kept up, he'd actually have to mentor him. This whole Manhwa plot was unavoidable. But then it suddenly clicked for him. "So you're skipping the swordsmanship exam, let me guess. It's because you're not feeling confident enough, is that it?" With that in mind, the professor pressed on, "So what do you actually know about wielding a sword?" "I don't mean to be critical," he said with zero sincerity, "but you are in the general's studies department after all. As your professor, it's my duty to at least gauge what your skill level in swordsmanship even is." Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but frown. Why the sudden interest in his sword skills? He was getting a distinct "you're not welcome here" vibe. After a moment's thought, he replied, "It's not that I'm uninterested in the art of the sword." At this, Kenta shot up from his seat, practically buzzing with excitement. "Fantastic. In that case, let's have a little test, shall we?" Without a hint of hesitation, Lin nodded. "Very well." The professor grinned to himself. He took the bait. He quickly followed up with his proposal. "Then come with me to my personal training ground." He had every right to evaluate his students after all. He just needed to find an excuse, like abysmal swordsmanship skills, to give this kid the boot. The two of them wasted no time and headed to the training grounds. Kentas announced casually, "There are plenty of swords here, so go on. Pick your poison." Lin gave a calm nod. He glanced at the collection of swords on the rack, unable to stop himself from thinking, wait, a professor's training ground is in a place like this, even if there were no general studies majors around this place, was in a seriously sorry state. He sighed helplessly. "All right, which one of these will do?" A moment later, he reached out and drew a simple sword from the corner. Kentas raised an eyebrow when he saw it. "That's all you need?" Lin nodded slightly in response. "Yes, this will be more than enough." A condescending smirk played on Kentas's lips. "All right, if you can land an attack on me with that sword even just a single time, you pass." He added that it wouldn't be too hard since he would only move within a two-step radius. Hearing this, Lin simply nodded. "Understood." Kentas frowned, watching him closely. To accept his conditions so calmly, was it because he was that confident? Man Lin was really acting like the overpowered protagonist in some battle manhwa. And there it was. In that very instant, the boy shot forward. His eyes were filled with terrifying resolve, and the tip of his sword was practically about to poke Kentas. The old man was a bit surprised. "Man, this kid's fast. Is this kind of speed really what got him into the liberal arts major?" But while he was still busy pondering, Hei's blade began to twist and turn unpredictably. The look on Kentus's face immediately turned sour. What in the world is this? Finally, his sword hand began to lift. He took a step back before swinging his arm to parry Hei's blade. Only then could he finally catch his breath. Whew, that was a close one. Any later and it would have been a disaster. Using such an unorthodox style of swordsmanship, could he be some kind of fighting savant? Over on the other side, Hei also took a step back. He rested his sword on the ground, raising an eyebrow at the man before him. His eyes darted around for a moment, and his entire aura began to shift. Kentus's expression was getting uglier by the second. The kid looked like a swordsman straight off a brutal battlefield, not some posh nobleman or a knight with a fancy title. While the old man was still trying to wrap his head around it, Hei lunged forward once again. The tip of his sword danced relentlessly through the air. The speed of his attacks was absolutely insane, pushing Kentus into a defensive corner with every move. The old man's face twisted in frustration, his sword hand trembling ever so slightly. But Hei gave him absolutely no time to recover. He advanced with an intensity that could cut through the wind, his movements impossibly agile. This kid's refined swordplay was so good it was making Kentus question his entire career. A level 6 master like himself having to focus this hard seriously. Was he really truly fighting a 14-year-old? At this rate, the kid didn't even need the handicap. Kentus's feet had to constantly move just to parry the boy's strikes. Just then, Hei fell back. But Kentus wasn't looking too good himself. This whole scene felt strangely familiar. Years ago, when he clashed with a certain swordsman, he had felt this exact same overwhelming pressure. Even though that swordsman was a complete unknown, his sword skills were something else entirely, like a scene straight out of a manhwa. You know, this posture, it looks so familiar. Back in the day, they said I'd go on to become a great knight. When I was leading my troops out onto the battlefield, I once saw this incredibly fierce warrior. But the weird thing was, he didn't have any medals or banners. Nothing to mark him as an official knight. Just watching the guy fight, my jaw completely hit the floor. I just kept wondering who in the world was that guy snapping back to the present. The tips of their swords were aimed at each other, but wait a second. Xuan's blade had already made contact with Kentus. Kentus saw this and nearly jumped out of his armor. Wait, did my mind really just wander off to something else? But hey, no matter how it happened, Xuan had won. A smirk played on his lips as he said, "Professor, I do believe I've met the requirements." Biting his lip aggressively, Kentus was clearly not taking this well. The hand gripping his sword was trembling as he took a deep, deep breath. Only then did he slowly manage to say, "You have passed." Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Just as he thought the so-called skills of a royal knight really weren't all that, Kentus just scowled at him, lost in thought. This kid is an absolute prodigy, the kind you only read about in a manhwa. A special kind of genius. Even with a handicap, he was a match for him, a man who had reached level 6. It was all starting to make sense now. He finally understood why this kid had zero interest in the swordsmanship exam. Thinking this, he couldn't help but wonder, with this level of skill, why didn't he apply for the swordsmanship department? Xuan replied calmly, "Because I thought my family would be sad." Hearing this, Kentus was completely floored. He furrowed his brow, putting the pieces together. Xuan's father is a master of divine arts. His 2 older sisters are masters of magic and summoning, so he chose all 3 of their fields, just to meet his family's expectations. Just then, Xuan spoke up. "Professor, you've confirmed everything, right?" That's when Kentus realized how wrong he'd been. It wasn't that. The kid lacked confidence in his swordsmanship. He gave a slight nod and replied, "You can go. I'll send out the official notice soon." "Understood, thank you." "Professor," Deng gave a polite bow. Kentus just walked away. He was clearly seething about it. He watched Deng's retreating back with utter resignation. What a complete and total miscalculation. Is this what the other department heads felt like when they had to judge this kid? He wondered. All his grand plans of kicking the boy out and living a peaceful, cushy life had just gone up in smoke. He couldn't stop a helpless sigh from escaping his lips, his mind flashing back to his own past as a knight. And that's when it finally clicked. He remembered who that guy was. That unbelievably fierce knight, whose heroic silhouette was framed by the bodies he stood upon. Yeah, he remembered that image crystal clear. It was only in this moment that he shockingly realized who he had been subconsciously reminded of during their little test earlier. Deng's fighting style was a dead ringer for the person he'd seen outside the academy grounds. After ditching Kentus's office, Deng went to tell Kelo the whole story. She gasped in shock. Wait, you actually passed the test? He nodded casually. Yeah, looks like it. Jaylay, however, narrowed her eyes, her voice laced with suspicion. That's strange. Professor Kentus isn't the type to pass any student that easily. That professor only shows up for the regular sessions once a year. But this time the headmaster had to personally call him. And trust me, that man hates being bothered. Hearing this, Deng nodded along in agreement. Sounds about right. He definitely seems like a guy who lives by his own rules. Kalo let out a sigh and said, That's exactly why I was so surprised. I'm just so glad that nothing happened to you. Deng watched her as a smile lit up her face, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. He was genuinely touched. She wasn't gushing, "That's my Deng for you." Instead, she was simply relieved that he was safe and sound. That was one of the many reasons he adored his big sister. This Manhwa sure knows how to write wholesome siblings. Right on cue, Alabela came running over from the distance. I was just wondering where you disappeared to. So you were hanging out with K. Luo, huh? She flashed a cheerful grin. Hey, little bro. You passed the test, didn't you? Seeing the three siblings chatting away so happily, the nearby students immediately started whispering amongst themselves. A moment later, someone else walked up right beside Deng. All right, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ma Haoxiao, is in charge of pretty much everything that happens in these dorms. He explains that the dorms are split into 3 zones ranked according to your entrance exam scores. And the creme de la creme, the highest tier zone, is called Danch. Mage then reveals that since our boy Heir is the valedictorian, for the liberal arts major he gets to live in this VIP section. The cafeteria, training grounds, and library are all top-notch, of course. But on top of that, there's also a private lounge and a magic projection room. And to top it all off, some mysterious secret equipment. Hearing that last part, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Secret? What now? What kind of secret are we talking about here? Mage continues explaining that while it might not happen, depending on his future grades, there's a chance he could get booted from this luxury suite. Arabella and Claire are also in this zone, but they're locked in until graduation. With that, he hands Anne a key for his room. Actually, he gives him 2 just to be safe. If you lose it, he warns, you'd better report it to me immediately. Anne takes the keys with a slight nod, replying, got it. But Mage adds one last piece of advice, be careful from now on. There are a lot of, let's just say, peculiar students here. They're not bad people, but unexpected things have a way of happening. Check your room, and if you need anything, just hit up the logistics department. And nods with a sigh, thinking to himself, all right, guess I should go check out this room of mine. In the end, he decided to go and see what the fuss was about. His first impression, this place was seriously high class, but it was also eerily quiet. He walks slowly down the corridor, and after a moment, he freezes in his tracks. Something is very, very wrong. He can't sense a single person's presence. It's as if everyone just vanished into thin air. What in the world is going on here? He takes a deep breath, his suspicion growing, and unleashes his sensory aura to scan the area. He needs to figure out what's happening, so he quickly closes his eyes. His senses begin to spread out, probing the entire building. It doesn't take long before he picks up the faint, slick scent of oil, and the soft, almost imperceptible click of turning gears. It's so obviously a trap, like a classic scene from your favorite action manhwa. He can't help but let a small smirk play on his lips. So that's what this is, a little welcoming party, huh? The corner of his mouth twitches up again. I see, it's the initiation ceremony. The smirk widens into a confident smile. All right then, let's see what you've got. Meanwhile, a bunch of students were gathered, intently watching through a monitor. Someone piped up, their voice dripping with suspicion. Why isn't he moving anymore? Another person cautiously asked, Hey Anuo, do you think he might know about the trap? The one named A Nuo lightly shook his head confidently replying, "Absolutely no way, that's utterly impossible. My Julai T family is the most formidable hunter family, one that's existed for centuries. I'm extremely confident in my trap, he won't see it coming." This guy, Anju Laite, was the eldest son of Baron Ju Laite, and a third-year student in the archery department. Another person still doubtful pressed, "So is it dangerous?" Anju Laite casually waved a hand. "Of course, I've already removed anything that could actually injure him. It's just to make a fool of him, that's all." Someone else broke into an excited grin. This first debut ceremony in our Manhwa-esque academy is truly something to look forward to, while they believed he'd be in a pathetic state when he finally got here. Someone still asked nervously, "Are you really sure it's okay? That's the Shirui C family we're talking about, you know." Anuo scoffed, "So what? We all went through a memorable debut ceremony, didn't we? Just wait and see. He'll probably be scared stiff." At this moment, a female student hesitantly spoke up. "But he's the top student in the liberal arts major, and he's not some generic manhwa protagonist, so this time it might actually be different. Both his elder sisters are bona fide geniuses. If he passed the liberal arts major, that makes him even more of a genius." The one who spoke was Priscilla Niar Lee, a fourth-year student in the Department of Neurology. Hearing this, Anuo questioned her with clear dissatisfaction. "What are you talking about, huh? Are you saying he won't fall for my trap?" Shrugging indifferently, she gave a cold, faint laugh and said, "Not exactly, but it seems you're not very confident, are you?" "Don't you dare laugh, that's not true at all." He let out a cold snort, absolutely refusing to believe that guy would actually notice his meticulously laid trap. He had used an invisibility spell and even applied oil to silence the engine sounds. How could anyone find it? While they were bickering, the screen suddenly showed a crucial change. He's moving. He's heading right towards the trap. Almost. Almost. He's getting closer. Just when they thought he'd stopped for good, Dung was back on the move. Seeing this, the little schemers immediately perked up. "He's moving again, he's moving." Out in the hallway, Dung could practically smell their amateurish traps from a mile away. Kicking things off with a classic tripwire. The slightest touch and snap, you're done for. "All right, let's just use a magic bullet for this one." He casually muttered to himself, then raised a hand. A bolt of pure mana zipped straight towards a trap not too far away. With a loud boom, the contraption exploded instantly. A pathetic splash of water trickled onto the floor. Deng calmly stared at the mess. He was standing just a single step away from the splash zone, but something about it caught him off guard. Specifically, there was a lot less water than he'd expected. But just then another trap sprang to life. A hidden hatch creaked open on the floor, and a truly foul stench immediately assaulted his nostrils. He clicked his tongue in disgust. "Ugh, that stinks." Seriously, how childish. He couldn't help but pinch his nose shut. Watching from their hiding spot, the other students' jaws collectively dropped. "What the? No way he found it." Priscilla immediately whirled on, and her eyes blazing. "What gives you swore up and down that it was absolutely undetectable? How did he figure it out before we even got started?" Anne just shook his head, trying to play it cool. It was just a coincidence, I swear." Hearing this, Priscilla let out a cold snort. "A coincidence, really?" He nodded frantically. "Yeah, I was just going easy on him at the start, you know, so he'd let his guard down. Just you wait, he's definitely gonna fall for the next one." The rest of the group exchanged glances before reluctantly nodding along. Fine, they'd given one more chance. But Priscilla, she just stared at him. A knot of unease was tightening in her stomach. Meanwhile, back in the hallway of this crazy Manhwa academy, Dung had already blown past the first two pathetic traps. He continued his slow, deliberate walk forward. He let out a soft sigh. "The second one is just as clumsy as the first. Should I even bother breaking it?" After a moment's thought, Dung decided to just go for it. In a flash, he bolted forward. He effortlessly weaved past a series of swinging boxing gloves like a pro. A few seconds later, he came to a smooth, safe stop on the other side. But oh, it was far from over. And just like that, a volley of spikes shot out right in front of him. But the result was the same as always, he dodged every single one. Seeing this, the students watching from the sidelines gasped in disbelief. Of course, what else would you expect from the house of Count Suo? I heard his sisters also had some seriously memorable debuts, didn't they? Another male student, however, voiced his suspicion. It's like he knows exactly what's going to happen next. Did a Nuo really think such a simple setup would work? Biting his lip aggressively, a Nuo muttered in defiance. It's way too early to give up. There's no way he can get past the final trap. Hearing this, Priscilla asked, in shock, the final trap, what is it? With a soft chuckle, Nuo said confidently, just watch and you'll see. And right on cue, a gigantic monster suddenly materialized in the hallway. It was charging straight for Diane. But it wasn't just one, a whole pack of them appeared. This time it was a horde of summoned beasts. Seeing them, Diane immediately scoffed in contempt. He prepared some pretty tough-looking ones, but something feels a little weird, doesn't it? He furrowed his brow, observing their bodies for a long moment. And then he realized what was so strange. Their bodies weren't real. He smirked, so it's just an illusion. They look pretty strong, I'll give him that. A normal student would have already turned tail and run for their life. But he was different. There was no need to dodge or retreat. This is one of my favorite tropes in a manhwa. All I have to do is disrupt the flow of mana and it's over. With that thought, his eyes grew firm with resolve. A massive surge of mana began to gather in his hand. Witnessing this, a student asked doubtfully, is that kid not going to run? On the contrary, he looks completely unfazed, doesn't he? Another person spoke up. It looks like he's about to gather his mana. Anu's expression immediately turned grim. No way, in that brief instant. Did he already figure out it was an illusion? With that massive power gathering, one student asked in disbelief, is that kid really not running? He looks way too calm for this. Someone else pointed it out. I think he's planning to use his mana. Anuo's face instantly became a mask of horror. Could he really have figured out it was all just an illusion in a single glance? Wait, you already knew that was an illusion? You have got to be kidding me. How is any of this even possible? Seeing the look on his face, Priscilla could only let out a weary sigh. Oh, but out in the hallway, a massive wave of Den's magical energy was flooding the entire area. The power washed over the summoned beasts and instantly sent them flying backward. Before they could even react, their bodies were completely disintegrated by his mana. Watching the utter chaos he'd caused, Den just smirked. Well, they're gone. Now let's find out who set up this little trap. Just then, a terrified scream shot out from one of the rooms. It's the Irk Run. What in the world is that thing doing here? Damn it, all this noise, somebody do something. And Nan's entire crew came tumbling out, with a monstrous Irk hot on their tails. They scattered in pure panic, screaming at its terrifying roars. Den, on the other hand, just calmly strolled toward them, his eyes narrowed at the scene. He let out a little chuckle. Well now, so this is where you all were hiding out. Hearing his voice, the students whipped their heads around in shock. And Nan gasped, the new kid. Then, as if a light bulb finally flickered on in his dense head, and Nan started pleading. Hey, if that monster's yours, you better do something about it. We're sorry, all right, just get rid of it, please. Den wasn't actually trying to give them a heart attack. So his hand began to glow with magic once again. A moment later, that energy coiled itself around the Irk. And just like that, the creature's body began to fade away into nothingness. Seeing this, and Nan's crew somehow panicked even harder. Wait, that thing was an illusion too. After that whole ordeal, the students finally managed to pull themselves together. One of them let out a long sigh. Well, so much for our welcome party. He then stepped up to Den and began to introduce himself. Greetings, my name is Droyan Valentine. I am a fifth-year student in the Department of Alchemy, and the sole direct descendant of the Marquis Valentine. Droyan looked Den up and down, raising a single aristocratic eyebrow. Not a bad physique, you're quite handsome. Then again, he added with a smirk, I suppose that's a given seeing as you're with such beautiful ladies. Den simply offered him a firm handshake. Priscilla, this is Desir Armand, the newest recruit for our party. It's a pleasure to meet you. Den's eyes locked onto the girl, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. So this was Priscilla, one of the main heroines from the original story. She was one of the only 6 people who survived until the very end of that epic manhwa. Den extended his hand ready to finally meet her. He reached out his hand and said politely, hello. But seriously, what in the world is this guy even talking about? He just kept laying on the praise. You're ridiculously good at avoiding traps, you know that. I heard you passed into the liberal arts major. Is that why Anne's little contraptions had no effect on you? Anuo is going to be so disappointed. Let me tell you, Anuo is the heir to the famous Sunzi Duat clan of crafters. He's the genius who designed every single one of these traps. Hearing this, Hay glanced over at Anne. So that was the mastermind behind this whole insane welcoming ceremony. Joyan scanned the room and called out to the others. Hey, you guys come on over and say hello. He pointed to the only girl in the group to introduce her first. This is Priscilla, a fourth year in the neuroscience department. It's probably best if you don't get on her bad side. She's an aspiring priestess, it's just that he was cut off mid-sentence by Priscilla herself. Kind and beautiful, I am Priscilla Nelliel, the abandoned child of my clan. Once you get into the neuroscience department, you can kiss any dream of marriage goodbye. Hay just nodded with a smile. Right, it's a pleasure to meet you. But the very second she shook his hand, Priscilla's eyes shot wide open in absolute astonishment. She couldn't believe it, crying out, "How is your magical power this intense? This isn't the kind of power you'd find in someone our age. Your level is just unbelievable. This is like something out of a manhwa." Hearing this, a skeptical Zhou Yan asked, "Is it really that amazing?" Priscilla nodded slowly. "Oh yeah." Even Anne could sense it now. He couldn't help but frown, thinking, is he just trying to show off with raw power? At that moment, another male student walked up. He grinned and said, Hey, I'm Squaw, a second year in the martial arts department. I am nothing like those disgusting meatheads from the bodybuilding club, so don't get us mixed up." Hearing that, Hay immediately thought back to the beefy dudes who had blocked his way earlier. Squaw continued, "Muscles are important, models, but martial arts aren't meant for showing off." Flexing his muscles. If you're interested, just say the word. I'll teach you what real strength is all about. Dong refused to comment, simply glancing over at the other guy standing off to the side. Well, only one person left. Sikwa, also looking over, piped up. "Hey Anuo, introduce yourself, man, it's your turn." Aoi pouted. "What's wrong? Are you mad or something? Is it about the traps?" "Seriously, just because of that so petty." Anuo bit his lip furiously, hesitating for a good long while. Finally, he walked up to Dung to say hello. "I'm Anuo." Our boy just gave a polite nod back. "Dung Gress. A pleasure to be working with you." Figuring the guy was probably salty that all his traps had been destroyed, Deng decided to speak up. "Those were some seriously good traps, by the way. You clearly have a solid grasp of the mechanisms and triggers, but your most glaring problem is the paint." Hearing this, Anuo's face immediately twisted in shock. Deng calmly explained, "Next time, instead of 6 parts break, mix in 3 parts silver. With 6 parts break, a 4:6 ratio would probably be more effective. A brightness level like that would be way less obvious." Anuo mulled it over for a second before nodding. "That makes sense." Dung continued, "Other than that, though, pretty much anyone would fall for your traps." Before Anuo could even reply, Sikwa cut in, completely unimpressed. "Who are you to lecture Anuo on trap making? You think you're the protagonist of some strategy manhwa? How rude." But no one else really paid it any mind, and the group just led him to see his room. As the crew strolled down the hallway, they were all chatting away happily. Dung, trailing behind them, couldn't help but think to himself, what an interesting bunch of characters. In any case, he wasn't in a bad mood. After all, he'd made some good friends. Things were definitely about to get a lot more interesting. The next morning, Dung went to meet up with Lila. After she found out they had to take 6 specialized courses this semester, she absolutely lost it and started screaming. But Dung explained it to her. It's only 3 specialized fields. Each field just has 2 classes. But Dung had already explained it to her. It was only 3 specialized fields with each model. Your major only has 2 lectures, you know. Lala was still fuming. On top of that, she had to deal with general education classes. What am I supposed to do? I'm not even going to have time to sleep. Usually first years only have 4 sessions. Let's see, you could probably skip the first class. Diane stared at her speechless and let out a long sigh. Are you seriously suggesting that That's precisely why military studies was added as 2 general ed lectures. Hearing this, Lala's voice trembled as she spoke. You're so heartless, I'm terrified of military studies. During my first semester exams, my grades took a nosedive all because of that class. She told him she'd see him later in their specialized swordsmanship class. She had to run off to her general education lecture. Diane frowned slightly and asked, "What kind of general ed lecture is it?" "Understanding cosmetics and skin." Lala replied with a cheeky wink. Diane sighed helplessly. "Of course it is, such a girly subject." He shook his head and said, "All right, I get it, see you later." After they parted ways, he entered the lecture hall for his own class. The moment he walked in, the other students broke into whispers. Diane heard every single word of their little chat. He couldn't help but sigh. Oh, he heard everything all right. Not that he cared much, he just quietly flipped open his book like a cool Manhwa protagonist. The class he was attending today was General Military Studies. Based on what he'd read yesterday, some of the content was familiar, while other parts were completely detached from reality. Makes sense, though. If theory and practice always lined up perfectly, there wouldn't be any wars. Every country takes a loss sooner or later. But the reason they teach military studies is because the fundamental theories are incredibly important. While he was lost in thought, the professor entered the classroom. Everyone immediately stood up to greet him. The professor, standing at the podium, gestured with his hand. "Please be seated," he said, then began to speak slowly. "Hello, everyone." He introduced himself as Francisco Gabius, the man who would be in charge of teaching military theory. But the reason they teach military studies is because the fundamental theories are incredibly important. While he was lost in thought, the professor entered and everyone stood up to greet him. The professor stood at the podium, gestured with his hand, and said, "Please be seated." Then he slowly began to speak. "Hello, everyone." He introduced himself as Francisco Gabius, the one who would be in charge of teaching military theory. He slowly began to speak. "Hello, everyone." He introduced himself as Francisco Gabius, the one who would be in charge of teaching military theory. That's what he said. "Just call him Professor Gabius," he told them. And with that, he took roll and class was officially in session. Hay squinted, sizing the man up for a good long moment. He got lost in thought, realizing this professor had the unmistakable air of a man who'd seen his fair share of real-life battlefields. A tiny smirk played on Hay's lips. "Well now, this is going to be fun." At that moment, Professor Gabius launched into his lecture. You can't just wing it on the battlefield. A deep understanding of military theory is a must. If you want to be effective out there, a commander is constantly walking a tightrope, balancing the scales between victory and the lives of his soldiers. After a while, his gaze swept over the students again. "I must admit I'm curious," he said aloud. "I wonder just how many of you supposed geniuses will actually graduate to the elite ranks. So tell me, what do you all believe is the single most crucial element in warfare?" In a room full of aspiring strategists, only one lone hand shot into the air. Professor Gabius's eyes immediately flicked toward it. He spoke slowly, drawing out the moment. The student with their hand raised. "Go on, let's hear it." The hand belonged to Hay, who answered with unshakable confidence. "Logistics, sir, the supply line." A flicker of genuine surprise crossed the professor's face, but he quickly composed himself. He gave a curt nod. "Correct." He slowly began to explain. "Victory, triumph, innovation. All of these grand concepts become utterly worthless the moment your supply lines are compromised." The professor found this whole situation incredibly amusing. Class had barely started, and someone had already nailed the answer. What a start to this Manhwa-like academy arc. He narrowed his eyes, focusing his attention solely on Hay, and pressed on. "All right then, smart guy. Do you happen to know the 3 most critical components of maintaining that supply line?" Without missing a beat, Hay calmly replied, "First, you need strict centralized management of all supplies from command headquarters right down to the front lines. If even one person in that chain has ulterior motives, corruption is bound to happen, and that will inevitably lead to a critical shortage of supplies when they're needed most." In his experience, the biggest problems with logistics almost always boiled down to crooked middlemen. The initial shipment could be perfectly fine, but what happened in transit was another story. As Hay fell silent, Professor Gabius was genuinely taken aback. but he quickly composed himself. Gabius spoke up again. Correct, and what's next? Standardization of supplies. Lian answered nonchalantly. If you can get mass production up and running, it makes rapid resupply incredibly efficient. The frontline units can maintain their strategy without collapsing. His words sent the entire classroom into a state of absolute chaos. Because what he just said wasn't in any of the textbooks. Even Professor Gabius himself was a bit taken aback. What is this? After hesitating for a long moment, he finally spoke. That is also the correct answer. What's the final point? Lian answered coolly, on-site production. When a war drags on, the first two principles will inevitably break down, and the quality of your supplies will plummet. That forces the soldiers on the battlefield to figure things out for themselves and achieve a minimum level of self-sufficiency. The quantity and quality will be pretty terrible, but it's enough to serve as an emergency food reserve in a crisis. All of this wasn't just theory, he had witnessed and felt it all firsthand on the battlefield. Instantly, the lecture hall fell deathly silent. Everyone was so stunned they couldn't even form a sentence. Once Gabius managed to regain his composure, he couldn't help but praise the boy. Excellent. That was an absolutely outstanding answer. What year are you in? Lian replied without missing a beat. First year, sir. The professor's eyes widened in disbelief as he practically yelled. You're only a freshman. How could a kid who just enrolled possibly know this stuff? Is he the protagonist of some military manhwa? After shaking off his shock, Professor Gabius slowly repeated the points. Strict military management, standardization of supplies, and finally on-site production for self-sufficiency. That answer is built on the kind of real-world experience that soldiers and officers only gain on the battlefield. As someone without that experience, he had to ask, how do you know all this? Lian frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment. Finally, he spoke, my father was a soldier. That would explain it. No wonder you're so knowledgeable. But why isn't a student with your potential in Class A? You just need to be in that class and you're practically guaranteed an officer's commission upon graduation. Lian calmly replied, I was quite surprised myself, especially since I passed the entrance exam with the highest score. That's when Gabius realized something was seriously wrong. He hurriedly pulled up the list of first-year students searching for Lian's name. And sure enough, there he was, in Class F. He thought for a moment, then turned back to Lian and said, Do you wish to become my disciple? Usually tells me about these things. Professor Gabius asked suspiciously, and you are? Shen calmly replied, Shensha, sir. Unable to hide his astonishment, Professor Gabius gasped. You're the son of the Green Gale. No wonder. If you're from the Shai clan, then you must be the student who got into the independent studies major. No wonder your skills are on a completely different level than the other first years. Thinking this, he managed to calm down just a little. Are you all listening? The military theory we'll be covering is exactly what student Shen just laid out for us. Applying textbook theory to fit real-world situations. That is the ultimate goal of military science. It's been a long time since I've seen a student as brilliant as Shen. Professor Gabius couldn't help but stare at the boy for a moment longer. Only after sizing him up did he speak again. All right, let's move on to the next section. A short while later, the final bell finally rang. Shen practically sprinted out of the lecture hall as if someone was chasing him. He let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call with the Grand Academy. Right before class ended, Professor Gabius had pulled him aside, trying to persuade the promising new freshman to join the academy. The professor seemed a bit overly enthusiastic, but Kay had warned him to turn down any offers to join the Imperial Grand Academy. It's just, that professor didn't look like the type to give up easily. Shen couldn't help but sigh again. Right now, his main mission was just to find his way around this place. He still hadn't gotten used to the campus map. The place was just insanely huge. He was supposed to meet Li Lan at the central fountain square. He stared at the map for a moment before realizing the fastest route was through the Misty Garden. The Misty Garden was a place where even on a clear day, visibility was shockingly low. True to its name, it was perpetually foggy, making it incredibly easy to get turned around. A classic trope in any good manhwa, really. It was also an area famous for all sorts of strange and spooky stories, and a place most students actively avoided. Of course, Shen had no idea about any of this. He walked on, checking the map as he went. But, hang on, why are there suddenly no people around? On top of that, the fog was getting thicker and thicker. What is this weird feeling? Shin muttered to himself before pressing onward. Who's there? He stopped dead in his tracks when he heard a noise from a nearby bush. A rustling sound, probably just a wild animal. But his instincts screamed at him that it was something else entirely. Slowly, cautiously, he approached the bush. This sprawling garden, perpetually shrouded in fog, was a place everyone made a point to avoid. Plus, rumors were flying around about spooky ghosts making an appearance after dark. But our boy Ding just waltzed right into this foggy garden. He took one look around and then let out a little smirk. Well, now this place doesn't seem nearly as bad as my big sis made it out to be. Thanks to the great weather, he got there in no time flat. And just then a blood-curdling scream suddenly ripped through the air. Help me, is anyone out there? Anybody, please, you've got to help me. Ding flinched, his brow furrowing. A person out here. He crept slowly towards a nearby thicket of trees, muttering to himself. Is that sound coming from in there? After a brief moment of hesitation, Ding broke into a full-on sprint. Because his mama raised him, right? If you see someone in trouble, you help them, period. He figured he had plenty of time before his next class to pull off a rescue. So with a surge of excitement, he plunged headfirst into the woods. A few moments later, he emerged having successfully rescued another male student. The guy was collapsed on the ground, panting for breath, and said gratefully, "Thank you, I honestly thought I was going to be trapped in there forever." Ding just gave a slight nod. It's fine. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm a little exhausted, but I'm fine otherwise. The student smiled back. My name is Ernest, an A freshman in the exploration department. Ding looked a bit taken aback. You're in the exploration department and you got lost? Seriously. Ernest looked super awkward. Well, I got a little too excited and just sort of wandered off without thinking. Ding was rendered utterly speechless by that explanation. This whole situation felt like a scene from a manhwa. Then a thought struck him and he asked, wait, if you're a Den, as in Baron Den's family from the West, right? Your family crest? It's a ship and a sailor, isn't it? Ernest's face lit up. You know about it. Yeah, my family has been exploring the seas and discovering distant, strange lands for generations. Hearing this, Ding couldn't help but crack a smile, thinking to himself, but it looks like that might be a bit of a challenge for you. Just then Ernest asked, so what's your name? What you know about the clan color me surprised. Ding simply stated his name straight to the point. NC's eyes went wide. Wait a minute, are you that freshman? The one who got into the unrestricted major, the first one in 50 years. Ding gave a slight nod. That would be me. Instantly, Ansi lit up like a Christmas tree and exclaimed, dude, I have been dying to meet you. Ding kept his opinion to himself, simply sizing the guy up. He claimed he wasn't injured, but what was with that nasty-looking bruise? And that scar? It looked nothing like an injury from a normal expedition. The more he thought about it, the less sense it made, and Ding couldn't help but frown. After a moment, he asked suspiciously, so you're exploring this garden, huh? NC nodded enthusiastically. Exploring gets my blood pumping. To be honest, it's not just this garden. For me, absolutely. Everything new is an adventure waiting to happen. With that, he proudly opened his bag to show Ding, who couldn't help but let out a gasp at the sheer amount of stuff inside. Is all of this professional exploration equipment? NC beamed, his voice brimming with excitement. My goal is to explore every single nook and cranny of this academy. This foggy garden, of course, is high on my list. I'm telling you, there's definitely something weird going on here. I mean, it's an overcast day, so why is the fog this thick? It's completely illogical, right? Ding stared at him, his eyes wide with a newfound respect. You've got a point. So have you found anything yet? Not yet. And C shook his head. But I'm absolutely certain there's some kind of power at play in this garden. He insisted. This prompted another skeptical question from Ding. But hasn't this mystery stumped everyone who's ever tried to solve it? Ensai just grinned. Yup. But what if there's a reason no one even thought to try and solve it? Or what if they did try, but there's a specific reason they couldn't succeed? Hearing this, Ding's brow furrowed in concentration. A reason it can't be solved. NC's expression turned dead serious. Exactly. For now it's impossible to know what that is. But just imagine for a second, what if this power is being generated by some unknown element or object? What if we're dealing with a mystery worthy of a manhwa, like relics from an ancient kingdom that's been forgotten, or worse, cursed? Ding's jaw practically hit the floor at such a wild and audacious theory. An ancient kingdom, he stammered. I've never heard of anything like that. Ensai just flashed a confident grin. Well, it's just my little theory, of course. Well, that explains why nobody has ever managed to crack the code of this garden. What about the ones that vanished or the summoned beasts from beyond the horizon? Deng mulled it over for a second before finally speaking. If it's the legacy of an ancient kingdom, now that sounds interesting. Ernest's face lit up as if he'd just found his long-lost brother. You think so too, don't you? I am absolutely dying to uncover that secret. But just like that, Deng completely popped his little bubble of excitement. Oh right, I'm actually on my way to a lecture. Ernest was jolted back to reality, scrambling to pack up his things. He was getting ready to make a run for it. Unfortunately, before he could even take a step, the sky decided to open up and pour down on them. And in no time at all, the drizzle turned into a torrential downpour. Ernest cried out in panic, "Oh, this is bad! They say when it rains here, the fog gets so much thicker." Deng just raised an eyebrow. So getting out of here will be a pain, right? Ernest gave a weak nod. Exactly. We'll be completely and utterly lost. To prove his point, he dramatically whipped out his compass. The needle just spun around in circles, offering absolutely zero help. The color drained from Ernest's face. He shrieked in terror. Just as I feared, the compass is useless. There's no way we can move an inch in this. Deng gave him a sideways glance. Can't you just solve this with your amazing explorer abilities? Ernest just shook his head, looking defeated. It's some kind of unknown force. We're trapped. My body feels so heavy all of a sudden. What are we gonna do? Panic was written all over Ernest's face. He looked at Deng with wide, terrified eyes. We're in serious trouble. But Deng wasn't even listening. He was just calmly scanning the thick fog around them. A flicker of surprise crossed his features, because unlike his panicking friend, he felt strangely energized. Of course, Ernest had no clue what was going on in his head. He was too busy having a complete meltdown on the ground. Oh no, at this rate, Deng is going to be in grave danger. But in that exact moment, a colossal wave of magical energy erupted out of nowhere, forcing Ernest's eyes to fly open in sheer disbelief. An insane amount of magic power, like something straight out of an epic manhwa, was radiating from Deng's, so powerful that it was literally pushing the thick fog away. Ernest threw up an arm to shield himself from the magical pressure, as the pure force of it rushed towards him. Ernest shivered, biting his lip. The sheer amount of magical power, it was absolutely insane. And right at that moment, the mist began to part, starting from Dian himself. Ernest yelled out in a complete panic. Dian, what in the world is going on? Dian, cool as a cucumber, didn't bother explaining and just said, Ernest, let's get a move on. I think I've figured out the way out of here. Ernest's jaw dropped. For real? How could you possibly know? The two of them stared at each other, their expressions a study in perfect contrast, while Ernest was busy freaking out. Dian, on the contrary, just flashed a smug little smirk. Maybe, just maybe this guy could actually unravel the secrets of this place. Although the rain was still falling, it was no longer an obstacle for Dian in the slightest. Wherever Dian stepped, the fog would simply melt away. Ernest, trailing behind him, was completely and utterly speechless. This was the mysterious mist that countless powerful mages had failed to penetrate. Yet Dian was walking right through it, like it was just another Tuesday. And what's more, the fog didn't just part for him. It stayed clear, making the path perfectly visible. This guy, he's something else. A real main character in a manhwa, I swear. Just as Ernest was lost in thought, Dian spoke up. We're almost there. Ernest jumped slightly, asking with a hint of disbelief, Wait, seriously? You actually found the way out? Sure enough, it wasn't long before they came to a halt. But the look on Ernest's face was one of pure shock, because they were standing right in the heart of the misty garden. Ernest looked up at the thing in front of him and gasped in disbelief. It's It's the magical fountain. Diane just raised an eyebrow. And is that supposed to be special or something? Ernest quickly explained. This is the reason all the students try to enter the Misty Garden. He then shot Dion a curious look. Don't you know the legend about this place? Dion's eyes were just a big ol' question mark. He asked, completely lost, a legend. There's something like that. Ernest nodded slowly. The legend says that if you reach this place before the mist completely fades, you'll get to meet the one person you want to see most. It was only a single sentence. Just your typical run-of-the-mill romance story. Hearing this, Chen just had to chime in again. Yeah, that's great and all, but how in the world is the fountain's magic still working? I mean, just getting here was a nightmare, so how is this thing still ticking? His very logical question left Ai Li completely speechless. You know, you've got a point. Chen stared intently at the magical fountain for a moment before he spoke again. If there's no one around constantly pouring magic into this thing, it must mean there's an even stronger power source that doesn't need to be topped up. A power source, Ai Li muttered, his brow furrowed in deep thought. If that's the case, then this whole garden could be one giant living organism. Chen's voice dropped to a low, serious tone. The layout of this garden is way too complicated and tangled to be just for show. This has to be intentional. Hearing this, Ai Li's face lit up with excitement. Exactly. If this whole garden is one massive magical system, then this fountain must be some kind of ancient artifact, and that creepy fog, it must all be connected to this. With that thought, he reached out and placed his hand on the fountain. A jolt of energy shot through him instantly. Whoa, this feeling, this has to be it. Something deep inside him was humming in response, like he was meeting an old friend after a long time. A moment later, he snapped his eyes open and they were shining with clarity. This is ancient magic. And sure enough, like a scene from a fantasy manhwa, a line of text began to glow on the stone. Yilisite, standing beside him, gasped in utter shock. Wait a minute, that's the ancient language of secret. Chen frowned, giving him a confused look. What language? Ai Li slowly began to explain. I wasn't sure just by looking at it, it was too faint. But now that you've touched it, I'm absolutely positive. That's the language used in the long-lost ancient kingdom of secret. Chen's jaw practically hit the floor. You can actually read that stuff, Ai Li puffed out, his chest with confidence. Of course I am from the House of D after all. For an adventurer, studying ancient languages is critical. It would be beyond frustrating if you finally found some epic ruins only to realize you can't read a single word written there. Of course, he added with a shrug, I haven't mastered all of them just yet. But this just so happened to be a language his old man taught him ever since he was a kid, so he offered to give deciphering it a shot. Hay couldn't help but let out a little snicker. His inner explorer was really itching for a challenge, oblivious to this, Ernest was still buzzing with excitement, eagerly tackling the ancient script to see what it said. He figured out one word meant qualified, and the next meant this world. Right after that, he started scribbling everything down, but the more he wrote, the more his face soured. Still, the frantic scratching of his pen on the paper continued. A moment later, his face lit up. I've got it, I've cracked the code. Hay raised an eyebrow. And what does it say? Ernest quickly replied, practically bursting with pride. It says, those who are worthy shall prove their power. Hay seemed a little surprised. Worthy and prove? What's that supposed to mean? Does worthy refer to ancient magic? For some reason, the closer he got to the center, the more this all felt familiar. Ernest just laughed happily. This is fascinating. The worthy it's talking about is the ancient arts, the kind of thing you only read about in a crazy manhwa. There's no way anyone like that actually exists. Hearing this, Hay just nodded gratefully. Thanks for your help. Ernest's eyes practically popped out of his skull because right at that moment, a stream of magical energy appeared, swirling around Hay's arm. Seeing this, Ernest yelled out in shock, "What in the world are you doing?" But Hay didn't bother to answer. It's said that ancient runes hold immense power within their very shapes. He narrowed his eyes, lost in thought for a good long while. If I use, and this bracelet, maybe it'll react? to these inscriptions. And what do you know, he was right. The bracelet on his wrist began to pulse uncontrollably, with magical energy. Before long, strange characters materialized on the bracelet itself. Seeing this, Hay cracked a sly little smirk. Immediately after he reached his hand toward the fountain, the two currents of magic, instantly connected, and a flood of strange symbols erupted into view, growing clearer and clearer by the second. More and more. A moment later, a fountain of... And just like that, it rumbled to life. The whole thing started shaking like it was in a blender. Yancy yelped, "What in the world is going on?" Right before their astonished eyes, an object began to slowly rise from the ground. It looked like a massive polished gemstone. Yancy shot him a suspicious look. "Okay, Dan Spill, what did you actually do?" The fountain just sank into the ground. Dan, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. "Looks like my little theory was spot on." Without missing a beat, he started pouring even more of his magic into it. Yancy jumped, suddenly realizing the mysterious mist had vanished too. Wait, activating ancient ruins is this easy? A steady stream of magical energy was flowing from Dan's bracelet. So it turns out Dan was the chosen one all along, just like the protagonist in some epic manhwa. A few moments later, a brilliant light burst forth. Dan pointed excitedly. "Look, something's glowing right in the middle." The light slowly materialized into a solid form. The two of them were completely mesmerized. After a moment, the object came into sharper focus. Yancy gasped, "Oh my god, it's gorgeous. It looks just like a jewel that must be the power source for the entire fountain." Dan nodded slowly. "Yeah, I think you're right. This is probably the cause behind all the weird stuff happening in this garden." With that, he glanced back at the central platform. Time to check out that ancient magic. With that thought, Dan stepped into the heart of the ruins. He reached out and placed his hand on the object. The instant his fingers made contact, a jolt shot through him. This power, it's ancient magic, and just as I thought, it feels exactly like my own. But just then he noticed something else appearing. Strange, unfamiliar characters were materializing on its surface. Ikana existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy. This is unbelievable. He could suddenly understand the ancient language words he couldn't decipher just moments ago. This really is the legacy of the magical kingdom of Ikana. So, I'm absorbing this power now. But the more he absorbed, the sharper the pain in his chest became. He grit his teeth, biting down hard on his lip. Strange, unfamiliar characters were materializing on its surface. Ikana existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy. This is unbelievable. He could suddenly understand the ancient language words he couldn't decipher just moments ago. This really is the legacy of the magical kingdom of Ikana. So, I'm absorbing this power now. Cold sweat was pouring down his forehead as something began seeping into his heart. A massive surge of mana and some other weird energy were fighting for space inside him, making his heart feel like it was about to stage a prison break. Then a strange circle appeared. A core and a circle. The problem is their functions are total opposites, so it's incredibly difficult to have both. Because of the poor efficiency and the damage it does to the body, most magic swordsmen have to live with chronic heart problems. That's why he didn't want to create a circle that could only be used for magic. But was he being forced into it now? While he was lost in thought, Ernest suddenly spoke up. "Hey, on, you all right? You've been looking pretty pale for a while now." Startled out of his thoughts, Heian forced a small laugh and replied, "Don't worry, I just had some things on my mind, that's all." Ernest, not knowing what to say to that, decided to just change the subject. "You have no idea how shocked I was, but that power from before, did you just absorb it? The mist and the runes too, they all seem to have something to do with you." Hearing this, Heian didn't know how to respond. Of course, the guy was curious. He'd witnessed the whole crazy show with his own two eyes, but it would be better for both of them if they didn't get too involved. With that in mind, he chuckled and said, "I was just reacting the way she taught me to. I don't really know the details myself." Ernest didn't seem to doubt him, nodding in response. "Oh, is that? So well, if you find out later, you have to promise to tell me." He was seriously hyped up today, a true Manhwa fanboy moment. He kept trying to talk to Heian about it, but Heian didn't answer a single question. A moment later, Ernest glanced at Heian again and asked, "Hey, didn't you say you had a class to get to?" That's when it hit Heian, like a ton of bricks. "That's right, I have an appointment with Layla." He immediately patted the guy's shoulder and said, "Sorry about this, I've got to run, see you later." With that, he dashed off. Nis couldn't help but crack a smile. He watched the boy's retreating figure. Now, that was an interesting fellow. If he could go on an adventure with that kid, they'd probably uncover some truly epic stuff. How exhilarating. Meanwhile, Hay was using his mana to zip along. But something felt a little strange. He felt way more nimble while moving. He frowned slightly, lost in thought. The circle and the core were coexisting, but there was no feeling of separation. Originally, the core's magical power would be interfered with by the circle, making the efficiency absolutely abysmal. But now, no matter how much mana he generated, nothing felt out of the ordinary. His mana wasn't decreasing at all. A small smirk played on his lips. "No," he muttered. "It's the complete opposite." It felt like his mana was circulating through the circle and then collecting in the core. What's more, the mana concentrated in the core was even purer than before. He dashed off, his spirits soaring. "This is incredible," he whispered to himself. "I've got to contact my big sister about this." A little while later, in the Heston district, Hay and Leela were strolling through the area. Leela was chattering away excitedly. "So this is the Heston district everyone talks about. Hey, look over there. The entrance is right there." Hay, a bit startled, looked in the direction she was pointing. Leela slowly explained, "The famous mana curtain is right there." Hay furrowed his brow, asking skeptically, "A mana curtain?" Leela nodded slightly. "It was created by Heston, a legendary mage who graduated from the academy. It's a barrier that's opened once a year for new students who are gifted in magic. Every cool manhwa has something like this. When you pass through, it shows a different color, depending on the quality and rank of your mana. Originally, it was a device used to detect dark mages secretly infiltrating the academy. It seems that after the dark mages went extinct, they repurposed it for this." Just then, someone nearby asked doubtfully, "But has he arrived yet?" "That interdisciplinary student, Dino Gress." A male student jumped, startled. "He said he'd be in this class, but I haven't seen his face anywhere." Dung, ever the curious one, asks, "So what do the different colors for each rank even mean?" Leela patiently explains, "If you've got zero talent, nothing changes. If you're just decent, it turns yellow. Relatively talented gets you blue, and if you're overwhelmingly powerful, it's red." Deng looks at her, impressed. "Wow, you've really done your homework, haven't you?" She just gives a little nod. "Well, I wanted to know everything there is to know about this academy." She then informs him that both his sisters are firmly in the red category. With that, she offers to go first. And without another word, she steps right in. Instantly, the chamber glows a brilliant fiery red. Lala cheers, "It's red." Deng nods, totally impressed. "That's awesome." Hearing his praise, she gets all pumped up. "Of course I'd be at this level." "All right, my turn then." Deng announces, his interest totally piqued. And just like that, he steps forward. He's fully expecting to get a red result too, but then something clicks in his memory. He freezes mid-step. He'd absorbed ancient magic, which means his power might be a little off the charts. The moment he steps inside, the gate glows a vivid green. Deng is completely flabbergasted. "Wait, green?" Lala is just as shocked. "What in the world just happened? There is no green rank." At this point, she can't hold back her exasperated complaint. "Why do you always have to be so extra? It's like you're the main character of some crazy manhwa." Deng just lets out a helpless little laugh. "Yeah, that's fair. Still, why green of all colors?" A little later in the magic lecture hall, the room is buzzing with whispers. "Hey, see that guy's badge? He's from the finance department. What's a money grubber doing in a magic class? Maybe he's just auditing the first day and plans to bounce." Amidst all this gossip, a pair of long, slender legs strolls onto the scene. Spotting the newcomer, someone asks, "Senior A. Sure, what are you doing here?" The guy named A. Sure casually replies, "Just dropping by, I've got something to take care of after class." His gaze sweeps across the entire classroom. "What's a money grubber doing in a magic class?" Maybe he's just auditing the first day and plans to bounce. Amidst all this gossip, a pair of long, slender legs strolls onto the scene. Spotting the newcomer, someone asks, Senior A. Sure, what are you doing here? The guy named A. Sure casually replies, just dropping by, I've got something to take care of after class. His gaze sweeps across the room. His eyes swept across the room. He gave a knowing nod. Oh, is that so? I'm sure he's on his way. The moment he arrives, you bring him to me. He's Senior Arabella's little brother after all. I have to give him some special attention. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. But just as he did, he spotted a guy and a girl approaching. It was none other than Chen and Li La. The surrounding students immediately started whispering. Li La heard them and shot Chen a playful wink. Well, well, Mr. Star Student, you just love being the center of attention wherever you go, don't you? A 2-0, on the other hand, was overjoyed to see Chen. Perfect, he's finally here. He strode right up to Chen to greet him. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chen, right, I saw you at the opening ceremony. You really stood out. Chen just frowned at the guy. Who the hell is this? He looks like an upper-class man, but why is he acting like we're best buds? Thinking this, he asked in a low voice, and who are you? Do they not teach basic introductions in the magic department? If you have business with me, you should at least have the decency to state your name. His words made a 2-0 grind his teeth as he cursed inwardly. This arrogant little prick. Even the other students watching from the sidelines were completely stunned. They couldn't believe he would talk to a senior like that. It felt like a scene straight out of a manhwa. A 2-0 said with displeasure, I came all the way here personally because you're the brother of a senior I deeply respect. And this is the arrogant attitude you show me in return. Have you ever once considered how your behavior might affect your family's reputation? Imitation. Who are you? Cham basic introductions. With me, you should at least say who you are. His words made a 2-0 grind his teeth and curse under his breath. This arrogant little prick, even the students watching couldn't help but be stunned. They never expected he would talk to a senior like that. A 2-0, annoyed, said, I came here personally because you are the brother of a senior whom I greatly respect, and yet you dare to act so arrogant. Have you ever thought how your attitude could possibly affect your family's reputa? Achin Chen calmly replied, can't say that I have. And as I see it, aren't you the one who's at a disadvantage here? Biting his lip aggressively, a 2-0 seethed, you have no idea who you're standing in front of. He then barked out an order, wipe the floor with that idiot over there. Drag him over here, get a moron like him out of my sight. Hearing this, Chen immediately let out a cold snort. He mused to himself that just letting this go would be a serious blow to his oh-so-precious reputation. Besides, he was sure Arabella would understand. With that thought, he let out a cold snort. Looks like someone needs to be put in their place. Hay squinted his gaze fixed on the stream of magical energy crackling in the guy's hand, and couldn't help but furrow his brow. The other guy, on the other hand, was radiating pure confidence, absolutely certain he could wipe the floor with Hay. But just then, a deep voice cut through the tension. What's going on? Is there some kind of problem? A shy immediately whipped his head around, and upon seeing who it was, he quickly tried to explain himself. Oh, yes sir, I was just dropping by to say hello to the first-year juniors. The newcomer was none other than the head of the magic department, Dinabo. He asked coolly, is that so? If you're so keen on socializing, save it for after class. His words instantly shattered the tense atmosphere. Ashi shot a look at Hay, muttering under his breath in annoyance. I'll let you off the hook, this time. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Layla watched him leave, whispering a small warning. Hey, you'd better be careful. That guy looks like bad news. But before he left, A Shi leaned in close to his buddy and whispered a little instruction. Take that kid to that place. But his friend hesitated, saying, but he's Senior Arabella's little brother. Are you sure this is a good idea? He couldn't care less, replying dismissively. I'll handle our senior, just get him there. Meanwhile, Professor Dinabo had already taken his place at the lectern, ready to begin his lecture. Since today is merely an introduction to the course, I'll keep things brief and then we'll call it a day. Now, because this is a practical combat course, we'll also need to measure your mana levels. As he spoke, he placed a hand on the device in front of him, explaining slowly, if you place your hand on this device and channel your mana into it, instantly a surge of magical energy enveloped the device. His eyes scanned the students as he asked, you will see just how many magic circles you possess. Seeing the rings of power materialize behind the professor, the entire class gasped in astonishment. This was a classic Manhwa power flexing moment. At the sight of the magic circles appearing behind him, the students' jaws collectively hit the floor. Whoa, hold on. 6 magic circles, as expected of a professor, all right. Unfazed by the students' collective jaw drop, Denabo just kept on talking. Of course, having the same number of magic circles doesn't mean you're on the same level. The higher your skill, the darker the color becomes. Sometimes a circle won't even show up at all. But hey, not having one doesn't mean you're talentless. So don't sweat it. At his words, a wave of relief washed over the students' faces. He had a point. Yeah, he wasn't wrong. Some of them couldn't even muster a single magic circle yet, Dinabo continued. For that reason, I can't just go by a simple magic circle inspection. Since you all signed up for this class, you should at the very least know the fundamental spells. He gestured to some orbs. I'll be using these spheres to get an accurate reading of your mana. Hei looked at the things a little taken aback. What in the world were these spheres for? Just then, Dinabo started manipulating the orbs, making them hover in midair. He explained slowly, using the basic spell, Sachokinesis. I want you all to show me how well you can control these orbs. Something like this. With that, Dinabo raised his hand. A current of mana snaked around the spheres. The class stared at the display, completely awestruck. The whole scene was epic enough to be in a manhwa. But their silence quickly broke into a chorus of cheers. Whoa, that's insane. The spell was flawless. And look at that precision, he's moving them so perfectly. But Lala seemed almost bored by everyone's reaction. She quietly muttered to herself. What's the big deal? Hey, patiently explained to her the power and the accuracy of a basic spell still depend heavily on the caster. You have to channel your mana into each and every orb to move them. At our current level, juggling 3 would be pushing our absolute limit. Layla heard that and scoffed. Speak for yourself. Who knows? Maybe I can control way more than that. He decided to just keep his mouth shut. Honestly, where did this girl get her confidence? Right then, Professor. Dinabo suddenly called out, you're only auditing this class. But would you mind demonstrating for everyone? Demonstrating for your juniors? Of course, Professor. Shar didn't hesitate for a second. He was absolutely certain he was about to put this Hei kid in his place. Hei, for his part, shot a look right back, sizing him up. He was curious to see what was fueling all this hot air. Right on cue, Shi swaggered up to the front. He stepped onto the dais and placed his hand on the device. Instantly, 4 magic circles blazed to life. The students below absolutely lost their minds. Whoa, just as you'd expect from Senior Shi, he's already at the 4th tier, and the color of those circles is so pure. Even Din nodded in approval. You've improved once again, my boy. Despite the praise, Shi put on a show of humility, bowing his head politely. It is all thanks to your wise instruction, Professor. Din chuckled softly. Normally, he announced, students only reach the 4th circle after graduation. But your senior here has already done it. This is what you call a truly exceptional talent. The professor wanted them all to learn from this example. Perhaps his insights can help you all. The students below immediately fell silent, but their eyes were wide with admiration, all fixed on Shar, the star of this manhwa chapter. She, soaking it all in, shot a look back over at Hei, raising an eyebrow provocatively. Surprised? It's a little too early for that, Hei. I'm about to show you what the real gap between us looks like. But Hei didn't back down an inch, meeting his gaze head on. Without a single trace of fear, moments later, Shi began channeling his mana, controlling the orbs floating in the air. Seeing this, the students were once again floored. Wow, Senior Shi's control over those orbs is insane. He was manipulating so many of them at once that for a second they couldn't even count them all. Beads of cold sweat were already forming on his forehead. He was giving it his absolute all, desperate to see the look on Hei's face. Down below, the students were just staring, completely dumbfounded. After a moment, Denabo spoke up again. All right then, let's get started. Come up in order, starting with the first row. As soon as the words left his mouth, students began lining up to take their turn on the stage. Lee, from the back, Layla grumbled in disapproval. This guy? They called it orientation, but in reality, it was just a stage to publicly flex everyone's powers. In front of the whole class, Diane knew it. Two giving a reluctant nod. Yep, that's just how this academy rolls. As time dragged on, a whole parade of students stepped up to place their hands on the device. Some lit up with joy when a magic circle appeared, while those who got zilch just looked kinda bummed. When it came to controlling the orb, same story, some managed it, others flopped. Ashi, watching this whole spectacle from the sidelines, had a look of pure contempt on his face. What a chaotic mess. Just then the woman beside him piped up, "Hey look, it's that guy's turn." Up on the podium it was time for Heir to take the test. Ashi narrowed, his eyes ready to see just how far that arrogant attitude of his would get him. Heir raised his hand, preparing to place it on the device. Honestly, he was pretty curious himself. After absorbing ancient magic, there was bound to be some kind of change. In a split second, a tidal wave of mana materialized in the air. Diane was also watching with bated breath. During the entrance exam, this kid had aced his test flawlessly. He was dying to see how many magic circles the boy possessed, but a moment later, the jaws of every student in the room hit the floor. Even the auditing students were struck dumb because the mana Heir was pouring in was so overwhelmingly powerful. Not even he saw this coming. The device was so overloaded with mana it couldn't take anymore. And then it just started blaring an alert. Immeasurable. Heir's brow furrowed. The heck is going on? Although Leela was used to him pulling off miracles, she couldn't stop her eyes from bugging out. This was some classic Manhwa protagonist power-up. In stark contrast, Aishai looked like he'd just swallowed a whole lemon. Even Dian was completely stunned. This was the first time in his life he'd ever seen anything like it. The students erupted in whispers. Is the machine one broken? What if he's actually a dud? A circle means nothing. Zilch, nada. But how in the world is he unmeasurable? That makes no sense. Dean himself didn't have a clue what was going on. He was just banking on it being that ancient magic he'd absorbed. The proctor, meanwhile, was getting more baffled by the second. This machine is supposed to have 100% accuracy. It can sniff out anyone trying to fudge their power levels. And now it's telling me this kid is unmeasurable. After a long, awkward pause, the old man finally spoke up. It's probably just overloaded. For now, just complete the test. Let's see Dane's orb test first. Down below, Aishi immediately started gloating with a nasty smirk. Ha, see, I knew it. Absolutely nothing special about him. But instead of channeling his magic, Dane just casually walked right up to the orbs. So you can't measure me, huh? What a shame. Well then, let's try things this way. No idea if this will even work properly, but here goes nothing. With that thought, he took a deep breath. A current of magical energy once again flickered to life at his fingertips. It began to dance and swirl through the air, and in the blink of an eye, every single orb was under his control. The other students were absolutely floored. He lifted all of them. No way, the all-time record is only 5 orbs, 5. Even one of Ashi's own lackeys couldn't believe his eyes. All of them. Is that dude insane? Ashi's face, meanwhile, had turned a lovely shade of sickly green. How is this possible? Over on the sidelines, Layla just let out a weary sigh. There he goes again. I'm not even surprised anymore. Although she had to admit she never thought he'd lift all of them. This guy is even more ridiculous than I imagined. It's like something out of a manhwa. Looks like absorbing that ancient magic made him even more of a monster. Just then, Dane's hands began to channel the magic. A sly grin crept across his face. All right, let's make this really impressive. The moment the words left his lips, a powerful surge of magic pulsed through the air. The other students were once again completely and utterly stunned. He lifted all of them. No freaking way. The all-time record until now was a measly 5 orbs. Hey now, beads of cold sweat were practically pouring down Dinuobo's forehead. What in the world was he witnessing right now? Are you seriously arranging those spheres with such precision? To form a freaking picture? You bet he was. That was exactly what the boy intended to do. In no time at all, the orbs snapped into a perfect image. Seeing this, the trainees in the audience absolutely lost their minds. It was a lion and a serpent, the family crest of the noble Silesi clan. The longer Dinuobo stared, the more his brain refused to compute. Not even the great Alabela could pull off a feat like this. Chen, on the other hand, was beaming, thrilled that he'd actually done it. Down below, Lila grumbled under her breath with a hint of jealousy. It's my turn soon, so cool your jets, Chen. A moment later, Dinuobo finally managed to pick his jaw up off the floor. He cleared his throat and began to sing the boy's praises. Excellent work, Chen Si Lei Si, even Shilan, the master who never took on a disciple, would be proud to call you his own. Chen just gave a slight, respectful bow and said, "Thank you, Professor." But Professor Dinuobo's words sent another massive shockwave through the crowd. Wait, he's the disciple of the former Magic Tower Master. Oh, now I get why he got into the advanced magic major. This is some crazy Manhwa plot twist. Meanwhile, over on the sidelines, a 2-0's little sidekick was starting to panic. What do we do now? That guy is not normal. A 2-0 angrily snapped, "Shut up, I'm thinking." He viciously bit his lip, cursing under his breath. Damn it all, the Silesi family's just too terrifying. Why are they all a bunch of freaking monsters? At this level, they'd have to completely change their plan. This was infuriating. But picking a fight and then getting shown up would be a total loss of face. If he couldn't beat the kid with pure skill, then he'd just have to bring him to heel some other way. After some careful scheming, he finally spoke again, his voice slow and deliberate. We need to pull him into the student council. The moment he sets foot in that council, controlling him will be a piece of cake. He'll be right under my thumb. Hearing this brilliant, not at all evil plan, his crony was immediately on board. He practically bowed in agreement. Of course, my lord, a brilliant idea. Atuo stared down at the stage, his eyes ice cold, a possessive thought echoing in his mind. You will be mine, Chen Si Lei Si. Someone gasped, but he's only a first-year student. We never even dreamed about getting a spot in there, Aisha calmly explained. A first-year student. Getting into the student council is admittedly unprecedented. But really, who cares? Rules were made to be broken, weren't they? This little speech left the two guys next to him absolutely gobsmacked and speechless. He just chuckled and said, "Trust me. With this kid on our side, the reputation of our magic department is about to be known far and wide." And naturally, this meant his own reputation and career were about to get a major boost too. Just then, Dinabo chimed in full of praise. "Absolutely brilliant, Dian." The professor beamed, then said with a laugh, "If I had known about this any sooner, I would have personally grilled the other professors to make damn sure you ended up joining the magic department," Dian casually replied. "I'll give it my all no matter what department I'm in." Hearing this, the professor's eyes swept across the other students below him as he issued a warning. "You all hear that? You students in the magic department had best be on your toes from now on." Then he placed a hand and clapped Dian on the shoulder. He added sincerely, "If you ever have a free moment, please come and see me." "Yes, Professor." Dian didn't even hesitate, just nodded firmly. And with that, class was dismissed. As class ended, Lala walked out with Dian, peppering him with suspicious questions. "How are you so ridiculously good? Seriously, how do you keep pulling off these impossible feats like you walked straight out of a manhwa?" Dian just shook his head slightly and chuckled. "To be honest, I have no idea either." Seeing this nonchalant attitude, La huffed, clearly annoyed. "What you think? You're so special or something?" Dian refused to take the bait, simply saying, "But you got 5 orbs floating too." Lila pouted and shot back, "Yeah, well, hearing that compliment from you of all people doesn't make me feel any better." Dian let out a slightly helpless sigh. Why do you sound like you're pouting at me?" Just then, Aisha showed up with his entourage. "I've had the pleasure of witnessing your skills. Look, the last time we met, I might have been a tad aggressive. How about we have a little private chat?" Dian narrowed his eyes, studying the guy. "Oh, so this dude does a complete 180 the second he sees what I can do." A moment later, Aisha laid out his proposition for Dian. Dian listened and his jaw practically hit the floor. The student council. The guy gave a slight nod. The Royal Academy's student council basically controls the entire school's treasury. Every single member is a big shot with a crazy reputation, not to mention all the insane perks that come with it. For example, the student council can hand out disciplinary action to any student they please. They also have the final say on all departmental events. Dian's brow furrowed as he thought it over. He'd actually heard all this from his sister before. It's a group with an insane amount of power, like something straight out of a manhwa, and only a select few ever get the chance to join its ranks. Seeing Dian's silence, Heir pressed on. So what do you say? I'm thinking of recommending you for a spot on the council. You've already blown the entry requirements out of the water. We wouldn't even need to test you. If you become a member of the student council, you'll automatically be part of the Dante Society. Dian gave him a deadpan look. I'm already in it. Heir scoffed, clicking his tongue. Yeah, well, technically, but who's to say how long you'll be able to stay in? Besides that, you also get immunity from a whole bunch of other rules. Hearing this, Dian couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. Seriously, just how much clout do these people actually have? Do they really hold that much power? Noticing his hesitation, Heir pressed his advantage. So, are you interested in joining the council or not? But Dian simply shook his head. Not interested. The color instantly drained from Heir's face. Internally, he was busy cursing 18 generations of Dian's ancestors. But Dian didn't give a damn about his reaction. The color instantly drained from Heir's face. Internally, he was busy cursing 18 generations of Dian's ancestors. Dian was completely unfazed. Heir replied calmly, even if I wanted to join, I'd only be interested if I earned my spot through my own efforts. Being handed special privileges for no good reason usually comes with a very steep price. Hearing this, the person following them, Heir, immediately panicked and thought to himself, damn, he's sharp. He saw right through my intentions. But Heir didn't give up. In a low voice, he pressed on. Do you have any idea what you just turned down? A spot on the student council is something countless people dream of. You'll soon realize just how incredible this offer truly was. He was desperately trying to make him reconsider. An offer like that doesn't come around every day. Lala glanced at the guy's expression and couldn't help but think, geez, why does this dude look so bent out of shape? Then she grabbed Heir's hand and spoke up. If we're late, all the egg tarts are going to be gone. Let's go. Heir let her drag him along, laughing as he went. Oh, you're right, I almost forgot. Seeing this play out, a disgruntled Heir called out. Hey, where are you two going? We're in the middle of a conversation here. Heir just chuckled softly. I have something more important to take care of. So if you'll excuse me. Truth be told, he was incredibly grateful to Lala. Her timing was absolutely impeccable. But Heir still wasn't ready to quit. He stared at their retreating figures and shouted, hey, I'm not giving up on you. I promise I'll win you over. Heir and Lala continued on their way. As they walked, Lala grumbled in frustration. That guy is such a pain. He's so desperate to drag you into the student council. Accepting his offer would be the perfect first step. For him to turn you into one of his pawns like in some cheap political manhwa. Heir glanced over at her and said gratefully, thanks for helping me escape that situation. Layla paid him no mind, her attitude still a bit huffy. More importantly, am I just invisible to that guy? He didn't even bother to ask me a single question. Hearing this, Heir couldn't help but feel exasperated. Wait, how is this my fault? While you haven't even bothered to speak a single word to me. Stunned, he let out a helpless laugh and said, so that's why you're mad? Lala just huffed coldly. It's probably because of your talent. And for all that weird, cringy manhwa humor of yours. Today's test proved everything. The two of them walked and chatted away cheerfully. Layla was really looking forward to visiting the tart shop at the Royal Academy. Meanwhile, in a room somewhere else in the academy, a very interesting conversation was taking place. Dinabo sat across from Heir, asking cheerfully, did you see that? He might even be a cut above Arabella, you know. Heir frowned slightly and asked, is he really on that level? The man nodded. Magic is a fuzzy concept, hard to pin down, but when it comes to innate magical talent, It's definitely not impossible to see. Hearing this, Aishu's scowl deepened. Was the professor saying Den's talent surpassed even the senior he admired so much? Just then, Dinabo continued, Aishu, I need you to just turn a blind eye when it comes to young Den. Look after him well, make sure he gets into the magic class. Ashi silently clicked his tongue. Everyone's like this, he thought. They're all completely dazzled by Den's talent. His performance that day was like something straight out of a fantasy manhwa, just too incredible. After thinking for a long moment, Aisher finally spoke up. Actually, I met with him privately after class and offered him a spot in the student association. But he turned me down. Dinabo was stunned. He asked suspiciously, you don't think he's heard something? From Arabella's side, do you? His talent is just too amazing. We absolutely cannot let him slip away. Hearing this, Aisher could only sigh in resignation. A moment later, he suddenly asked, Professor, about that recommendation letter from before. Dinabo knew exactly what he was talking about. He quickly cut him off. Oh, that. It seems like everything has already been arranged. The final spot has been filled. Ashur could only sigh helplessly at his words. Then he suddenly asked again, Professor, about the recommendation letter. Knowing what was coming, Dinabo hastily interrupted him. It looks like everything. Egg was already decided. Yeah, things aren't exactly going smoothly. The old man tells him not to be so hasty, reminding him that he still has 2 whole years. Someone like him is bound to get recommended by the Magic Tower before he graduates anyway. Hearing this little speech, Aishu starts to get seriously ticked off. The geezer said the exact same thing. Last year, if he takes a spot in the Magic Tower now, doesn't that just mean he loses a student? He can boss around and have fun with, is that what this is about? Plus, he's heard that this kid is the one who severed the connection to 2 of his favorite magic towers. This whole situation feels like a dramatic manhwa plot. Seeing his chance, Aishu proposes, fine. I'll go and persuade the disciple myself. Danmo nods and Dinabo just casually says, all right then, it's all on you. Aishu is clearly not happy about this. His entire future is basically being held hostage by this guy. Whether he likes it or not, it's not like he has any other choice. But to go along with it, he shoots the old man a death glare, unable to stop himself from cursing him out under his breath. At the same time, Leela and Den are having a much better day. Leela chats away as they walk, explaining that if a club has too few members or can't prove it's actually doing anything, it gets shut down for good. Den furrows his brow, saying with dead seriousness, this is the first time I've ever participated in so many events like this. Leela just casually replies, well, we did win a ridiculous amount of prizes, 20 mana stones, 15 lunch discount coupons, 5 meal tickets, 8 discount coupons for the convenience store, and a treasure map. Den pulls out a rolled-up piece of cloth from his share of the rewards. Leela eyes it suspiciously. What's that? He slowly begins to explain. The upperclassman who hosted the event said it was bought from an auction in Heir. Hearing this, Leela's eyes practically light up like light bulbs. Wait, so this thing must be super valuable, right? Den gives a slight nod. His father had mentioned it before. The auction house collects rare and beautiful items from all over the empire, kingdom, and the most brilliant appraiser in the land. The state vets everything, making sure only the absolute creme de la creme hits the market. Hay pointed at the seal and said, check it out, the seal's totally unbroken. This could be a treasure map for the academy for all we know. Leela mulled it over for a second before chiming in. I've heard whispers that this academy is riddled with secret spots and mysteries. Just then, Hay had a sudden thought. He's gonna get a real kick out of this. The next day, Dime Lecture Hall. This is where most of the academic action goes down. Hay had a class on his schedule today too. He was heading to History 101. Thankfully, his butler had given him the full rundown before he left, so he wasn't feeling completely lost. Just then, Ansi appeared from the other direction, calling out to Hay. Fancy seeing you here. Hay shot him a sideways glance, asking skeptically, you're in this class too? And C gave a small nod. Yeah, it's a required course for all first years. I wasn't sure if you'd be here, so I've been scanning the crowd for you. finally found you. How have you been holding up? A smile crept onto Hei's face as he replied cheerfully. Same old, same old. It's a long story. I'll fill you in later. Ensai just nodded, totally cool with that. Then it was like a light bulb went off over his head. He remembered something and blurted out, "Oh, there's something I've been meaning to tell you." The two fell into step, chatting as they walked. But they barely got a few steps before a whole gang of students blocked their path. The ringleader arched an eyebrow, a nasty smirk spreading across his face. Well, well, if it isn't little and... The moment Ansi laid eyes on them, his face clouded over. Hei watched this, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What's up with him? His whole demeanor just flipped like a switch. He was even trembling, looking utterly terrified. The leader's gaze was condescending, his voice dripping with pure malice. I'm so glad I ran into you here. It's been a while, hasn't it? NC's body was practically shaking in his boots. It was painfully obvious he was terrified. Hei took in the whole scene, his brow knitting together in a tight line. The guy looked like a soldier flashing back to the horrors of war. A classic trauma backstory you'd read in a manhwa. After a long, tense moment, Ansi finally managed to lift his head. How much longer are you going to just stand there and take this? A familiar voice cut through the tension. It was Hai. Ansi's head snapped up in shock. Him, why is it him? Didn't he already walk away? Hei let out a soft chuckle. I didn't even get to say goodbye. For you to just take off like that, wouldn't that be a little rude? Before Ansi could even process what was going on, Hei stepped forward, positioning himself between them. I'm a friend of Ansi's. You got a problem with him? The ringleader scoffed. His friend? Then you must be a piece of trash too. Ansi's voice quivered. Baolong, hello. That Baolong character just snorted. So you got into the academy, huh? You should have reported to me, you know. I'm your senior here. He swaggered over, ruffling Ansi's hair condescendingly. Well, well, look at the little mouse. He sneered. How did you even get in here? I was honestly betting you'd fail. You were always such a chicken, weren't you? From behind, Chen Dan watched the whole exchange, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Baolong, of course, paid him no mind. Still gripping Ansi's head, he grinned. You know this is perfect timing. I was just feeling too lazy to walk all the way to the cafeteria. And what a coincidence, my personal delivery boy shows up. Go run and buy me a sandwich, will ya? Ansi flinched. Right now, with a soft huff, Baolong's voice dropped menacingly. You got a problem with that? Ansi stammered, I'm with my friend, so it's a bit awkward. And that's when the bully finally noticed Chen Dan. He eyed him with suspicion. Wait, you have a friend? He scoffed. He actually looks pretty solid. He raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with mockery. What's your major hanging out? With a loser like Ansi probably means you're a nobody too. Chen Dan narrowed his eyes at the guy silently, sizing him up. He couldn't tell which noble family he was from, but the way he postured just reminded Chen Dan of the spineless cowards on the battlefield. Seeing that Chen Dan wasn't answering, Baolong's contempt grew even stronger. What's wrong with this piece of junk? Cat got your tongue. Just then, an academy staff member spotted them and yelled from a distance. Hey, you kids over there, what are you doing dawdling around? Class is about to start. Get a move on. Hearing that, Baolong's entire attitude flipped instantly. Yes, sir, we're on our way. Then he shot a nasty glare back at the two of them, whispering, after school, we're gonna have a nice long chat. I've got plenty more to say. Ensai went pale in an instant, his body trembling uncontrollably. With that, Baolong and his goons took off, laughing triumphantly as they walked away. Man, this school life is turning out to be more fun than any manhwa. Chen Dan glanced after them, not saying a single word. On the contrary, meanwhile, Ye Nuo was practically vibrating with fear and tried to make a quick exit, rushing over to catch him, asking with concern, hey, you all right? He said guiltily, I'm so sorry, this is all my fault. But Dion didn't see it that way at all. He asked suspiciously, who the hell were those guys? It looked like you knew them. Ernest's voice trembled as he explained, they're from a noble family back in my hometown. Back when I lived there, they used to bully me constantly. I knew they were also studying here. But this academy is massive with so many different departments. I really thought I wouldn't run into them. And now, Now I've dragged you into this. Diane sighed a bit exasperated and patted his shoulder reassuringly. I'm fine, let's just get to class first. By now, the poor guy's face was as pale as a ghost. Just how horribly had those thugs treated him in the past? With that thought, he spoke up again to calm him. Don't worry, I'll go with you. Ernest flinched quickly, shaking his head. No, you don't have to, I can go by myself. Diane just frowned at him. What, you'd rather go and endure their insults all alone? If you keep letting them walk all over you, they'll just bully you even more. His words made Ernest's eyes go wide with shock. He hesitated about to say something, but Diane cut him off with a cold tone. You saw my power earlier, didn't you? So what are you still so scared of? Ernest remembered what had happened before. It was true Diane was unbelievably strong. But he still didn't want to drag him into this mess. No matter what, Diane's voice was firm as he spoke. It's decided, we're going together. And so after class, Diane went with Ernest. Bron scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. How peaceful. Feeling a little nostalgic, are we? Diane glared right back at them. Are you guys really his friends? Why would you drag him out here just to pick a fight? Bron sneered, and who the hell are you, his little guard dog? Don't you get tired of trailing behind him like a lost puppy? I was about to ask you the same damn thing. Diane didn't back down an inch, his comeback as sharp as ice. His words instantly set Bron off. The guy ground his teeth, snarling, You little brat! You think you're hot stuff just because you managed to get into this academy? He sized Diane up, clearly itching for a fight. The bully gritted his teeth again, absolutely fuming. This punk acts like he's the main character in some manhwa, doesn't he? He then sneered, Tell me, have you ever been taught a proper lesson? Ever heard of the Su Luo family? He's the heir, one of the goons bragged. To the most powerful family in the Western Empire, you know. Hearing this, Dung just casually cleaned out his ear and let out a dismissive snort. Su Luo Na never heard of him. Yi No stared at him, a fresh wave of panic washing over his face. Even Baolong's lackeys were taken aback for a second, before they started spewing curses. Baolong's own expression turned absolutely foul, and he growled out, An order, what are you waiting for, get him. His thugs immediately lit up their faces, splitting into malicious grins. They started creeping forward, their voices dripping with mockery. Oh Yi No, you really should pick friends who can actually help you. Guess we'll have to beat you twice as hard for the lesson to stick. Seeing this, Yi No started shaking all over again. Stop, please, let's just run while we still can, he pleaded. It doesn't matter how strong you are. These guys are really bad news. Especially Baolong, he's been called a sword prodigy. Since he was a kid, Dung just let out a little scoff then, said coolly, A sword prodigy, you say? Sounds interesting. He shot a sideways glance at Yi No, a smirk playing on his lips. I'll leave one of them for you. Go on, knock him. Flat. Yi No's jaw dropped. Me? Deng just gave a casual nod. Trust me. Or are you just going to let these clowns in this manhwa walk all over you forever? Yi No stared at him, completely baffled. This guy was impossible to read. But before he could even process that, his face paled, because one of the thugs was already charging straight for Dung. The goon sneered, Well, look at Mr. Confident over here. You're so dead. With that, his eyes filled with pure malice. He swung a heavy fist right at Dung. But our hero didn't even flinch, just letting the guy land the punch. Yi No cried out in a panic. Dung? The thug raised an eyebrow, leaning in with a taunting smirk. How is that, you mutt? Woke you up, did it? Seeing this, Baolong broke into a wide, smug grin. Oh, we're just getting started with you. The thug let out another cold snort, then wound up for a second punch. Too bad for him this time it was. Diane blocked it, narrowing his eyes at the guy. You can never step in the same river twice, you know. He muttered the cryptic phrase in a low voice. You threw the first punch. The other guy hadn't even processed what was happening. When he heard Chen continue, which means everything that happens from now on is technically self-defense. Hearing this, the student instantly flew into a rage, screaming, What did you just say, you son of a botch? In the next second, he swung his fist again, but unfortunately for him, Chen simply ducked to avoid it. He used the momentum to slam a hard punch right into the guy's side, causing him to let out a little grunt of pain, but he wasn't done. Chen took one step back, and without a single word swept the guy's legs out from under him. The bully had absolutely no time to react, and was taken down cleanly by the move. He immediately went tumbling to the ground. Chen narrowed, his eyes looking down at him without a shred of pity. Seeing his buddy get dropped, the other goon finally rushed in, but before he could even do anything to Chen, he was met with a solid uppercut to the chin. The single punch sent him staggering backward a few steps. At that very moment, a powerful current of mana flared to life in Chen's hand. Without a word, he unleashed it toward the group of boys. The magical force hit them in an instant. They had absolutely no way to defend against it. Their bodies flew back uncontrollably before slamming hard onto the ground. A wave of intense pain washed over them, leaving them completely unable to move. Chen just stood there looking at them. His own expression was a bit baffled, as he muttered to himself, "Damn, that was way stronger than I thought. Is it because of the ancient magic?" At the same time, Ennis was also watching on, completely speechless with shock. As for Belong, he looked like he'd just chewed on a dog turd. He mumbled in disbelief, "What the hell is this?" In his wildest dreams, he never imagined Chen could take down his lackeys so easily. It was like a scene straight out of an action manhwa. He roared in frustration, "You useless morons!" The boys sprawled on the ground heard him and desperately tried to explain, "Belong, that guy. This one was no pushover," but the brute refused to listen. He just snorted in disgust. "Shut up, you got your butt kicked by a first year. You look pathetic. Are you guys really that weak?" Diane glanced over at him. "So you still want to go? You're all talk and no action." What did you just say to me?" Braun gritted his teeth, ready to lunge forward. But the guy beside him quickly tried to stop him. "Stop, man, that kid is strong. Did you see how he was firing those magic bullets?" Too bad Braun wasn't listening. He shoved the other student aside with a contemptuous sneer. "You coward, looking so pathetic in front of these runts. Move it, I'll handle this myself." The moment he finished speaking, a massive amount of mana began to gather in his hands. Before long, a spatial rift tore open right in front of him. Seeing this, Diane was a little surprised but hardly panicked. He just frowned and muttered, "Don't tell me." From inside that portal, the guy pulled out a sword in a scene straight out of an action manhwa. Mana immediately began to dance wildly around the blade. Braun's lips twisted into a smug grin. "There's no one around in this remote place, so this will be just fine. You've made a fatal mistake. You forced me to draw my sword." Diane calmly eyed the sword in his hand and made a comment. "Hey, that's a pretty cool-looking sword." In stark contrast, the guy next to him was absolutely terrified, stammering, "Oh no, this is bad." Braun actually drew his sword. "This is really, really bad." At that moment, Diane felt nothing but contempt. What an impulsive idiot. So he was just going to completely ignore the Academy's rules, huh? But Braun clearly didn't care. He spoke in a chilling voice. "You know, when the sky gets this cloudy, a thick fog rolls in, and no one ever finds the people who go missing." His buddy hesitantly asked, "But what if we get expelled?" Hearing this, Braun shot him a furious glare. "Shut your mouth, go beat that moron over there to a pulp and drag him to me. You really don't get it, do you?" "All right, fine." After a bit of hesitation, the other student finally agreed to charge forward with Braun. This just made Ernest even more terrified. "What am I supposed to do if you go fight Braun? But before he could even finish his rant, Dee calmly cut in to reassure him. "Don't sweat it, those chumps are nothing. You can totally win." Nis shot back, completely unconvinced. "For real?" Dee didn't even blink as he nodded. "Totally, you've done a ton of exploring. So that means your lower body is in peak condition, so just give it your all and land one really painful hit. That's all it takes." Hearing this unusual pep talk, Ernest reflexively scrunched up his face. That was a new one. No one had ever complimented his leg strength before. Meanwhile, Braun and his crony had finally arrived. The other student pursed his lips and sneered, "You guys are so dead." The moment the words left his mouth, Day sprang into action by circling around in a completely different direction. Seeing this, Bron shouted in surprise, "Oh, not letting me get close, are you? So you do have some actual combat experience after all, huh?" Did just shot him a sly smirk, his tone dripping with provocation. At the same time, Ernest was still having an intense internal debate. That's right. He's absolutely right. I can't keep living like this forever. This is some classic Manhwa character development. While this was happening, Bron's lackey had slowly sauntered up. Right in front of Ernest, the goon sneered, "What's with the clenched fists? And look at those eyes. Trying to look all fierce. Friendship really is a powerful thing, huh?" He cracked his knuckles, smirking condescendingly, feeling a little too confident just because you're standing next to him. How about you just take a few hits and get lost? I'll even be gentle with you, Ernest narrowed, his eyes at the guy desperately trying to force himself to stay calm. Don't panic, think. In a situation like this, what would D do? He tried to picture the scene from earlier when D absolutely demolished that other student. But while he was lost in thought, the goon let out a cold laugh. First things first, just try and take a few hits. With that, he threw a punch, but in a split second, his fist was right in front of Ernest's face. He tried to duck and dodge, but he was just too slow and ended up eating a knuckle sandwich right to the head. But our boy wasn't discouraged. He took a step back and with a low voice, he said, "The person you knew, the me from the past, he doesn't exist anymore." These words left his opponent completely stunned for a moment. And in that exact moment, Ernest seized the opportunity to punch him square in the face, causing one of his cheeks to immediately start bruising up. That one punch was pure catharsis for Ernest, like a scene straight out of a revenge manhwa. He was extremely satisfied with his handiwork. Ernest then pulled back his hand, panting heavily. The guy across from him now had a face so swollen it looked like a pig's head as he lay on the ground. At this point, Ernest's legs were still shaking, and his whole body was trembling. But it wasn't because he was scared, it was because he was exhilarated. He happily yelled out, I actually did it." At the same time, over on the other side, the fight between Heir and Bron was still underway. Heir raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "Looks like your last little teammate has finally hit the deck." Hearing this, Bron immediately whipped his head around to look, and he screamed in disbelief. "What? That's impossible." But sure enough, he saw his crony sprawled out on the ground. Bron roared in anger. "You're telling me you lost to a pathetic loser like that?" While he was busy throwing a fit, Hay's eyes landed on something. He spotted two brooms lying in the distance. Finally, he had found something useful. Right after, Hay ran over and snapped off the broom handles. Seeing the broom heads get tossed aside, Bron couldn't help but speak up. "You think you can deal with me using that?" With a slight chuckle, Hay nonchalantly replied, "This will be more than enough." This statement made Bron feel utterly humiliated. He gritted his teeth. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, "You arrogant bastard! I'm going to wipe the floor with you today." The moment the words left his mouth, he charged forward, muttering under his breath, "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. So don't you worry your pretty little head." Bolun boasted that he was just going to leave a tiny little scar on Diane's face. You know, just a little something so that every time he looks in the mirror, he'll be reminded of his fear. With that, Bolun dropped into a low stance. The sword in his hand began to flash through the air. Too bad for him, because to Diane, this so-called speed looked like a turtle crawling through molasses. This is a classic Manhwa power gap. Our boy dodged the attack with a simple, almost lazy sidestep. And oh boy, did that ever tick Bolun off. He snarled, his lips curling back. "You little punk, you're stronger than I gave you credit for." With a soft chuckle, Dian replied coolly, "Your swordplay is painfully predictable." That little comment was all it took to flip Bolun's psycho switch. He roared, completely unhinged. "What did you just say about my swordsmanship? Who do you think you are, the son of Duke Taemian or something?" Immediately, he cranked up his attack speed, his sword becoming a blur. But it was all for nothing, as every single strike was effortlessly blocked by Dian's staff. Bolun's brow furrowed in concentration. He's channeling mana into his staff. But there's no way he can keep that up for long. Convinced of this, he yelled out, "You're just a cornered rat. What are you gonna do with that stupid stick, huh?" Bo Lun was brimming with confidence, absolutely sure of his superior weapon. But Dion, on the other hand, didn't even flinch. And then, it was his turn to go on the offensive. His staff began to glow, wrapped in a torrent of raw power. Dion unleashed a flurry of strikes at Bo Lun. He was moving so fast, Bo Lun couldn't even hope to dodge in time. And just like that, he got a face full of staff. Bo Lun's eyes went wide in disbelief. How could a simple wooden staff pack such a powerful punch? But hey, whether he believed it or not didn't really matter. 'Cause he was already kissing the dirt. From a distance, Ernest had seen the whole thing unfold. His jaw was practically on the floor. Incredible. He took down Bo Lun in a single move. Of course, Ernest knew Dion was still holding back a lot. But even so, this was beyond impressive. He's way stronger than I ever imagined. A grin spread across Ernest's face. Looks like he'd just found a very interesting new friend. Meanwhile, Dion had already turned and was walking away. He was completely unfazed by the crowd of gawking onlookers. He just wanted to get out of this place and fast. He knew he was strong, but he had no idea he was this strong. Meanwhile, Heir strolls right up to Bron and demands in an ice-cold tone, "Get up. If you're going to draw your sword, you'd better be prepared to see things through to the very end." Chain had always said that if you draw your sword for a duel, it means you've already accepted that everything could end right then and there. Bron crumpled on the ground in a world of hurt, grits his teeth, and asks, "Just who the hell are you?" Heir casually replies, "Heir Sogres, eldest son of the esteemed Count Sogres, and a freshman in the independent study program." The moment those words left his lips, Bron's jaw hit the floor. He stammered in disbelief, the House of Sogres. His mind flashed back to the freshman orientation ceremony. He remembered them honoring a particular student. The first person to get into the prestigious independent study program in 50 years. The youngest prodigy of Count Sogres was none other than the guy standing over him right now. Heir narrowed his eyes at Bron, his voice dropping to a low growl. "Looks like my introduction was a bit tardy." Bron didn't say a word, still trembling like a leaf on the dirt floor. It all clicked into place now. Of course, Heir was that confident. It's a classic Manhwa protagonist move. The only thing that didn't make sense was, why would a guy like him be hanging out with that moron? Just then, Heir's voice cut through the silence again. "So, what should I do with you? You drew your sword and you lost. Should I just take your life right here and now?" The second those words came out, Bron shot up in a panic, yelling, "What are you even talking about?" Heir replied coolly, "Well, from my perspective, this wasn't exactly a fair duel. But the moment you drew a real sword..." The longer Heir spoke, the more terrified Bron became. He got the distinct feeling that this guy was seriously considering ending him. That thought sent a fresh wave of panic through him. Without a second thought, Bron scrambled to his knees and started begging. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I never would have dreamed you were from the House of Sogres. I'll never do something so stupid ever again. I'm truly sorry, I had no idea that you were one of the Sogres family. I will never ever pull a stupid stunt like that again. I swear I'll never do something so idiotic again." Bron looked up at Heir in a daze as the guy raised a hand, pointed into the distance, and said, "You're apologizing to the wrong person, buddy." Bron followed the direction of Heir's finger. And who was Heir pointing at? None other than Ernest, who was just standing nearby. It finally clicked for Bron, who immediately scrambled over to Ernest's feet and started begging for his life. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I am truly sorry for every single rotten thing I've ever done to you. Please, you have to forgive me." Ernest just stood there listening to him blubber, a completely bewildered look in his eyes. He had no idea what to do, which funnily enough only made Bron even more terrified. The guy was a disgusting waterfall of tears and snot. I mean, up until now, this dude had been using Ernest as his personal punching bag. In his eyes, Ernest was less than a dog. But look at him now. Bron was the one kneeling at Ernest's feet. He was trembling like the pathetic loser he was. Oh, how the tables have turned. This is some classic Manhwa-level drama right here. Just as Ernest was frozen with indecision, Heir decided to chime in. Ernest, you handle this one yourself. You can beat him to a pulp until you're satisfied. Or you can accept his apology and move on with your life. It's entirely up to you. Hearing this, Ernest just stood there, biting his lip, totally hesitating. Braun, clinging to this sliver of hope like a life raft, grabbed Ernest's arm tightly. He stammered, Yeah, that's right. You can hit me as much as you want. I deserve all of it. Ernest's lips tightened into a thin line. To be honest, he really wanted to slug the guy just to get some sweet relief. But he held back, narrowing his eyes at the groveling coward. He said in a dead serious voice, Braun, you can beat him to a pulp until you're satisfied. Or you can accept his apology and move on with your life. It's entirely up to you. Hearing this, Ernest just stood there, biting his lip, totally hesitating. Braun, clinging to this sliver of hope like a life raft, grabbed Ernest's arm tightly. He stammered, Yeah, that's right. You can hit me as much as you want. I deserve all of it. Ernest clenched his jaw. Honestly, he just wanted to punch this guy in the face to feel a whole lot better. But he didn't. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at him and said with utter seriousness, Braun, next time you fight me fair and square, and after that, I'll forgive you. This response left Braun completely dumbfounded, his brain unable to process what he just heard. Ernest didn't bother to explain. He just turned around and started to walk away. So for now, I'm letting this go. Heir, who was watching from the side, nodded in satisfaction. You did good. With a sigh of relief, Ernest said gratefully, Thanks a bunch, Den. Just then, a girl's voice cut through the air as she walked towards them. I was waiting for you, but you were a total no-show. So I had to come hunt you down. Den looked up, a small grin on his face as he replied, Lala? Lala peered at his face, her expression turning skeptical. What happened to you? Get into a scrap? Someone tried to pick a fight with me, Den replied casually. With who? Lala asked, her brow furrowing. Den flicked his eyes over his shoulder and Lala's gaze followed. Her eyes landed on Braun, who was lurking in the background. A smirk played on her lips. Of all the people in the world, he chose you. Does he think he's the protagonist of some action manhwa or something? At that very moment, Braun spotted her too. A look of pure shock flashed across his face. Is that Duke Terman's actual daughter walking over here? But our little group was paying him zero attention. Den lowered his voice to ask Lala. They said that guy is in the intermediate swordsmanship division with you. Do you know him? Nope, Lala replied with a shake of her head. And frankly, I couldn't care less. It was only then that she finally registered the other person standing there. And who's this? She asked, looking puzzled. Den slung a casual arm around Ernest's shoulders to introduce him. This is Ernest Dion, a first year from the exploration department. Ernest gave a pleasant greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. Hearing this, Lala looked slightly annoyed. Ugh, please drop the whole my lady act. Just treat me like a normal person, okay? And with that, the trio began to walk and chat together. Lala glanced over at Ernest. So what in the world do you study in the exploration department? Ernest hesitated for a second before answering, things like ancient ruins, secret locations, all kinds of exploring. At this, Lala's eyes lit up with a brilliant idea. Wait, then shouldn't we show him that map we found? I bet he'll know something about it. Ernest just looked at her, completely bewildered. What map? He asked, lost. Den slowly began to fill him in. We took part in a club event recently, and we ended up with a map. A map? Ernest asked, totally baffled. Den started to explain, yeah, we joined a club event and they gave it to us. A treasure map. When Ernest heard this, he practically yelled, Wait, I heard a rumor? That some lucky guy got his hands on a treasure map. Was that you? Lala, looking completely overwhelmed, glanced at him and whispered, It's like he's a completely different person. Din added awkwardly, Is this some kind of artifact obsession? But Ernest, on the other hand, was still buzzing with energy and quickly suggested, All right, let's find somewhere quiet to talk. The three of them immediately found a secluded spot to discuss their next move. Ernest grabbed the map from Lala's hand to inspect it. After a long moment, he finally said, Okay, this map is ridiculously complicated. Well, no kidding, it's a treasure map, so the fact that it's hard to figure out with just one glance is kind of the whole point. Instead of showing the entire academy, it seemed to be pointing to a much more specific location. Just then, Ernest suddenly noticed something new on the map, out of nowhere. Some strange text had appeared. Ernest could read the letters, but they didn't form any actual words. Lala, hearing this, frowned and asked, "So, what do we do now?" Ernest thought for a second before answering. "First, we have to figure out who made this map in the first place. Knowing the creator will give us a better perspective to work from." Din frowned and muttered, "So trying to decode it right now is going to be a massive pain, huh?" Ernest said slowly, "But there's one thing I'm sure of, the location shown on this map is definitely somewhere on these academy grounds. This whole adventure is like something out of a manhwa. These architectural patterns were only used during the academy's construction." Hearing this, Din and Lala immediately lit up, so it must be nearby. "The problem," Ernest continued, "is that this architectural style uses a very bizarre secret magic that belonged to Hankston." Lala heard the name and gasped. "Hankston? You mean the founder and legendary mage?" he asked again. "So that magic, it's completely useless now, isn't it? And it seems Heston never had any apprentices." Just then Lala let out a long sigh. I knew this would be hard, but I didn't think it would be this level of manhwa protagonist struggle." But Ennis wasn't about to give up. He clutched the map tightly and declared, "Then the problem is simple. We just need to find out who actually made this map. That way we might find some clues on how to decode it." Dean's face lit up. "And once we've finally decoded it, it's treasure hunting time, baby." Ennis gave a slight nod, his voice filled with excitement. "I'm in." Lala was also on board. "This sounds like a blast. Before coming to the academy, I was always stuck with my family, so this is my first time doing something on my own." Seeing their reactions, Dane was a bit dumbfounded. "Wow, you two seem a little too excited about this." After a thought, he said slowly, "But this could take a pretty long time, you know. So let's just take it one step at a time." At that moment, Ennis suddenly handed the map back to Dine, who asked, confused, "Wouldn't it be better if you held on to this while you're trying to decode it?" Ennis just chuckled. "It's fine, I've already got it memorized." That comment left both Dane and Lala completely stunned. "No way, just how good is your memory?" Ennis replied nonchalantly, "For some reason, I'm just really good at remembering things like maps and ciphers." Hearing this, Lala couldn't help but laugh and tease him. "So you're just a natural-born genius, is that it? I bet taking tests is a piece of cake for you, huh?" Dean didn't say much. He just took the map back and said slowly, "Well, if you need any help, just give us a shout." Ennis nodded, smiling happily. "Thanks. This is the first time I've ever looked for something with someone other than my father, so I'm really happy." Right on cue, Lala cheerfully suggested, "All right, let's go get something to eat to celebrate the new team." Dine and Ennis had no objections and nodded in agreement. And just like that, the three of them went off to celebrate. "All right, food time. Let's celebrate the formation of our squad." Dine and Enos were totally on board, nodding in agreement. And so the trio headed off and grabbed a bite together. Later that night, back at the academy dorms, Hay still couldn't get a wink of sleep. He was busy trying to get his new place organized. Shuffling through textbooks and all his personal junk, cradling an egg in his hands, Hay muttered to himself, "I should probably keep important family heirlooms somewhere I can actually see them. But where in the world am I supposed to put this egg? They always say you shouldn't stick living things in some dark, dusty corner." But just then, the egg suddenly started pulsing with an insane amount of energy, which understandably made Hay jump out of his skin. "Whoa, what the heck? Why now? This thing hasn't done squat for the past 7 years." Hay's first thought was that maybe moving to the academy was what finally set it off. But he quickly shot that idea down. Nah, even if the academy is some super mysterious place, the amount of mana floating around here isn't much different than it was back in my old room. So, could it be that dose of ancient mana that I absorbed back in the moon garden? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Hay couldn't help but gasp. It's absolutely wild that it would immediately trigger a reaction from this egg. This manhwa plot is getting good. All right, screw it. Let's dump all my energy into this thing and see what happens. Without a second thought, he started channeling his power, pouring it all into the egg held tightly in his hands. In a flash, the egg was practically overflowing with power. It lit up the entire corner of his dorm room like a small sun, forcing a shocked cry out of Hey. Holy cow, it's sucking up my mana like a vacuum cleaner. I've been feeding this thing for 7 straight years. Just how much power is crammed inside this little shell? But time ticked by and the intense energy showed no signs of fading. Hay started to properly panic, yelling, "Okay, I can't keep doing this here. This room is gonna blow. What am I supposed to do? This feels like one of those once-in-a-lifetime do-or-die opportunities, you know?" The gears in Hay's head started turning at lightning speed. He just might have a brilliant or possibly insane idea. A short while later, over at G's laboratory, Hay showed up with the pulsating, glowing egg. Seeing the sheer power radiating from it all G could do was gasp in utter disbelief. "Whoa, that's intense. What in the world did you do?" Hay calmly explained, "It's still continuously vibrating even though I'm not feeding it mana anymore." This little revelation only made Kilai even more astonished. She stared at him in disbelief, but then seemed to remember something. She blurted out, "Wait, isn't it time for the dorm? Roll call, if you miss that you're in. For a world of hurt, you know." "Oh, that already handled." Hay replied with a casual smile. At that very moment, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside the dormitory. A guy with glasses, flanked by another boy and a girl, marched up to them. He bellowed officiously, "I am An, by president of the dormitory council. I will now commence the roll call," and just like that, everyone was gathered outside the dormitory door waiting for the inspection. You see, every single dorm in the Royal Academy followed the roll call ritual with near religious strictness, which is why everyone was sweating bullets, worried sick because Priscilla and Hay still hadn't shown up. The punishments were no joke. Being late for the monthly roll call would earn you a demerit point. Being absent cost you 2 points. Be late more than 3 times in a semester and you'd be slapped with disciplinary action and forced labor. Go AWOL more than twice, and you'd be kicked out of the dorms entirely. Just then, Anbai barked again, "Everyone stand still. Not another word, floor 9 of Dante Hall. You can forget about having a peaceful night." This declaration made poor Anna nearly jump out of his skin. He couldn't figure out why tonight was so incredibly serious. What do you mean by that?" he stammered. As if on cue, someone else spoke up. "In the footage from the Mana surveillance system that was just installed, there's a clip showing Priscilla sneaking away. After a bit of tracking, we confirmed that she completely left the dormitory grounds, a classic Manhwa escape. And that was only 5 minutes ago. But now the system is showing Priscilla as currently being in her room, and Bai didn't give a damn what the students outside were thinking. He briskly stormed inside, pushing past them. He swung open a door and stepped inside. After a quick scan of the room, Bai announced, "Normally, we don't bother checking if you lot are even in your rooms. But starting today, that all changes." The moment those words left his mouth, a collective, "We're screwed," echoed in the minds of every student in Dante Hall. A hurricane of demerit points was brewing on the horizon, and so they watched with bated breath as Anbai began his inspection, moving from one room to the next like a disciplinary phantom. After a short while, Anbai finally broke the silence. "The rest of you seem to be in order for the most part. Priscilla gets 2 demerit points for an unexcused absence. Make sure everyone gets the memo." The students meekly nodded, "Yes, sir." Just when they thought the coast was clear, he pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose with a stern glint in his eye. "And lastly, Dinuogesi, the new student. Why isn't that one here? Don't tell me he's already managed to skip his very first roll call." At this, Zhuo Yian quickly jumped in to explain. "No, that can't be right. I'm sure he's still in there. He's probably just busy unpacking his stuff." Anbai let out a cold scoff at the excuse, then marched over to Dinuo's room and shoved the door open. And sure enough, there was a figure inside, back turned to the door. Anbei's brow furrowed. He called out, "Dinuo Gesi, you're in here. Didn't you hear its roll call?" Hearing his name, Dinuo immediately turned around. He looked a bit embarrassed. "Oh, sorry. I got so caught up in unpacking that I totally forgot." Anbei seemed a bit taken aback, but he quickly composed himself and nodded. Right. I suppose that makes sense. It is your first day here, so a mistake like this is understandable. But, surprise, that was just an illusion created by an artifact. The real Dinuo was actually chilling in Gale's laboratory at that very moment. It's a trick most people would never be able to spot. This Manhwa is getting clever. His image was being projected from a relay station connected to this generator. Hearing all this, Gale frowned. From what I know, this thing is notoriously difficult to use because it's all remote controlled, which means the connection could drop at any second. Are you absolutely sure you want to rely on this? Dinuo just kept that confident smirk on his face and replied, Absolutely. Thanks to you, I don't have to show up for boring old roll call anymore. I really owe you one, Gile. It's so unstable, just one tiny interruption and will be exposed in a heartbeat. But Dan Ever the Planner already anticipated that and ran the checks. He did it multiple times. As long as they don't get too close, we'll be fine. Hearing this only made Gia even more bewildered. She let out a long sigh. You've got some serious guts, you know that. I really mean it. Brushing that aside, she looked back at the egg and asked, Hey, so about this egg? How's it doing? I'm almost certain it's reacting to your mana. It has to be, which means the chances of it hatching are sky high, but then again, there have been plenty of cases like this where the egg still refused to hatch. Anyway, just getting a reaction at all is rare enough, so I guess we can call that progress. Dan looked up at her and asked hesitantly, So, what now, do I just keep pouring my mana into it? Gia thought for a long moment before answering, I think we should stop here. I just get the feeling this lab is the absolute best place for it to hatch. Didn't you say you always keep a mana barrier up to keep things secret? Dan felt that made a lot of sense. He nodded in agreement. Good point. If we just leave it, and to chance this thing could hatch at any given moment, anywhere. Gia fell silent, hesitating for a long while before finally speaking up. All right, let's do this, Dan. Your mana is incredibly pure, but I'm still going to install a mana filter just to be safe. A moment later, Dan began channeling his mana into the egg. The mana was being absorbed faster and faster, causing him to panic. Is this thing still hungry? It's swallowing a mountain of my mana. Seriously, what in the world is inside this egg? At the same time, Kayli was outside observing the whole thing in silence. This was a spirit beast egg. If you had enough money, anyone could buy one, but getting it to hatch, that was a whole other can of worms. The exact conditions for hatching were still a complete mystery. There was only one thing known for sure. The user's mana had to perfectly sync with the mana frequency of the beast inside the egg. It's a classic setup you see in every good manhwa. No matter what you did, you basically needed a miracle's worth of luck. Yeah, a stupid amount of luck to be precise. Just how monstrous is Chen's talent anyway? Ji knew the guy was a force to be reckoned with, but seeing this with her own two eyes, she was completely and utterly speechless. While she was lost in thought, the eggshell suddenly began to crack. Chen yelped in a panic. Ji, are you seeing this? Startled Ji quickly replied, I think it's about to hatch. We're almost there. Hearing this, Chen stubbornly poured even more mana into the egg. The cracks grew larger and larger, and Chen shouted excitedly, All right, let's see what kind of creature is inside. With that, he dumped every last bit of his energy into the egg. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was overflowing with mana, and the eggshell finally shattered completely. With a massive boom, the mana in the room exploded, sending Chen flying backward. Ji was no exception. She was also caught in the blast wave of pure power. Once the mana finally dissipated, a strange creature had appeared where the egg used to be. Ji immediately ran over to Chen, asking with concern, Are you okay? Chen just shook his head and replied, I'm fine, just a little dizzy. That's all. More importantly, look over there. He pointed behind him. Ji glanced over and saw a creature with big round eyes staring right back at them. It's like something out of a fantasy manhwa. It had a pair of wings on its back and 4 limbs. With claws, though they were still quite small. After a closer look, G suddenly screamed, "Wait, a second. Is that a wyvern?" At that moment, the incredibly happy little wyvern started gleefully breathing fire all over the room, leaving the two of them completely dumbfounded. When she finally snapped out of it, G shoved Chen forward. She urged him on. "What are you standing there for? Get closer to it." There have been cases where a spirit beast imprints on the first person it sees as its master. That's your spirit beast. Now hurry up. Hearing this, Chen was a bit stunned, but he slowly made his way towards the wyvern. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Well, up close, you're actually pretty cute." The wyvern just stared back, adorably confused. Is actually kinda cute. The wyvern just looked on, completely bewildered. It stared back at him, utterly clueless. Hay beamed, giving it a warm, genuine smile. "It's great to meet you. My name is Hay." And just like that, he reached his hand out to Wei En. A moment later in Geilei's lab, Geilei's cheerful laughter echoed through the room. "Look at that, you've already bonded with it." Lian chimed in, laughing excitedly. "She's right, this little guy is adorable." W was now perched on his hand, letting out some kind of cute little noise. Geilei strolled over, full of praise. "You're a natural. How on earth did you make that look so easy? Let me get a closer look." And with that, she began to closely examine the little creature on Hei's hand. Suddenly, her eyes went wide and she gasped. "Wait a minute. This thing?" Hearing her panicked tone, Hei shot her a confused look. Even Wen couldn't look away, his gaze fixed on Kailai. Kailai's face was a mask of pure disbelief. And then she practically shrieked, It looks like something summoned from the outer world." Hei's brow furrowed at her words. He asked skeptically, "Are you being serious right now?" Kailai nodded, her expression dead serious. "Absolutely. Only a select few summoners are capable of that. Even I can only summon a half-spirit. This is the kind of power you only read about in a top-tier manhwa." She had never ever imagined that the youngest member of House SEs could pull off a summoning of this magnitude. This is absolutely massive. The more he listened, the more a sense of dread washed over Hei. He asked anxiously, "So, does this mean that it's not a real summoned beast, one that actually exists in our world?" Kailai began to explain slowly. "I know every single creature that can be summoned, through normal means even down to their pre-evolution stages. But I've never ever heard of a summoned beast with the same characteristics as this little guy. The closest match might be something like a wyvern. But even then, the details are clearly way off." Hearing this, Hei lowered his gaze, studying the spirit beast cupped in his hand. After a long moment, a slow smile spread across his face. Spoke up, "It doesn't look that special, though. So does that mean literally no one knows what this thing is?" Kailai calmly added, "We'll just have to find that out. Starting from now. The problem is, there's not a single record of a summoned creature like this." Chen frowned slightly and muttered, "A whole new species." Just then, Woven decided to spit out a little flame. Chen silently observed it. How did a creature like this end up with him? Could it possibly be related to the ancient magic he absorbed before? At that moment, Lu chimed in with a reminder. "Oh right, make sure you keep the eggshells safe. There are some species born from eggs that eat their own shells, to make sure they get enough nutrients." Chen nodded slightly. "I understand, so what do I have to do?" "What should I do?" Lu slowly explained. "First, approach it with caution. Try to constantly record everything as if you're the star of your own creature-raising manhwa. What does this little gal like and dislike? How long does it sleep, and does it show any signs of aggression? Or not? How much does it grow each day? You know, things like that?" Chen let out a reluctant sigh. "That's a lot. But this is definitely worth it." He looked intently at the woven in his hands, and it stared back at him with sparkling eyes. Although Chen had no idea what it was, he was already starting to feel like he had to protect this little one. While Chen was lost in thought, Lu asked doubtfully, "Hey, are you planning on keeping it with you by your side? People are going to be shocked if they see this creature. Shouldn't you leave it at the lab instead?" After hearing that, Chen frowned and thought it over. After a while, he nodded and said, "That works too, but we can't hide it forever." Lu knew this, of course, but what she was worried about was Woven feeling and caged in if it's stuck in the lab all the time. Forever. After thinking for a long time, Lu finally spoke up. "All right then, let's use this as an opportunity to create a public identity for it with you. People are going to be shocked if they see this creature, you know. So why not leave it at the lab instead? Let's make it official." Hay shot her a skeptical look. Completely baffled and asked, "A mark you mean like an ancient summoning mark?" Ji just nodded coolly. She replied nonchalantly, "That's the one. Look, you're still a rookie, but your talent is screamingly obvious. It's going to be a massive headache to untangle everything. But now that you've got yourself a summon, this is your golden ticket." Hay had to admit she had a point. He mumbled under his breath, "Okay, that actually makes sense. All right, let's do this." A grin spread across Ji's face. "You signed up for the summoning class, right? This is absolutely perfect. If you flash those incredible skills of yours in class, you'll get a special approval. Normally, jumping through those hoops is a total nightmare. But for you, it's a different story. Of course, the department will have to sign off on it, but I'm positive you'll breeze right through." Hearing this, Hay's eyebrows shot up. A special approval? Huh, now that sounds interesting. With that, Hay glanced at the spirit beast perched on his shoulder. He had absolutely no idea what to even call this little gal. What kind of name would even fit a creature from a fantasy manhwa like this? A little while later, Hay made it back to his dorm. The second he walked in, Chuoyan rushed over his face, a mask of worry. "Dude, where have you been? You weren't in your room for roll call." Hay just shrugged. "Had some urgent business to take care of." Chuoyan leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "How in the world did you manage to skip roll call and not get caught?" Combined with previous line for flow, Pulixiya got busted immediately. Man, that Siruisi family is always full of surprises, aren't they? At that, Hay's eyes widened in genuine shock. "Wait, my sister got caught too?" Chuoyan gave him a sly wink and a chuckle. "Of course! Your sisters are basically legends in the Dan Tem Hall. Seriously, just grab any random student from these dorms and ask about them, combined with previous line for flow, and you'll get the reaction you're looking for." He patted Hay on the shoulder reassuringly. "Anyway, I'm the only one who knows you snuck out, so don't sweat it." Hay nodded, genuinely grateful. "Thanks, man." The two chatted for a bit longer before Zhuo Yan went on his way. Left. Only then did Yuven dare to poke its head out. To take a look around. After one heck of a rough night, Dien was finally back on his comfy mattress. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness we're safe. What in the world was Priscilla thinking? Just walking out into the open like that. Just then he suddenly noticed something. The moment W. Van got into the room, it started zipping around like a maniac, apparently bursting with excitement. On top of that, it was also spitting fire all over the place. Dien couldn't help but marvel. This little guy is really something else. Thinking back to what had happened earlier, Dien had made his way to that secret gate Klee had told him about. The entrance was sealed shut, making this the only way out. Dien took a moment to inspect it, and immediately saw the problem. He whispered to himself, "They've wrapped the entire dorm in a defensive mana shield. How am I supposed to get through that?" After thinking for a moment, Dien decided to try and sense the flow of the mana. There had to be a weak point somewhere, and so he placed his hand on the gate in front of him, but just then Vaven suddenly leaped out and blasted. A stream of fire at the gate, the mana covering the barrier, melted away in the blink of an eye. The fire just kept going, and began to absolutely shred through the defensive layer. Seeing this, Dien was completely stunned. After a long moment of shock, he cried out in disbelief, How did you do that?" Back in the present, Dien looked up at the spirit beast. Flitting above his head, a totally satisfied grin spreading across his face. Was that a flame that can just temporarily neutralize mana? This little guy is seriously one amazing summon. A top-tier manhwa protagonist's companion for sure. The next day, Dien went to class like any other day. Eris had heard that he got a new pet, but the second he heard its name, he couldn't hide his shock. "Happy, are you being serious?" Right now, Den just nodded casually, replying, I thought it sounded friendly and was easy to call. If you don't like it, you think of a better one. Hearing that, Eris's face lit up. He observed Wu Ven for a moment, whispering thoughtfully, let's see now. It is pretty cute, but a name should have a little more oomph, you know? So Ernest actually puts his whole brain into it, trying to cook up the perfect name for Veen. Seeing that intense look on his face, Hey just couldn't help but crack a smile. I mean, dude, do you really need to be that serious about it? Just then a light bulb goes off in Ernest's head. He rushes over to Hay and excitedly blurts out, Canis. What about Canis? Hearing the name, Hay is instantly sold. Sounds cool. What's it mean? Ernest calmly explains. Mystery. Pretty fitting, don't you think? Hay looks down at the little furball in his arms and grins. Perfect. From now on, your name is Canas. The spirit beast, sensing it, has a brand new name. Seems totally thrilled about it. Its eyes sparkling as it gazes up at him. A little while later, over at Bermudet Hall, named after the legendary scholar Bermudet, of course, it's time for the summoning arts class. Students start filing into the lecture hall. And wouldn't you know it, an old enemy of Hayes is also in attendance. De Grand Tyran, eldest son of Count Mogus. And yep, he spots Hay right away. This is the guy who summoned Hay totally jacked. And after House Mogus was publicly humiliated at that banquet, their family's reputation completely tanked. Now they're barely clinging to their noble status. In the capital, of all the places to run into each other, it had to be here. Hay is taking a summoning class. This Manhwa plot twist is really something else. Degran instantly regrets his life choices. Why did he have to take this class now of all times? Any other semester would have been fine. With that thought, he decides his new mission in life is to avoid Hay at all costs. But just then, a voice from behind makes him jump out of his skin. Degran, you retaking this class? Degran turns around and trembles, muttering, Senior. The other guy throws a friendly arm around his shoulder. Hey, relax, it's no big deal. Everyone's got to retake a class once in a while. As the students take their seats, a professor finally strolls in from outside. He stands at the front of the class. Lecture hall seriously spoke this. Class will begin with the fundamental theories of summoning. This knowledge is absolutely critical for those of you just starting out on the path of a summoner. This guy was the professor for the summoning course. Tamarick Piano. He gazed intently at the students below and continued in a deep voice. These theories will be on the summoner certification exam, so you'd better study hard. Hearing that, the students below felt a collective sense of dread. This class was going to be the end of them. This professor looked incredibly strict, and they'd all heard rumors that the official summoner exam was brutally difficult. Just then, Tamarick spoke again. Of course, if you're good enough, you can get in through special admissions. As soon as he said that, someone piped up doubtfully, Professor, what are the requirements for this special admissions track? Right, I knew you'd ask. Tamarick had clearly seen this coming and answered with total calm. With a flick of his wrist, a screen made of pure mana materialized in mid-air. Then Tamarick slowly began to explain, look here, first, you must summon a grade 5 or higher summoned beast using a completely blank sigil. Second, you have to maintain that summoned beast for over 30 minutes. Hearing this, the classroom absolutely erupted. A wave of frantic whispers and panicked chatter filled the air. Grade 5? Are you kidding me? Just using a sigil for a basic grade 7 beast is hard enough. And now we have to hold it for 30 minutes. Hearing the commotion, Tamarick's brow furrowed as he continued sternly. And finally, you must exhibit a unique quality that makes you worthy of passing the special admissions. So even if they accomplished the first 2 impossible tasks, they could still fail if they didn't meet that vague third condition. This sounds like some impossible mission from a manhwa. Whatever it was, you had to make a serious impression to be considered special. His words only served to stir up more anxiety. The students were seething, and they weren't shy about voicing their complaints. The only one who looked calm was Dan. So basically, you only pass if they feel like letting you pass. Completely ignoring the students' outrage, Tamarick just kept on talking. Now you all see why we call this a special admissions process, don't you? Oh, and you also need letters of recommendation from at least 2 experts in this field just to have a shot at applying. The students were once again completely and utterly thunderstruck. Seeing their reactions, Tamarick was practically glowing with satisfaction. He knew that would shut them up for good. With requirements like these, no one would even dare to try. But just then, Tamarick's gaze settled on one particular person. Down in the lecture hall, now, what about that interdisciplinary student? He mused. He'd heard about Dan's entrance exam from Professor Denpinesso, about how he supposedly formed a secondary bond with a B-rank York that she herself had summoned. But unless he saw it with his own 2 eyes, Tamarick refused to believe that Dan could actually pull something like that off. It was far more likely that Dan had connections to the House of Count SES, and they just cooked up this tall tale to get him accepted. He was itching to verify this for himself. With that thought simmering, Tamarick spoke up again. Your first goal is to pass the regular placement exams, so just keep trying your best. It'd be a breeze if you could perform a summon, but I doubt any first years can do that. This isn't some power fantasy manhwa. His words cast a heavy silence over the students below. Even Digron was no exception, a sour look twisting his face. Dan, on the other hand, was quietly lost in his own thoughts. The new students must be incredibly confused, since they only went through a normal admissions test. Even Digron was caught off guard, his expression turning grim. Meanwhile, Dan was still deep in thought, figuring the freshmen must be totally bewildered since they had only gone through a standard admissions process. Just a theory test and a compatibility check, that's all. Seeing the dead silence below, Tamarick couldn't hold back a condescending chuckle. So are you telling me there isn't a single first year who knows how to summon? What a disappointing batch this year. Dan could feel the professor's eyes locked right onto him. He let out an exasperated sigh. So he wants to test me himself, is that it? So this is a test of your abilities, huh? Well then how could I possibly let you down? With that thought, Dinesh immediately shot to his feet. He declared loud and clear, I can do it. Professor! Seeing Dinesh stand up, Tamarick finally cracked a satisfied smile, but he still put on a troubled act and asked, Oh really, and what might your major and name be? Dinesh calmly introduced himself. Dinesh, first-year interdisciplinary program. The whole class immediately started whispering about him. Hearing the name, Tamarick feigned surprise. Ah yes, the dean told me all about you. Said you were some kind of prodigious talent. Dinesh casually replied, well if that's what the dean's assessment of me was. This comeback left Tamarick speechless for a moment. Look at this punk, he thought. Normally a student would either act all humble or be disgustingly arrogant. Shaking it off, he continued. There are a lot of rumors about you, but that level of talent is frankly unbelievable. So with that said, are you able to demonstrate this supposed ability? And for everyone right here, right now, Dinesh's brow furrowed at the demand. So he's just gonna put me on the spot like that, huh? But he showed no outward reaction, and calmly replied, if that is what you wish, Professor, I can certainly do it. No problem at all. But then Dinesh suddenly paused for a beat, before making a bold declaration. If I successfully prove myself, could I trouble you to write me a letter of recommendation? As for the special admissions track, the sheer audacity of that request made Tamarick freeze solid. The other first years in the lecture hall were equally stunned. This was turning into a real-life manhwa drama. Even Dagon couldn't help but stare at him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Once Tamarick regained his composure, he absolutely exploded. You're asking for a recommendation for the special admissions track. Do you have any idea what that entails? It means you'd have to display an absolutely overwhelming level of talent right here and now. He then challenged him, and what if you fail? Do you understand the gravity of this situation? This is my lecture hall. Dinesh remained perfectly calm. Yes, sir, I understand. Then please allow me to prove it to you right now, said Alikab. So what if I can? Hey, answered calm as can be. I haven't even thought that far ahead. This response threw Tamarick for an even bigger loop. Now, that was some next-level confidence. Not even his own sister Kay was this brazen. At that thought, Tamarick couldn't help but let out a scoff. Fine, get up here. He narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "If you actually meet the requirements, I will gladly write you a letter of recommendation. But talk is cheap." His words sent the students below into an immediate uproar. The chatter and whispers erupted once more. But isn't he like not even a summoning major? He is Kay's little brother, though. Seriously, what is with the stress family? Ignoring the commotion, Tamarick continued, "But if you fail, you will have to accept all the consequences, whatever they may be. Even so, you still want to try." His words stunned the lecture hall into silence. But Hay remained perfectly calm as he answered, "Yes, I'll do it." The man nodded. Tamarick raised an eyebrow, a smirk on his face. "Good, come on down. As luck would have it, I have an empty summoning seal right here." Hay walked down without a shred of hesitation. His stride was incredibly bold without a single hint of wavering. Hay hadn't originally planned on pulling a stunt like this on his very first day. But hey, might as well take everything you can get right. With that thought, he immediately placed his hand on the seal. He quickly channeled his mana into it. In the blink of an eye, a powerful surge of energy enveloped the entire platform. Hay muttered in a low voice, "Answer my call." The moment the words left his lips, a spirit beast appeared. It was a massive wolf, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Seeing this, the students below were instantly gobsmacked. A moment later, the entire place erupted. Shouts of disbelief echoed through the hall. "Oh my god, it's real. Isn't that a level 5 summoned beast? He summoned it directly with the seal. How in the world did he pull that off?" The lecture hall descended into utter chaos. They looked at Hay with utter disbelief, like they were witnessing a scene straight out of a manhwa. Is this really Kay's little brother? Tamarick was just as flabbergasted. He never in his wildest dreams imagined Hay could actually summon a level 5 beast. How in the world is that possible with a blank seal? At the same time, Digron recognized the wolf instantly. "Hey, that's his Genfu." Just then, Dung shot a glance at Tamarick and spoke up. "Professor, I've successfully summoned Genfu." Tamarick's face soured immediately. "How did you pull that off with nothing but a blank seal? Have you already formed an official contract with it? Or is there some other trick I'm not seeing?" Even so, Tamarick thought Dung only just managed to summon it. There's no way in hell he can maintain that summon for a full 30 minutes. Having convinced himself of that, Tamarick regained his composure. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Impressive, just as the rumors claimed. But the second condition won't be so easy to pass." Deng calmly replied, "That's true. Yeah, so how about I show you something else instead, Professor?" "Something else? What is he talking about?" Tamarick stared at him, completely baffled. A giant question mark practically materialized above his head. Deng didn't answer, just flashed a supremely confident smirk. Seeing that smirk sent the students below into an even bigger frenzy of confusion. What kind of stunt is this guy gonna pull now? Man, the Stress family is on a whole different level. Digron, on the other hand, was eagerly awaiting the third condition. The part where a student has to demonstrate their uniqueness. In the end, everything comes down to the professor's subjective opinion. And if that professor's already this stubborn, he might just fail him out of spite. Wait, is Dung really about to do that? At that very moment, Tamarick's deep voice boomed once more. "Very well, show me what you got." Without another word, Dung walked right up to Genfu and placed a hand on its head. In an instant, another massive surge of mana erupted from him. Seeing this incredible manhwa scene unfold, everyone was absolutely floored. This is spirit summoning. A first-year student can actually perform spirit summoning. Tamarick immediately started sweating bullets. But Dung didn't seem to care. He simply closed his eyes and began to mutter the words of an incantation. Immediately, Genfu locked its gaze intently onto him. A powerful aura of mana began to swirl and envelop the great wolf. It slowly opened its mouth, bearing a terrifying set of razor-sharp fangs. But Genfu didn't do a thing. With a surge of Chen's mana, the creature was effortlessly lifted into the air. A moment later, he gently set it back down on the ground. Chen flashed a satisfied little smile, admiring his handiwork. Now, this was the true power of ancient magic. Down below, the classroom absolutely erupted. A wave of shocked whispers and gasps spread through the lecture hall. Did he just enhance a summoned beast? Wait, isn't that something only a 5th year can do? And he's not even in the summoning department. Even Digong was completely caught off guard. Did Zhuanfu really get a power-up just now? But the proof was undeniable. Zhuanfu had indeed been enhanced by Chen. Chen raised an eyebrow, shooting Professor Tang Mo a cheeky grin. So is this special enough to prove my point? At the same time, the newly buffed Zhuanfu began to slowly walk toward the professor. The man was utterly speechless. Good heavens, Chen can even perform a bonded enhancement, so everything they'd heard about him was true. This boy has an almost unbelievable talent. Professor Tang Mo truly could not believe his own eyes. Seeing the professor's dumbfounded expression, Chen couldn't help but crack a smile. Looks like even the professor is shook, can't blame him though. Heck, I'd be shocked too. You could hear a pin drop in the lecture hall. After a moment, Professor Tang Mo finally snapped out of it, nodding his head vigorously. Ahem, yes, this is most certainly special. We'll discuss the letter of recommendation later. Yes, sir, understood. Chen wasn't in any hurry, giving a cool, casual nod. The students below were now looking at Chen in a completely new light. What an absolute eye-opener. This Manhwa is really something else. That went for Digong too. He could see that Chen had matured immensely since they last met. Man, he thought, that kid is terrifying. After the commotion finally died down, the class resumed. Chen could feel the professor's eyes glued to him for the rest of the lecture, but he played it cool and didn't react. Just as everyone was trying to focus on the lesson again, Professor Tang Mo spoke up awkwardly. Hold on. I think I've already taught this part. Turns out he was the professor who'd conducted the student ability assessments that day. The memory suddenly hit Di Gong and his head whipped around to stare at Chen. So that's what it was. No wonder that guy was acting so cocky. Chen just offered a small knowing smile and said nothing more. He knew Di Gong would figure it out eventually. Wait a second, I think I've seen this part before. Hey couldn't help but crack a smile. So even he gets flustered sometimes, huh? I heard the professor was supposed to be super strict, so he'd probably get a real kick out of hearing about this little incident. With this part done, I'm wondering if I should just ask the professor for the rest of it. And just like that summoner, class drifted on by. A little while later, Tamarick finally spoke up. All right, that's all for today. Class is dismissed. In a flash, the first-year students bolted from the lecture hall. Heir was right there with them. Of course, but he barely made it to the campus courtyard before someone called out his name. He turned his head, sizing up the guy who'd approached him, and after a long pause, asked doubtfully, "You're Dilun Tian, right? Man, it's Zhenfu's old master." Hearing that, Dilun Tian got a little awkward and mumbled, You remember me." Heir didn't give much of a reaction. He just calmly said, "So you're a student at this academy too?" Dilun Tian let out a weak chuckle and replied, "Yeah, I had to repeat a year after." Failing a class, Heir silently observed him. Isn't this guy supposed to be here for revenge or something? This whole timid act feels like a setup from some cliché manhwa. Just then, Dilun Tian spoke again, looking embarrassed. "To be honest, I saw you a while back and I've been planning on just ignoring you for well a long time. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I really did you wrong back then, so I came to apologize." After saying his piece, Dilun Tian actually bowed his head low to Heir. Hearing all this, Heir was pretty stunned. It took him a moment to finally say, "Dude, that was years ago. Don't worry about it, I'm fine." Dilun Tian's face immediately lit up with joy. "Really? So, does that mean I can continue studying?" Here, Heir was completely thrown for a loop. What in the world is that supposed to mean? While he was still trying to figure it out, Dilun Tian rambled on, "I promise I won't cause you any trouble or get in your way," and that's when it finally clicked for Heir. This dude actually thinks I'm going to report him and get him expelled. Model. Getting kicked out or something. With that thought, Dien grabbed Digron's arm and said slowly, "Hey, don't worry, it's all good now." Digron looked up at him, clearly touched. "Thank you, Dien. Seriously, if you ever need my help, just say the word." Just then, the front of Dien's shirt suddenly started to bulge. Dien frowned. Sounds like Canas is awake and starting a riot in there. Sure enough, right after that, another lump appeared on his shoulder. Dien couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Someone's getting hangry. With that thought, he looked back up at Digron. Oh, right, you're in the summoning department, aren't you? Perfect. I need to pick up a few things from the shop. Could you show me the way? Without a moment's hesitation, Digron eagerly nodded and started explaining. The place is called Earth and Bowden. I'm there all the time, actually. It was set up by two alumni. After they graduated, it's been around for over 30 years now. Dien listened to the guy ramble on and sighed. Well, it seems like he really does feel bad. This isn't some revenge manhwa. No need to be hostile. With that resolved, he glanced down at Canis, whose little head was now poking out of his shirt. He quickly soothed it. Easy there. Canis, calm down. A little while later, Digron led Dien to the summoning department's supply depot. He grinned. So what do you need? I'll find it for you. Just tell me the class of your summon, and I'll take care of the rest. Dien replied calmly. I just need to find some food for it. Hearing that, Digron's face lit up. Oh, that's my specialty. I used to be in charge of compatibility training, so this is a piece of cake. What kind of creature is your summon anyway? Dien answered nonchalantly, a wyvern. I mean, Canis kind of looks like a wyvern, so their diet should be similar, right? But those words were enough to send Digron into a full-blown panic. A wyvern as a summon, a level 3. For real? Heian frantically signaled him to keep it down, whispering. Yeah, but it's still just a baby, so you gotta keep this a secret, got it? If word gets out about this, I'll know exactly who the snitch is. Diguan gave a solemn nod before his brain immediately switched to pet food mode. A baby wyvern, huh? In that case, soft food is definitely the way to go, even though it's just a hatchling. Wyverns have a crazy appetite. In about a week, they'll be ready for meat. Hearing this, Heian couldn't help but feel impressed. This guy's a total pro. Seriously, how did this dude fail the entrance exam? Diguan, oblivious to his thoughts, was still laser-focused on searching for something on the shelves. A moment later, he handed Heian 2 paper bags with a grin and said, here we go, this one's made from 17 different ingredients, and this one is a soft mix you blend with milk. You should get both. Heian took them, saying gratefully, thanks a million. You're a lifesaver. Without you, I would have been totally clueless about what to buy. Daiguan just stared at Heian, utterly baffled. He asked, wait, that's all you need? Nothing else? Heian shook his head slightly. Nah, this should be enough for now. Diguan eyed him intently, suggesting, but since you're here, you should really look around a bit more. We've got tons of useful stuff. Heian thought about it for a second before finally caving. All right, fine, let's do a lap. Just like that, the two started wandering through the store, its shelves packed with all sorts of items. Heian eventually stopped at a display case filled with magic staves. He looked them over for a moment and remarked, whoa, this looks like something straight out of an epic manhwa. Right at that moment, a voice cut in from behind them. Hold on, that's not something a novice should be touching. Both of them jumped and spun around, only to see a guy with white hair approaching. He wasn't wearing the academy uniform. He raised a serious eyebrow and spoke up. You haven't even fully mastered summoning magic, and you're already reaching for a weapon. You trying to get hit with a mana curse. Step back. It was only then that Heian and Diguan noticed the warning sticker on the wall. Daigon glanced over at Dino and piped up. Yeah, that one's usually for the 4th years, he warned. Just touching it is enough to get your mana completely sucked dry. But Dino figured that was just a slight exaggeration. Besides, the more you're told not to touch something, the more you want to touch it. Seeing Dino's curious fingers inching closer, the other guy chimed in with another warning. Hey newbie, you don't want to get hurt. Don't touch it. I already told you it's dangerous. Too bad Deno wasn't listening. He had already placed his hand on the azure staff. In that very instant, a surge of mana suddenly erupted from the weapon. Deno just smirked. It looks like this thing is starving for mana. And with that thought, he simply let the azure staff absorb his power. In a flash, the staff was completely enveloped by a colossal amount of mana. Seeing this absolutely insane scene, the other guy was totally freaking out. What in the world is happening? Did the staff absorb enough mana to actually stabilize itself even if you pump it full of power? Practically no one can control that beast. A moment later, Deno let out a little chuckle and said, "Hey, this thing isn't half bad, huh, Daigon?" Standing right beside him could only stammer in awe, "I knew you were good, but this is on a whole other level." Just then the staff guy stomped over to the two of them aggressively demanding, "Are you really a first-year student? I have never ever heard of a student who could do this." Daigon awkwardly tried to explain, well, you see, he's Dino Gress, Senior CL's younger brother. The moment he heard that name, the guy's jaw hit the floor. "You mean the star student of the interdisciplinary department? Why, even CL himself couldn't handle this staff when he was a first year? This is like a scene straight out of a hit manhwa. My deepest apologies, I completely underestimated you. If you'd told me who you were sooner, I would have given you a proper consultation." Dino was speechless. Talk about a 180-degree personality flip. Just as he was processing this, the guy eagerly continued his questioning. "So are you planning on purchasing that staff?" But Deno just shook his head and flatly denied it. "Ah, no." Those words left both Daigon and the other guy completely and utterly stunned model. The young man was flabbergasted. He asked, utterly confused, "What's the holdup? You clearly know how to use it, so why not buy it?" Dian replied nonchalantly, "It looks like a hassle, and it can't handle much mana anyway." Hearing this, the guy's jaw just about hit the floor. That staff has more than enough juice for a 5th or even a 6th-year student. Dion didn't say a word. To him, using it would feel like trying to pour an entire well into a tiny teapot. With that thought, Dian promptly changed the subject. "I'll just take a few bags of feed." The young man sighed, muttering to himself, "Are all of Count C's children this bizarre?" K. Liar was the same way. Dion's ears perked up at that, and he asked, "My second sister, what did she do?" The guy recalled the memory with a grimace. In her 4th year, everyone was dying to get their hands on a staff, but she was the only one who refused, saying it didn't look cool. Diane let out a soft chuckle. "Yep, that's my sister for you. That sounds about right." With that, Dian placed the staff back on the shelf, and then announced, "Well, if I ever need one, I'll be back." But the clerk wasn't ready to give up the sale. He quickly tried to reason with him. "Come on, you came all this way." But before he could even finish his pitch, Dian cut him off with an icy tone. "Let's go, Jaylun, we'll take this." And with that, he brushed right past the man and left. The clerk stared at his retreating back, letting out a helpless sigh. Why are all geniuses such weirdos? A short while later, after leaving the shop, Dian was giving Kanasi its food. The creature was overjoyed, eagerly sticking its head out for the meal. Dian watched it eat, completely absorbed. This whole scene feels like it's straight out of a manhwa. His next class was basic studies. Liluo had mentioned it would be over in 5 minutes, so he needed to get back to the dorms and fast. But just then his attention was caught by a sound. A commotion was erupting from a nearby alley, and it sounded like someone was throwing things. Along with the noise came a volley of incredibly nasty insults. "You little punk, keep your head down. Beat the ever-loving crap out of him, stupid clown. Look at him, a few punches and he can't even open his mouth anymore." Dian heard the shouts and sighed, feeling a headache coming on. "And here we go again. Oh look, more people trying to act tough." With that thought, he got up and headed toward the little alley. The closer he got, the clearer the shouts and curses became. Right away, Anne recognized the voice. It sounded a little too familiar. Inside the narrow alley, a gang of students was cornering another boy. And the one being cornered was none other than a trembling Yishi. One of the thugs sneered. "Hey, you guys. Hear what he just said? He said he's not scared. He talks a big game for someone who's shaking like a leaf." Yishi bit his lip, cursing inwardly. These bastards waiting until I was completely alone to make their move. The narrow alley echoed with a constant barrage of insults. Seeing that they were about to get physical, Yisha quickly blurted out a warning. Don't come any closer," but his attempt at bravery just made them laugh. They sneered at him contemptuously. "Is this loser really trying to raise his fists? You got lucky once, so now you think you're some kind of big shot, huh?" A flash of panic filled his eyes. "This is bad. Can I really get out of this again?" But right at that moment, someone appeared at the entrance to the alley, and with him, came a deep, low voice. You guys, again, hearing the voice the gang of punks immediately whipped their heads around. The moment they saw who it was, they started to panic. The newcomer was, of course, An. He gave them a casual wave. Hey there. In that instant, Yishi felt like he'd just been brought back to life and walked right up to the gang of punks, causing them to instinctively stumble backward in fear. Immediately after the narrow alley was filled with the panicked screams and angry shouts of the bullies, but An couldn't have cared less. He just stood there calmly, thinking about how to handle this. He casually glanced around. There's no one else around here. Is there? In that case, he decided he'd teach them a little lesson. No sooner said than done, like a classic manhwa protagonist. En summoned his magic. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of magical arrows materialized, hovering menacingly in the air. The moment they saw this, well, this just sent the little punks into a full-blown panic. They started shaking in their boots. Him too. He can use magic, but isn't the Suogulese clan famous for their spearmanship? Even Yanxi was floored by this. But Jian couldn't have cared less what they were thinking. He was laser-focused on controlling his magic. Then his voice dropped to an icy whisper. All right, make your choice, leave quietly, or face me in a proper fight. Those words drained all the color from the punks' faces. They went as white as a sheet. A moment later, the alley was a complete mess. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls and even the ground was busted up. As for the delinquents, they were sprawled out on the ground, curled up and groaning in agony. They'd been beaten so badly their faces were swollen like prize-winning pumpkins. But Jian didn't spare them a second glance, simply leading Yanxi out of the alley. Yanxi was incredibly grateful, thanking him over and over. Jian completely unfazed. Just cut in with a proposal. From now on, let's start training together. The offer left Yanxi a little dumbfounded, but Jian just calmly continued, you did say you wanted to beat Bo Lun someday, didn't you? It finally clicked for Yanxi and he stammered, at a total loss for words. Jian, on the other hand, was perfectly composed. He just raised an eyebrow and smirked, and that's why that I'm going to make you stronger. Yanxi thought about it for a moment, and then marking the start of a classic manhwa training arc, he nodded in agreement. All right, I'm counting on you. And just like that, the two walked off chatting. Jian suddenly asked, oh, by the way, have you joined any clubs yet? Yanxi shook his head. Not yet. There aren't any exploration or expedition clubs. Hearing this, Jian seemed a bit surprised. Really, I was sure there'd be one. Yanxi slowly replied, well, in our department, we do have a research society. It's a mandatory part of the curriculum, so it's a required part of our studies. It's different from a regular club. I did also check out a map analysis club. Turns out all they do is, well, analyze maps. Just an excuse to get out of doing any real work. Seriously, what a letdown. Hearing this, couldn't help but frown and mutter, seems like most people here just want to coast. Ye nodded, prompting a confused Ansi to ask, but why the sudden interest in clubs? Are you actually thinking of joining one? Ye just shrugged. It's just that everyone's been going nuts. Trying to recruit first years, Ansi explained. Slowly, they keep saying we have to choose carefully, because once you join a club, you're locked in for 2 whole years, no transfers allowed. At this, you couldn't help but let out an annoyed tsk. These rules are stricter than I thought. One wrong move and you've wasted 2 years of your life. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He shot a look at his friend and proposed, all right, classic manhwa protagonist move, let's start our own club. One where we can do whatever the hell we want. And C blinked. What's that supposed to mean? Ye replied nonchalantly. I mean, we can do stuff like training, and we could even go explore some ruins together. And when we get bored, we'll just gather up to eat and drink. Basically whatever we feel like doing. Ye then asked Ansi what he thought. Ansi just stared, his brain buffering for a solid second as he processed the proposal, but then his expression completely lit up. Dude, I am so in. If it's with you, it's guaranteed to be fun, but, will a club like that even get approved by the school? You paused to think for a moment before Answering confidently, "It'll be fine. I'll take care of it." NC let out a small laugh. "Well, if you're saying it like that, I actually believe you can pull it off. But seriously, what made you suddenly think of this?" Ye sighed, sounding completely over it. "All these club invitations are such a pain in the ass. I have to keep turning them down. It's exhausting, and since there isn't a single club here that I'm into, I just thought, screw it, I'll make my own." And C couldn't help but crack a huge grin. "Okay, so if I join, can I learn spearmanship or swordsmanship?" Ding shot him a cheeky wink and said, "But of course, you might even discover some hidden talents you never knew you had." The more Ernest heard, the more hyped he got. "This is brilliant. I bet we're going to learn so much from each other. But, I heard you need at least 3 people to actually start a club. Hey, we've got Lala, don't we?" Danmo nodded and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I'm pretty sure she'll be on board." Ernest was kinda speechless after hearing that. But Ding, on the other hand, was all about action. He piped up with a suggestion. "Well, since we're on the topic, let's just go ask her right now." A few moments later, over at Lala's room, the two of them had actually barged in to see her, ready to pitch their grand plan. With her classic go-getter personality, Lala was in immediately. "Sounds simple enough, let's get this form filled out, chop chop." Ding, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. Yep, that's Lala for you. She was even willing to ditch the Desert Exploration Club, just to be with them. She didn't hesitate for a single second, laughing it off and saying, "That club just meets up periodically to taste test and critique sweets. If we want to, we can do that in our club too. I'd actually love that." Man, these guys didn't have to do any convincing at all. Lala was on board from the get-go. After all, no matter which club she joins, she gets her snacks. A true Manhwa foodie character. A short while later, Ding had the application form all filled out. He eagerly announced, "All right, form's done. Let's go get this thing registered." And just like that, the trio marched off to a professor's office. But after taking one look at their application, the professor informed them that the rules had changed. Apparently, there are a ton of inactive clubs at the moment, and managing them all has become a total nightmare. She also mentioned that starting this year, the system has shifted from a simple reporting system to a full-on approval process. That little bombshell hit the trio like a ton of bricks, and they just froze solid. After a long, awkward pause, it was Ding who finally spoke up. "So, if it's an approval-based system, what exactly do we need to do?" The professor replied nonchalantly, "You'll need a letter of recommendation from a tenured professor. Here, let me give you the form for it." Hearing this, Ding let out a defeated sigh. Things were already getting complicated from square one. Nevertheless, he still spoke up. "Just give us the form for now." A moment later, the three of them finally left the professor's office. Lala sighed dramatically. How on earth is a freshman supposed to get a letter of recommendation? Yisi nodded emphatically. "Yeah, for real, I haven't even properly met a single professor yet." Lala shot a worried glance at Hay. "We can't just go and ask some random professor to sign it for us." But Hay just smirked, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Actually, I already have someone in mind." Lala and Yisi stared at him in disbelief, asking skeptically, "Who could you possibly know? We're just first years. They'll definitely think we're a bunch of arrogant upstarts." But Hay, oozing with confidence, just raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "For now, you're just going to have to trust me." Lala and Yisi just stared at his ridiculously confident face, completely at a loss for words. A little while later, Hay had tracked down the head of the liberal arts department, Professor Kentas. Kentas eyed the student standing before him and silently cursed in his head, "Oh, for the love of..." The dean said I should listen to the students, but what is this? Isn't there any way I can palm this off on another department? Taking a deep breath to wrestle his irritation into submission, Kentas asked in a low, controlled voice, "So what can I do for you students?" Hay replied calmly, "Professor, I'm actually here because I'm planning to start a club." The moment those words left his mouth, Kentas flinched. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "A club, you say? How ambitious. What kind of club are we talking about?" Hay smiled coolly, looking like the protagonist of some epic new manhwa. "It's a club for practicing swordsmanship, exploring the academy and embarking on thrilling adventures. But it's been shifted to the approval-based system. And now we need a professor's letter of recommendation. When Kentas heard this, his budding migraine immediately got worse. Looking even more confused, he slowly explained. So you see, I'm looking for an amazing professor who could recommend us. Kentas calmly took a sip of his tea, but the slight tremble in his hand completely sold him out. Kentas bit his lip, fuming. Coming all this way to find me just to say that, really? You little brat, where the hell are you going to find a professor better than me? Composing himself, Kentas put on a calm smile and said, well, isn't there a professor right here in front of you? Why search far and wide? I myself will recommend you. Hearing this, Den hesitated for a moment. But Professor, you're always so terribly busy. I'm afraid we'd just be a bother. Kentas just shook his head and laughed. No matter how busy I get, I can at least handle something like this. Now what do I need to do, really? Den's face lit up as he looked at the professor. Then could you please sign right here? He then pulled a recommendation letter out of thin air. Kentas signed it without a second thought. A proud grin plastered on his face the whole time. My one and only student wants to start a club, so of course I have to give him my enthusiastic support. Den beamed at him, saying gratefully, thank you so much, Professor. And just like that, he smoothly secured the professor's signature. Den then left the professor's office, showing the signed recommendation to Lala and the others. Lala gasped in disbelief. And no way, how did we get the recommendation letter that fast? Are you like best buds with the professor or something? Den just gave a casual smile. I just pretended to ask him about swordsmanship. And luckily, I managed to get on his good side. But hey, whatever works, they had succeeded. Layla immediately piped up. So are we really starting a club now? Danmo simply nodded. Den replied coolly, now we just have to submit the application. Nis cheered, I'm so pumped. This is gonna be so much fun. Layla nodded in agreement. I really thought this was going to be a huge pain. But Den made that look as easy as a side quest in a manhwa. Like a piece of cake. Anyway, moving on, Heir got all serious and said, we need a name for the registry. A name? The question seemed to catch Ernest off guard. He furrowed his brow, muttering, a name that represents our image. This is a big deal. Layla chimed in with a pout, I don't. Want a name that sounds like it belongs in some cheesy comedy manhwa. And just like that, the two of them started brainstorming. Names for their club. Seeing the intense looks on their faces, Heir couldn't help but chuckle. To himself, man, these two are really overthinking this. But just then, his sleeve suddenly started to bulge. Heir instantly panicked. Canis is waking up now. And sure enough, Canis was awake. It started slithering up his body, and before he knew it, it had reached his chest. He desperately wanted to scream, not now, Canis, but he couldn't make a sound. Meanwhile, Layla and Ernest were still rambling on and on about what to call themselves. But then Layla happened to glance at Heir's chest and let out a shocked yelp. You've got a weird lump under your shirt. Heir was freaking out. He hadn't even introduced his little friend yet. Seeing the panicked look on Heir's face, Layla and Ernest got even more suspicious. They narrowed their eyes. What are you hiding in there? But before Heir could even think of an excuse, the lump on his chest swelled up. And finally, the thing just burst right out. Canis had poked its head out from inside his shirt, revealing its entire body to the stunned duo, who were now frozen solid. Heir thought to himself, well, it's game over for me. And sure enough, the moment she snapped out of her shock, Layla immediately started grilling him. What is that? Is that a summoned beast? Why did it crawl out of your shirt? Don't tell me that egg you got from Kele actually hatched. Heir just laughed awkwardly and explained, yeah, it was born a little while ago. Its name is Canas. Hearing its name, Canis looked at the two of them with big, sparkling eyes. Ernest was the first one to speak up. First, the greetings. Yo, Canis, long time no see. Hearing this, Li immediately whipped around to interrogate him. You knew about this too, and just like that, the three of them started causing a scene on campus. A little while later, they were in the professor's office for club registration. The professor took one look at their proposal and was completely and utterly baffled. The Summoning Magic Exploration, Aid to Spearmanship and Swordsmanship Club. This was the magnificent name the three of them had managed to cook up earlier. The professor had to ask again just to be sure. Are you kids absolutely positive you want to go with this name? Diane nodded without a shred of hesitation. Yes, please approve it. Only after getting the official stamp of approval did the trio finally head out. Lily was still fuming as they walked. Diane, you are hereby forbidden from ever naming anything again. Diane glanced over at her, genuinely perplexed. What's wrong with it? It sounds cool, right? Like something straight out of a fantasy manhwa. Lily huffed, thoroughly unimpressed. No, it is absolutely not cool. Diane let out a helpless chuckle. Haha, don't worry so much. We can always change the name later. Meanwhile, over in Tamarik's office, Dio had dropped by for a visit and was now sitting directly across from him. She started the conversation, so how have things been lately? We have so many talented students, and with the number of applicants growing, I'm worried the professors might be getting a bit overwhelmed. I've heard rumors in particular that a few students seem to be a cut above the rest. Yes, that's correct. Tamarik gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, but inside his heart was hammering. How on earth did word about what happened in my class get out so fast? Deo narrowed her eyes at him and spoke slowly. I heard something rather interesting happened in your class. I have no intention of interfering with your teaching, of course. I'm just curious. Tamarik set his teacup down and shook his head defensively. No, of course not. It's no problem at all. You're the dean. It's only natural for you to ask. He explained that there was one student who was incredibly remarkable, even more brilliant than Ki. It was all a rather shocking tale. Dio gave a small knowing nod. He explained that there was one student who was incredibly remarkable, even more brilliant than Ki. It was all a rather shocking tale. Deo gave a small knowing nod. He nodded in response. You must be talking about Deng Li, right? I was the one who personally approved his admission after all. As she said this, she gracefully set down her teacup. She raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow and smirked. I hear you promised to write a letter of recommendation for him. Seeing as the special admissions program requires 2 letters, I thought I might as well write the other one. Tamarik looked at her completely blindsided. You're writing it yourself? Dean Dai gave a slight knowing nod. With a talent as obvious as his, how could I possibly just sit on the sidelines? Hearing this, Tamarik started fuming internally. That damn cunning viper, he thought, she's trying to hog all the credit for herself. Beneath the table, his hands clenched into tight fists. Right, she'd always been like this. It was his own damn fault for letting his guard down. While Tamarik was lost in his dark thoughts, Dai narrowed her eyes and asked, Is something troubling you? Her words snapped him back to reality. He gave a slight jolt before shaking his head in denial. Not at all. Dai let out a soft chuckle, pouting playfully. Oh, is that so? Well, once you've finished your letter, be sure to let me have a look at it. After all, we ought to be completely transparent with each other in this matter. Biting his lip in frustration, Tamarik reluctantly agreed with a nod. Having gotten exactly what she wanted, Dai stood up. Well, then I'll be taking my leave. And just like that, she swept out of the room. Watching her go, Tamarik ground his teeth so hard he was surprised they didn't crack. He sat there in grim silence as his mind began to race. Did Dai really think he was just going to roll over and let this happen? She's trying to rope Deng onto her side. But Tamarik wasn't about to let that happen again. He had to snatch that prodigy out from under her nose. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Deng had just gotten out of class. Just one more lecture for the day, History of the Empires, founding a subject about as thrilling as a tax law manhwa. He still had some time, so he figured he'd go grab a tart or something sweet. But right at that moment, a voice called out from behind him. Deng, wait up. The voice was familiar. He turned to see Celia jogging to catch up. Deng, she called out again as she got closer. Finally, I caught you. Seeing her out of breath, Deng asked, What's wrong? Celia quickly thrust a small bag at him. You dropped this and didn't even realize it? Huh. Deng stared at the bag in her hand, completely baffled. After handing it over, Celia said, You really need to be more careful next time, you know. All right, well, I have to go. And with that, she spun around and hurried off. Deng could only stare blankly at her retreating figure. He opened the bag and found it filled with a bunch of very strangely shaped cookies. Just then someone called out to him. Hey jumped, whipping his head around only to see a total stranger. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "And you are?" The girl offered a small smile and introduced herself. "Greetings. I am a messenger from the academy. Professor Del Pineso, the head of the summoning department, wishes to see you." Hay's brow furrowed as he looked at her, a little alarm bell of suspicion ringing in his head. Wait, shouldn't it be Professor Tamarick? Shaking off the thought, he asked warily, "What for?" The girl simply shook her head in reply. She only mentioned it was regarding your letter of recommendation, and she requested your immediate presence. "Shall we?" she prompted. Hay's frown deepened as he mulled it over. A sudden summons. Something felt off. The Royal Academy, the very cradle of the Empire's brightest talents and a place where countless academic passions blossomed, was also known for competition so brutal it was almost beyond imagination. The power struggles between the professors in particular were incredibly intense. Each department's influence determined its funding equipment and even the facilities it was allocated. The big three swordsmanship, magic and summoning always got the lion's share of the budget. It only made sense that a professor's reputation and evaluations would shift accordingly, affecting even their most essential duties. Over in the office of the summoning department's head, a certain someone was stewing over this very issue. "I can't stand being stuck in third place," she fumed. "I refuse to keep losing to those hacks. If she could just get Hay to join, the summoning department could easily blow the magic department out of the water." The only problem was Professor Kentas from interdisciplinary studies, but they had Hay's older sister Cleo on their side, so he wouldn't be so quick to turn them down. "If I can just get him interested in the fine art of summoning," she schemed, "I'll have a real shot." As if on cue, while she was lost in thought, a knock echoed from her door, followed by a clear, pleasant voice. "Professor, I've brought Hay." It was of course the messenger girl, and "Hey." The professor immediately called out, "Come in." Rushing into the room, Dayu took a sip of tea before speaking. "Student life is quite the whirlwind, isn't it?" Deanne answered cautiously, "I still have a great deal to learn, so I'm trying to approach everything with the mindset of a brand new student." Hearing this, Dayu couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. "You're far too modest. A desire to learn is a commendable attitude. Are you interested in any particular fields?" Deanne gave a calm smile in return. "Right now it's difficult to choose just one. I want to excel at everything." Dayu's eyes narrowed as she looked at him, repeating his words carefully. "Excel at everything. Of course, that's always the starting point. I heard," she said, leaning in, "that in Professor Tamarick's class, you summoned a Gen Fu and even performed a link enhancement. With skills like that, how could I, as the head of the department, possibly sit on the sidelines? With your level of talent, Diane, you should be taking the special placement exam." That's why she explained she and Professor Tamarick had already agreed to write him a letter of recommendation. Diane simply offered a polite nod in response. "Thank you for such a high honor." Unfazed by his rather chilly demeanor, Dayu just kept on smiling. "You know, writing a recommendation for a student outside the summoning department, this is a first for me. That's just how rare your talent is." Deanne didn't rush to reply. He could feel the sales pitch coming like a classic recruitment scene in a manhwa. And right on cue, Dayu made her move. "What I mean is, why not take this opportunity to explore your potential as a summoner? In fact, I would very much like to take you under my personal tutelage." At these words, Diane went completely silent. For a department head to be this direct, he thought their faction must be getting seriously desperate. As Diane mulled this over, Dayu broke the silence once more. "Oh right, have you joined any clubs yet? If you're interested here in the summoning department." But before she could even finish her sentence, Diane awkwardly cut her off. He could tell she was about to get to the main point. Sure enough, a moment later, Tao spoke up, suggesting, "What I mean is, why don't you take this opportunity to learn more as a proper Adad summoner? I'd really like to personally instruct you and teach you a thing or two." Hearing this, Chen fell completely silent. If the department head was being this direct, it meant their faction was getting seriously desperate. While Chen was lost in thought, Tao spoke up once more. Oh, by the way, have you joined any clubs yet? If you're interested, the summoning department has a... But before she could even finish her sentence, Chen awkwardly cut her off. A club? Oh, I've already started one with my friends. Sorry to burst your bubble. This response completely blindsided Dai, who could only let out a cry of disbelief. What, you've already made one? But the rules just changed. It's not supposed to be that easy to get one approved. Chen just let out a little chuckle and nonchalantly explained, yeah, it wasn't easy, but luckily for us, our advisor, Professor Kentas, put in a good word for us. Hearing this made Dai's face twist into an even uglier scowl. That guy, the one who never shows up to faculty meetings. What in the world is he thinking? The more she thought about it, the tighter Dai's fists clenched in pure fury. That old coot totally played me. Her whole plan was to guide Chen into a summoning-related club. Dai took a deep, steadying breath, pursed her lips, and said, well, I guess that's that then. Regardless, congratulations on getting your club approved. So whenever you have a moment, you should swing by my place. We've got all sorts of amazing things there. And just like that, she started dangling the bait. She even mentioned they had something incredibly rare, an unhatched spirit beast egg. Now that got Chen's attention. His gaze lingered on her for a moment longer. Thinking she'd hooked him, Dai beamed and said, an unhatched spirit beast egg, you know, is said to be worth as much as an entire castle. That's how ridiculously rare it is. You should definitely come take a look. Little did she know our boy Chen is already raising one of his own. Classic Manhwa moment. When he didn't immediately jump at the offer, Dai pressed on. And don't you worry about the recommendation letter. Professor Tamarick and I will be making an official announcement about it very soon. So if you have any questions at all about the screening process, just let me know. Chen gave her a polite but distant nod. Thank you for your generous offer. Professor Dai didn't press the issue instead, reaching for a piece of cake on the table. Then she offered, why don't we chat while we enjoy some dessert? This dessert you brought looks absolutely divine. With that, she took a delicate bite of the cake. But inside her mind was racing. Tamarick will probably try to one-up me on this. I have to get that letter written and fast. I can't wait to see the look on their faces. Their jaws will hit the floor. She took another bite of cake, but her mind was elsewhere, already plotting her next move. Tamarick is definitely going to try and get ahead of me. I need to draft that letter ASAP. I wonder what their face is. Got to write that letter now. I can't wait to see the look on their faces when they finally read it. Just how is this all going to play out? The very next day, back at the dorms, Ling came looking for Chen to give him the latest scoop. She already contacted me. After hearing Chen's reply, Tao was stunned. Qing slowly began to explain. After she sent that letter, the Summoners Association got in touch with her that very day. And get this, they're sending people to the academy immediately. Chen was even more astonished. This is insane. They were basically rolling out the red carpet to recruit him. As his brain was trying to process all this, Ling asked suspiciously, so, Professor Del Pinesso seems to really like you. What on earth did you do? Chen just shrugged it off. Who knows? Maybe it's 'cause I'm the top student. Ling didn't seem to be buying it, but she moved on anyway. Whatever the case, you'll probably be taking the test soon. Back in my day, she said, we had to summon 3 spirit beasts all at once, keep them materialized, and then perform a link enhancement. Hearing this, Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. 3, all at once, that's insanely difficult. His own sister passed that crazy special admission test. At just 16 years old, Ling nodded, but there's no telling what kind of test they'll give you this time. They don't give out any details beforehand. Honestly, just getting a recommendation from Professor Del Pinesso is already way above the normal standard for any manhwa character. But there's a lot of political drama within the association. A real power struggle, you know? Chen frowned, clearly confused. A power struggle. Ling began to lay it all out for him. Professor Del Pinesso has a history of, let's just say, rejecting the Summoners Association's requests, so they aren't exactly eager to give her or her students any advantages. The gears started turning in Chen's head as he pieced it all together. He followed up, so you're saying the test might be way harder just to spite her? Ling gave a small grim nod. It's a definite possibility. With that, she took Chen's hand, her expression softening into a calm smile. But I'm not worried about you. Honestly, she admitted, I'm just worried you'll get hurt in the crossfire. Of all this adult nonsense, hearing this, Chen couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. He quickly reassured her, don't you worry about me, sis. That's not going to happen. He had absolutely no intention of letting himself get dragged into their mess. Oh, the trap has been set. 2 days later, at a grand castle, belonging to the academy, a group of very important people arrived with Deo herself rolling out the red carpet to greet them. The man leading the charge was none other than the president of the Summoners Association, Elga Potin. He grumbled, so just how special is this student, that you're bending over backwards for him? Dio sighed, my apologies, Mr. President, but his talent is just so extraordinary, like something straight out of a hit manhwa. I had no other choice. Elga's brow furrowed. In that case, you should have just taken the seat. The association offered and gotten this over with. Don't you think, Deo pressed her lips together, if I accepted a position at the association, I wouldn't be able to focus on the academy anymore? As if she thought, like she didn't know. He was just trying to pull her into his faction to gain more influence. Thanks to the association's greed, Dio had nearly been sent to her grave after being pushed into their high-risk missions more than once, shoving down the disgust. In her eyes, Dio slapped on a bright smile. Well, please follow me, we can walk and talk. The official request was sent, so she had to play along for now. But let's be clear, Elga did not like this kid, not one tiny bit. As they walked, he began to grill her. So, this Dinuoge Laces, I heard that he summoned a 5th-rank spirit beast and even successfully pulled off a linked enhancement. And during the joint academy exam, he even managed to link with several of your summoned beasts. Deo gave a slight nod to confirm, and Elga pressed on. His abilities are quite extraordinary. It's caused a massive stir at the association. I never thought a rookie would outshine his seniors so spectacularly. Doesn't that basically put him on the same level as Jiadalan at the mention of that name? Deo looked a little uncomfortable. I'm not so sure if I'd say he's on par with Jiadalan, but you'll understand once you see him for yourself. Elga's eyes narrowed as he stared her down. We will be judging this special admission case with extreme scrutiny, just as we always have. Yes, I understand, Dio replied with a casual nod. Just then their group stepped into. The moment they set foot in the academy, all hell broke loose. The students saw them and immediately started freaking out, their whispers filling the air. What the is that? The Summoners Association. What are they doing here? Ignoring the peanut gallery? The group from the association marched straight inside. A moment later, Deo's cheerful voice broke the silence. All right, this is the place where the test will be held. Hearing that, Elga glanced up. Before him stood a magnificent building. After a long moment, he said in a deep, appreciative tone, Excellent, let's go in. Inside the building was a vast training arena, and Heir was already waiting for them. He immediately launched into his introduction. I am the youngest son of Count Cyrus, the Lord of the Southern Region, and the head of the Cyrus family. It's a great honor to meet you, sir. As he spoke, he even offered a polite formal bow. And get this, standing before a big shot like the president of the Summoners Association, Heir showed absolutely no sign of being intimidated. This made Elga couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. Truly impressive. It's hard to believe he's only 14 years old and already has that kind of spirit. Now I see why they were in such a rush to send that letter of recommendation. Thinking this, he finally introduced himself. I am Elga Potin, president of the Summoners Association. I've heard a lot about you. Your feats sound like something straight out of a manhwa. However, let me be clear, this test will not be easy. Heir simply nodded. Yes, sir, I am prepared, he replied calmly. He could tell Elga was just faking the friendly routine. The old man didn't look happy to be there at all. Just then, Elga shot a look at his subordinate and gave the command. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's get this started immediately. Get everything ready. Hearing this, Deo hesitated for a moment and asked, I wonder what the president has prepared for us. Unfortunately for him, Elga couldn't care less. He walked right up to Heir and announced, whether you pass or fail will be decided by me and me alone. Any form of cheating will not be tolerated during this exam. Make sure you remember that. Yes, sir. All right, I get it, Yi replied with a casual nod. Wenjia narrowed his eyes at the boy, his voice turning dead serious. Good. In that case, I'll be eagerly waiting to see this so-called uniqueness of yours. Let the test begin. The moment the words left his lips, the old man thrust his hand toward the sky. Outside, his subordinates immediately began to weave a complex magic formation. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was completely enveloped by overwhelmingly powerful currents of mana. Seeing this spectacle, Ye fell into deep thought. The amount of mana was growing larger by the second. But those mages outside showed no signs of stopping. They just kept on channeling more and more mana. They didn't stop until the entire hall was encased in a massive magic circle, finally bringing their work to a halt. It was only then that Ye finally understood. On the sidelines, Dayu's expression also turned grim. They had activated a magic circle to protect the Grand Hall. And that could only mean one thing. This was going to get messy. At that moment, Yuan Jia stepped into a smaller magic circle glowing at his feet. A formidable amount of mana began to erupt from his body. He started muttering a chant under his breath, the words ancient and powerful. When he finally felt the mana had reached its absolute peak, Yanji suddenly roared, "Answer my call!" As soon as he gave the command, the mana exploded, shooting straight up into the heavens. When the brilliant light finally began to fade, a colossal body had materialized in the hall. A spirit beast covered in thick matted fur had appeared. The sheer force of the mana explosion had shoved Ye back several steps, and he couldn't help but marvel at the sight. So this is the chairman's overwhelming power. He never imagined a simple test in this Manhwa would be on this kind of epic scale. However, there was something that shocked Ye even more. And that was the terrifying spirit beast now standing right in front of him. Its body was massive, its cloudy eyes burned with pure ferocity, and the claws on all four of its limbs were razor sharp. To top it all off, its entire form was shrouded in a sinister demonic aura. From the sidelines, Dayu gasped in absolute horror at the sight of the beast. No, it can't be. That's a Class 3 summon. And Tara's, her eyes were wide with utter disbelief. This was a spectacle she'd never even dreamed of witnessing. Seeing it too, Du cried out in absolute shock. No way that's a Class 3 summon. And Terry's. Her eyes were now filled with utter disbelief. This was beyond anything she could have possibly imagined a model. Well, I'll be damned. Who would have thought Zhang Wen would summon a spirit beast? And a ridiculously ferocious one at that, just to test Yan Shun. So now we've got a little party in the magic circle, 3 people, 1 beast. But poor Yan Shun is the one who has to go toe-to-toe with that monster. Yan Shun squints, sizing up his opponent. And now he gets it. This is why Qing was so worried. Just then Zhang Wen chimes in with a voice dripping with condescension. Since you're such a genius, a challenge of this level should be a perfect match for you, don't you think? Or am I mistaken? He tells Yan Shun he can use any weapon he's comfortable with. The mission, subdue Antares by any means necessary. This, ladies and gentlemen, is his special entrance exam. Hearing this, Yan Shun grinds his teeth so hard you can almost hear them crack. That old geezer is totally setting me up to fail. He's trying to humiliate me in front of everyone. Of course, Zhang Wen couldn't care less what Yan Shun is thinking and just keeps on talking. But with your astounding talent, I'm sure there's absolutely nothing to worry about, am I right? Of course, if you're scared, you can always back out now. But Yan Shun, cool as ever, just shoots back. No, I'll take the test as planned. This response leaves Zhang Wen completely stunned, utterly speechless for a moment. But Yan Shun couldn't care less. He swiftly summons his personal inventory space and casually reaches his hand inside. Yan Shun has the perfect tool for the job. In a flash, he pulls out a weapon. And Yan Shun is very happy with this particular choice. It's a special gift from his father on his 7th birthday. His logic is sound, a beast this massive is bound to have plenty of openings. Yan Shun's plan is simple: strike fast and get out. Seeing the weapon in his hand, Zhang Wen can't help but mutter with admiration. He's using a spear, just as you'd expect from the esteemed Sha family lineage. But just as the words leave his mouth, something else catches his eye. It's Tai Min, who has suddenly appeared on the 2nd floor out of nowhere. This Manhwa is full of surprises. He looks absolutely furious as he roars, What in the world is this? You're making him fight a grade 3 spirit beast like that? As expected from the lineage of Count Shi. But the moment he said it, he noticed something. It was Tai Min who had popped up on the second floor out of nowhere. He looked absolutely livid as he bellowed, "What is this madness? Making him fight a spirit beast of the third rank? Are you insane? Isn't this going a little too far?" Hearing this, Du stammered in a panic. "It looks like Professor Tameli K is here. He's probably going to object to this." But Yijia just replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. It looks like the kid is more than ready." With that, he stared intently at the arena, and after a long pause, he roared out an order. "Antaruisi, annihilate the enemy before you." Antaruisi let out a guttural growl, seemingly acknowledging the command, its teeth clenched tight, making a horrifying grinding sound. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto Dan, and in the next instant it lunged forward. Dan, however, showed not a single ounce of fear, standing his ground calmly. His eyes were filled with an unshakable resolve. "All right then, bring it on." Not until the spirit beast was right in his face did Dan finally make his move. A sudden surge of mana erupted from him, followed by a dazzling display of energy dancing through the air. Quick as a flash, Dan zipped right past the beast's huge, clumsy body. Its speed was just pitifully slow. It couldn't even hope to keep up with him, a classic power-up moment in this manhwa. On the sidelines, watching this scene unfold, Ija's face went as dark as a thundercloud. Even Du was staring in absolute disbelief. Professor Ta Mei K was no different. Just moments ago, he was worried sick, and now he was completely frozen on the spot. The students who had just arrived were also standing there like statues. When they finally snapped out of it, gasps of astonishment began to ripple through the crowd. "Oh my God, what kind of movement was that?" But Dan couldn't care less. He kept a firm grip on the spear in his hand, shifted his center of gravity onto his right leg, and settled into an incredibly solid defensive stance. Dan was more than satisfied with his little maneuver. Seems like all that special training was really paying off. At the same time, the Antaruisi across from him looked like it had been royally ticked off. It bared its razor-sharp teeth at Dan in a clear attempt to intimidate him, and right after that, Antaruisi charged head-on. Its massive clawed paws were raised ready to rip and tear, also started swinging wildly at Dian. Our boy narrowed his eyes, refusing to look away for even a split second. In a flash, Antares slammed down a massive fist, but Dian was quicker, deftly dodging the blow. This only served to piss off the monster. Its blood-red eyes flaring with rage, it immediately went on, the offensive again swinging another punch, but just like before, Dian danced out of the way, and Teres just kept hammering away at him, completely losing its cool. With its overwhelming power, Dian was forced back step by agonizing step. Okay, now he understood why this thing was a grade 3 monster. For something that massive to move with such terrifying speed, that was just plain ridiculous. But while Dian was lost in thought, the Antares decided to up the ante. This time magic appeared. In its hand, a fireball blazed to life in midair, and then, without a moment's hesitation, it shot forward. Dian saw this coming and didn't even flinch. Instead, he began to summon his own mana. At the same time, the Antares fireball swelled to an enormous size. The roaring inferno completely engulfed Dian's entire body. Seeing this, Heir screamed in panic. He took a direct hit. Elga, on the other hand, was secretly smug, even with mana enhancement, trying to face an Antares head-on is just pure insanity. Looks like this test is ending sooner than expected. But hold on. Inside that blazing inferno, Dian was still standing, completely unfazed by the searing heat, engulfing him. He just tightened his grip on the spear in his hand and began to spin it in a wide arc. Before long, the flames started to die down. Seizing the opportunity, Dian shot forward like a bullet. In the blink of an eye, he was right in Antares' face. All right, time to finish this. With that, Dian channeled even more mana into his spear. This is the kind of power-up you love to see in a manhwa. Instantly, a powerful aura of energy erupted around him. Without any warning, he shot forward like a gale-force wind. Dian thrust his spear forward without a shred of hesitation, At the exact same moment, Antares raised its massive claw, swinging it down to meet the attack. Was about to slam down on Dung, but he deftly blocked it with his spear for the finishing blow. Dung was about to use a little trick his old man had shown him: concentrate mana into the spearhead to create a single point detonation. And just like that, Dung shot forward. His spear plunged deep into the gut of Antares. The spear, crackling with immense power, tore through the spirit beast's abdomen, making it throw its head back and howl in agony. But Dung didn't let go. He held the spear firm, trying to ram it even deeper into Antares' body. At that very moment, the mana on the spear began to swell uncontrollably. A moment later, a massive mana explosion erupted. Antares' body was suddenly missing a huge chunk. Seeing this, Dung couldn't help but crack a satisfied grin. Except Antares didn't fall. Instead, two massive fireballs appeared in its hands. Antares tilted its head to the sky, roaring with pure, unadulterated rage. Tan, watching from the sidelines, looked more than a little concerned. Elga was right there with him. He never imagined Dung could hold out for this long, watching Dung's peak performance, which was straight out of an action manhwa. The other students were initially stunned, but very quickly they started whispering excitedly, "Incredible! The spirit beast's attacks barely even touched him. And what in the world is that amount of mana?" Just then, the flames in Antares' hands swelled even larger, and in the blink of an eye they engulfed its entire body. Antares was now in a complete frenzy, its eyes burning with fury. It bared its sharp teeth, growling at Dung, and then it attacked. Faced with Antares' ferocious momentum, Dung could only dodge, causing every spot he'd just been standing on to be blasted into smithereens by Antares' fire. Rock dust and smoke flew everywhere, but Antares didn't stop, relentlessly hammering him with fiery attacks. It looks like it's really was now absolutely furious. Chen didn't dare let his guard down, focusing all his attention on parrying the attacks from Antares. But just then, something happened that threw Chen into a total panic. His spear was gone. At that very moment, outside the building where the evaluation was taking place, Kantas was sprinting like a madman in their direction, constantly muttering to himself, "Don't tell me I'm too late." He couldn't for the life of him figure out why they would choose such a ridiculously remote location to hold the test. A second later, Kantas burst through the doors, only to find the scene before him left him utterly shell-shocked. He saw the massive barrier erected inside the test area. His eyes widened in disbelief, and Kantas stammered in horror. What in the world did they summon? By the time he got closer, he could see it. A massive spirit beast, throwing its head back and letting out a terrifying roar. He recognized it instantly. This was a classic manhwa showdown. He muttered, his voice trembling, "My God, it's a 3-star level Antares." Inside the barrier, Chen's spear had been sent flying by the creature's attack. And although there was still a wound on the Antares' side, it didn't seem to be bothering it one bit. Chen narrowed his eyes at the beast, and grim thought crossing his mind. It took a direct hit like that, and just shrugged it off. Well, so much for conventional weapons. Guess those aren't gonna leave a scratch. Realizing this, Chen let out a dramatic sigh. A long drawn-out one, as he silently apologized to his dad, because it looked like he'd have to break out the big guns. After all, the sword, and just like that, appearing in his hand, was a gleaming blade. Chen cocked an eyebrow, flashed Antares a smirk, and announced, "All right, let's start round 2. Seeing the sword materialize in the kid's hand, Elga couldn't hide his shock. "He's using a sword again." Deo glanced at him nervously and stammered, Well, I guess we have to allow it. This is a special kind of test, so a few irregularities are to be expected." Elga just gave a slight nod, not saying a word. But what really stunned him was just how unbelievably calm Chen was. The kid showed zero intention of dodging any of the attacks. His stance screamed of someone who had been through countless battles before. This manhwa is getting intense. Deo squinted at Heir, finally getting a real look at what the kid was capable of. Just then, Antares lunged at Heir once again. Its claws erupted in a brilliant blaze of fire. Hei, completely unfazed, calmly swung his sword to counter. His movements were so fast they were just a blur to the naked eye. In a mere instant, Hei unleashed the true skills of a master swordsman. He took 2 steps back to build momentum, then lunged forward again, ready to clash directly with Antares. But he quickly realized Antares was no pushover. After just a few exchanges, it switched from raw power to sheer speed, reacting with pinpoint accuracy to his every move. On top of that, both of Antares's hands were wreathed in flames. Hei's sword aura struggled to pierce through, but naturally he wasn't about to get discouraged. He parried and dodged, all while trying to figure out a new game plan. Right then, Antares threw a punch, not daring to be careless. Hei hurriedly channeled his mana. His hands were a blur, letting loose several strikes in the blink of an eye. Hei wanted to absolutely obliterate Antares with ancient magic, but there were too many spectators, and this thing wasn't giving him a single second to breathe, just charging at him like a maniac. Thinking this, Hei couldn't stop a smirk from spreading across his face. Well, then I guess there's only one way to do this. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Elga and Tao were still watching this epic Manhwa battle unfold. Tao's expression grew more and more grim until she finally burst out. "Chairman, this has gone too far. If a student gets injured, we will all be facing severe punishment." Elga heard her but didn't reply, which only made Tao even more frantic. She pressed her lips together firmly and declared, "I'm going to forcibly retrieve him right now." Immediately, magic began to coalesce in her hands, but just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Hold on, just keep watching." Tao whipped her head around in surprise, and upon seeing the newcomer, she cried out in alarm, "Professor Kentas, when did you get here?" When did he learn that Kentas didn't answer? He just calmly stated, "I understand your concern, but it seems Dan has already found a way to deal with this." At that very moment inside the barrier, Dan was already moving like the wind, his sword a relentless swinging blur. Then a surge of magic suddenly erupted right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a magic circle began to form. In just a flash, a full magic circle had taken shape. Dan charged ahead, his sword now cloaked in energy, pushing forward right alongside the magic circle. He zipped past Antares in a split second, leaving several deep cuts on the beast's body, specifically targeting its legs. Antares roared in agony, throwing its head back, as its body staggered and then collapsed onto the ground. It trembled uncontrollably, completely immobilized. Seeing this shocking scene, Elga cried out in disbelief. Did he just combine his swordsmanship and magic? In a single instant, Kenta, standing nearby, teased him, "Perhaps you should have summoned something a little stronger." Hearing that, Elga furiously clenched his fists. A Tier 3 spirit beast should have been more than enough to make Dan fail. But he was shattering every single one of his expectations like some OP Manhwa protagonist. Below, after staggering back onto its feet, Antares once again began summoning flames to attack Dan. But he just smirked contemptuously. "Oh, a final desperate struggle, is it?" Stubborn to the very end. As he thought this, a spark of magic appeared in his hand, a technique Dan had truly hoped he wouldn't have to use. At that very same moment, above his head, a whole volley of magical arrows suddenly appeared. Dan's lips curled into a confident grin. It's time to end this. Across from him, Antares was completely oblivious to the danger, bearing down on it, and was still frantically summoning its flames. Then, without a moment's hesitation, it blasted the fire straight at Dan. But at that exact instant, a single bolt of magic suddenly shot clean through Antares' body. It was followed by the entire volley of arrows, along with a massive barrage of magical bolts. They didn't see it coming and just plunged right in. A wave of pure agony washed over Antares, making it roar in pain. By the time the magic dissipated, its body was sporting several new, rather large ventilation holes. The fire cloaking its body also fizzled out in an instant. And just like that, Antares was sent flying. Its eyes burned with pure, unadulterated fury. But hey, a win's a win, and this battle belonged to Hei. He calmly recalled the mana in his hand, a smug, satisfied smirk spreading across his face. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Dio was watching this whole spectacle. and simply couldn't bite her tongue any longer. Madam Chairman, don't you think this exam was a tad bit unreasonable? Elga just snorted coldly. Unreasonable? What was that Deo now officially ticked off fired back? I don't care how talented he is. You made a first-year student. Try to subdue a third-tier summoned beast. Do you really think that was a logical thing to do? Hearing this, all Elga could do was offer a weak, dismissive laugh. Well, everything turned out fine in the end, didn't it? That response only made Deo even more furious. Oh, the result is fine, all right, she practically screamed. So fine that it's going down in the history books of the Empire. A first-year student just used a spear, a sword, and magic, and even a forced submission bond to take down a Tier 3 summon while they were busy having their minds blown. Heir casually retrieved his weapons, storing them away in his dimensional space. But that final move was the real showstopper, a real classic Manhwa moment that both Elga and Kentas saw crystal clear. The second Antares fell Heir cool as a cucumber made his play. He established a link with the defeated Antares, and then proceeded to connect with it. He initiated a forced submission bond to completely neutralize its hostility. Absolutely brilliant from strategy to execution. It was the perfect finisher from our boy Heir. But Dio, still fuming, wasn't done complaining. If word of what happened today gets out, people are going to say this was a rigged test deliberately set up, just to make him fail. Hearing this accusation, Elga immediately shot back, Professor de Pinesso, I had safety measures in place. If word of this gets out, people are going to say this was a rigged test deliberately set up, just to make him fail. Hearing this accusation, Elga immediately shot back, Professor de Pinesso, I had safety measures in place. Pouted in disbelief. And yet I just sat there with your mouth shut when you had to face it directly. She shot back. She declared that as a professor, she couldn't just turn a blind eye to this mess. Hearing this, Aige's face went as black as a scorched pot as he started cursing up a storm in his head. Damn it all, how did it come to this? He fumed silently. My entire plan is completely shot. Kantasi, who was standing off to the side, listened to the two of them bicker. Without saying a single word, he was too busy keenly observing Dion from a distance. Although he already knew the kid was a prodigy, seeing this level of skill was just absolutely staggering. From the moment he started, he fought more like a seasoned, battle-hardened knight than some fresh-faced student. Kantasi made a decision right then and there. He had to make Dion his disciple. At that very same moment, Dewey was having the exact same thought. She absolutely had to be the one to snatch up this unbelievable talent. After all the bickering and chaos, Igo was left with no other choice. He begrudgingly brought a golden badge over to Dion. For passing the special examination, he announced through gritted teeth, we officially bestow upon you the title of summoner along with this badge. You could tell he was swallowing his pride, but he still went through the motions. We hope you continue to develop your talents as a summoner of the Empire. Now take it. Dion reached out for the badge, giving a courteous nod. Thank you. Looking down at the badge, in his palm, he couldn't stop a smirk from spreading across his face. This golden badge was an exclusive item only given to those who aced the special examination. Pretty awesome. A moment later, he clenched it tightly in his fist and began channeling his mana straight into it. Respond to my call, Dion suddenly bellowed. The instant the words left his lips, the golden badge erupted in a blinding flash of light. A wave of mana washed over the entire courtyard. What happened next was straight out of a Manhwa panel. Dion had just created a summoning circle. In the blink of an eye, a creature began to materialize from the very center of it. Witnessing this insane spectacle, everyone watching could only stare their eyes wide and jaws on the floor. Even Kantasi was no exception. He was utterly speechless. He stammered in utter shock. What in the... Peeking out from the blinding light of the magic circle was a pair of long, floppy ears, and below them a pair of stubby little feet. It was a bunny. Its name is Anterma, a Tier 4 enhancement type summon beast. Its specialty, supercharging its summoner's physical abilities to an insane degree. The moment Heir saw it, his eyes practically sparkled as he gushed with delight. Isn't he just the cutest thing? He beamed at the little guy, giving a friendly nod. Great to see you again, Anne. You could have heard a pin drop. The entire arena went dead silent. Hei shot a look back at Kentus. Every single person was completely and utterly dumbfounded. With that thought, all eyes were once again glued to Hei down on the field. And with this many witnesses, the entire academy was about to lose its mind. Sure enough, in the following days, the academy was buzzing with gossip about Hei. He was the main character in his own personal manhwa. The way people looked at him now was different. Ernest, walking beside Hei, muttered under his breath, "Layla, man, I just can't wrap my head around it. Is something like this even possible?" Lala just shrugged, replying, "Dude, don't even try to understand it. Just roll with it. You'll get used to it eventually." After hearing that, Ernest could only let out a heavy sigh. Then, as if a light bulb went off, he suddenly blurted out, "Oh right, I'm almost done decoding that map." Hei immediately jumped in, "Perfect, once you crack it, we'll hold our very first official club meeting." At those words, Lala and his instantly lit up with excitement. Seeing how hyped they were, Hei couldn't help but crack a small smile himself. Truth be told, he was just as curious about it as they were. The trio continued to chat as they walked for a while, before Hei finally bid them farewell. "Professor Kentas summoned me, so I gotta bounce." A short while later, in Kentas's training hall, the second Hei walked in, the professor launched into a heavy speech. "That Antares is a terrifyingly powerful summon. There was once a summoner from the rank Empire who managed to summon 2 of them. It was an absolute nightmare. Just those 2 fluffy little monsters took down 3 elite knights and dozens of soldiers. Professor Kentas summoned me, so I gotta bounce." A short while later, in Kentas's training hall, the second Hei walked in, the professor launched into a heavy speech. "That Antares is a terrifyingly powerful summon. There was once a summoner from the rank Empire who managed to summon 2 of them. It was an absolute nightmare. With just those 2, he wiped out 3 knights and took down scores of soldiers." A soldier. Hearing that word suddenly jogged my memory. They say Professor Kentas was also there during that battle. Seeing that the kid wasn't answering, Kentas decided to press on. "And yet you managed to take down that creature without a single scratch." Hei stared intently at him, then shook his head and replied, "I just got lucky." Hearing this, Kentas immediately went into lecture mode. "Being overly humble is a double-edged sword, you know. From what I saw, your sword strike was the decisive blow, wasn't it?" Hei shot a surprised look at Kentas, thinking to himself with a sense of awe, "This man is no ordinary person." While our boy was lost in thought, Kentas suddenly turned and began to walk away. He spoke as he walked, his voice carrying back to Hei. "You're only 14, but the mastery and courage you show with a sword are far beyond your years. This is some next-level manhwa material." At this, he stopped abruptly, pausing for a long moment before continuing. "And that's why I want to ask you this. Would you like to formally learn the art of the sword from me?" With that, he stared intently at the boy, waiting for his answer.